the fuck up.
What the fuck is going on?
We're waking you up. You ought to love it. It's a privilege to hear our voices.
This is so cool.
It's fucking hysterically funny.
Oh, this is good radio right here.
Yes.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah!
1 minute you're acting like an intelligent guy, the next minute you're acting like a big giant ass.
He's got him trying to fart. Oh my God.
It's fucking brilliant, man.
Really funny shit.
Arousing in perverse and interesting ways.
It's like an audio rape. Yes. It's amazing.
This is the best show ever.
The Opie and Anthony Show, the most popular show in the history of satellite radio.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Let's do it.
La 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 dee. Good morning, hey Jimmy Norton. All weekend I was singing, "Oh, the Pope's got a pointy white hat." That was my weekend fucking cross to bear.
Mars isn't here, is he?
What about Mercury and Venus?
Mars, the mics sound all fucked up today.
Do they?
Yeah.
Let me see. Yeah, a little bass here.
What's going on, man?
I don't know. It's always something. You know what I think?
What?
I think Eastside Dave McDonald toys around with things.
You think he fiddles? Fiddles about?
Yeah. In a drunken stupor.
Does he do his show drunk?
I don't know. Seems like he is.
James.
Ah.
That was Toledo.
Yeah, it exists.
Oh, my God.
Jesus.
Really?
Yeah.
Good shows?
Okay shows. Saturday was great. Friday was okay.
Yeah.
Thursday was okay. Not terrible, but just, you know. I understand why Ohio is a swing state. It's a weird place. Yeah, like it's not sold out shows except for the early show Saturday at all. Not like the people on Friday late show. Like I literally felt like, wow, if I wasn't doing this for over 20 years, I'd be bombing right now.
Wow.
But it was like one of those things where, and that not that they were a terrible crowd.
Yeah.
I had to work, and I'm like, on stage, I thought that to myself. It's only because you've been doing this for so fucking long that you know how to make
it happen.
Yeah, and into a decent set where people go, oh, that was fun. Like,
if you were a novice at it, there would have been one little bead of sweat running right down your temple, and everyone would have seen it. And
6 months ago, I would have bombed. Wow, the worst set I've had. And it wasn't even, like people who watched it said we enjoyed it, but it's the worst feeling I've had on stage since last April, when I was warming up for Please Be Offended in Cincinnati, another odd Ohio market.
But all right, so they're not assholes. They're just a different. They have a different mindset.
We're a tremendous
in that part of Ohio.
I don't know, man. Not a tremendous amount of Norton fans. Like the people that showed up were good, but a lot of just regular comedy club people. And I opened up with a fairly vulgar, brutal joke. So I think I'm like, oh, God, this is what it would be like if I wasn't talking to O&A fans all the time.
Wow.
Thank God for this fucking fans. Holy shit, I'd be a dead man without them.
Better start kissing their asses.
Oh, God.
Cleveland, Columbus, we are gods.
Yeah.
Cincinnati, Toledo, not God status.
No.
Not so much.
No, but I kept thinking, like, that's why this is a swing state, because it's an unpredictable place. The mentality is different in different places.
Wow.
Right.
It's not predictable. Like, Boston's Boston. You go to anyone Massachusetts, it's those guys. And, Yeah, fuck, man.
Strange.
Yeah,
oh,
but
man.
the people that came were really nice, and the club was great. It wasn't like there's no one to blame. No one fucked up. The press I did was fun. There was no one shitty. It was just I just didn't feel a vibe there for me.
Wow.
At all.
It'll happen, right?
I don't know, man.
Hey,
I don't know, man.
We got to go right to E-Rock, man. I mean, we haven't talked to E-Rock since the big Friday show that everyone's talking about.
We should just be able to coast for the whole week, just on Friday's show.
We coasted on Friday's show. We just sat here and watched.
Fantastic.
The fuck did we do? We watched E-Rock get shit-faced, and we had Denny from down the hall, an old school radio guy.
God, he had some fucking great lines.
We should put all his lines together.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to touch a hot mic.
Hot mic. Is this mic hot? Because I don't touch hot mics.
I don't want to. He didn't want to touch the mic.
Why?
It was like, yeah, bring the mic. Oh, I don't want to touch a hot mic because a professional broadcaster wouldn't make that sound on a hot mic.
What does Denny do?
He, I don't know. A little bit of everything. We hung with him for 4 hours, and He's pretty much, I don't know.
He
Like
does
old
the
school.
60s, 70s
okay.
channel.
Yeah, yeah.
The
He's got-
decades channels.
He's got a pretty good personality. Yeah, he does the 60s, the 70s, and then he does a little Cousin Brucey. But, he's very traditional, extremely traditional.
So funny.
We were trying to call him in, and he's like, I don't like coming into a studio when the on-air light is on.
On-air light's on.
When the on-air light is on, I don't like coming in.
Yeah. And then we had him talking up songs, and he's hitting the post and just, doing great weather breaks.
Did he do it professionally?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah. Danny is a professional. Is he in yet? Because we got to get an update from him as well. But the first time I talked to E-Rock since the Friday show was just a mere half hour ago.
Yes.
E-Rock, so walk us through it. What happened after the big Friday show? For the people that didn't listen, E-Rock decided to make Friday Tequila and Donut Day.
Tequila and Donut Day.
Or Donuts Day. And he ended up having 10 shots of tequila. 10. Mm-hmm. 10 shots of tequila.
How many did you have before you started to really feel like you might say something?
2.
He was babbling and crying.
No, you cried?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
No,
kind?
no. Slow down a little bit.
Oh, it was great.
He was crying. He was bawling, and we go to him, E-Rock, why are you crying? He goes, I'm not crying. He had no idea he was
didn't
crying.
even know he
it
was
so,
crying.
Where are
it was
clips?
It was fantastic.
It was one of the creepiest things. I swear we've seen a lot on this show, but I'll say it again. It's one of the creepiest things I've ever seen. He's bawling. Tears are flowing down his face. We go, E-Rock,
His
what's
lip
wrong?
was
Why are you
quivering.
crying?
His lip was all quivery.
And he goes, I'm not crying.
I'm not.
I didn't even know what to say to that because he swore that he wasn't crying.
And then he
didn't
stopped
think he was
crying, and then out of nowhere, he was talking about the show and everything, and then how he thought he ruined the show, and he goes, "It wasn't supposed to be like that," and it was so fucking bad.
Not only did he not ruin the show, people say one of the best shows we've done in a really long
Ever.
time.
I heard ever. I heard it was one of
Yes.
the best shows ever.
Yes,
Hi, E-Rock.
it wasn't ever.
What was the crying thing about? Now that you're,
Honestly, I still don't know.
It was great.
I don't know because it wasn't a bawling, whining. It wasn't that. I was
No.
talking. I just happened
But your
to
voice
be.
was a little off as far as like cry, and your lower lip was quivering.
what do you remember about Friday?
It's great.
I remember most of it, and what I didn't, the listeners were kind enough to text it to me all weekend.
I'm
on
sure
Twitter,
they
so.
did.
Yeah, they said you had the line of the century. How did the line of the century go again?
It was like
I don't
Is
wanna
it the
fuck up.
apology one?
yes,
Okay.
yes. I want to retract.
I retract my apology, and I'll go fuck myself.
And go fuck myself. Yes, I'll retract my apology and go fuck myself. Fucking classic. It was great.
So, what do you remember? Talk.
It got really difficult during the after show, which I think
heard
you guys
that.
predicted
We were
that.
so mad. We knew it would all kick in right at 10 o'clock. Although the last hour was pretty damn fucking good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It kicked in pretty good before 10, but
I remember doing Sam's show and then realizing that it was like 10:50 and we were done. I thought I just sat down.
Yeah.
And then I go into the back, and then all of a sudden I'm getting, hey, Ron and Fez want to talk to you.
And Ronnie.
So I came back down here, took a walk, did the weekend stuff, took another walk.
you were able to work after that?
Yeah, I did. I did all the weekend programs.
You had some
How the
pizza too,
fuck
right?
Is that possible?
Didn't Roland get you some pizza?
Yeah, I had a piece of
At
pizza.
3 o'clock. Yeah, fuck this shit. I'm gonna go talk to Scott.
Oh, would that have been great?
But you're fast forwarding a little bit. I want to know more about the in show.
The end show. Okay. I'm trying to find specific. I mean, I remember I was just standing there the entire time.
Well, not really.
Well,
though.
no, not really.
No.
Toward the
When I
end.
was talking, I was right.
You were
there.
wandering around a lot in
Yeah.
between
Oh,
shots.
I was running to the
'Cause you were-
bathroom a lot.
And you were trying to find people to do shots with you, and you
That
certainly.
too. Yeah, I was doing that.
Jimmy, we thought it was going to be a bust. He shows up with 2 bottles of tequila. We're like, no one's drinking tequila this early. And, of course, he did a couple shots, and then we're like, well, find other people to do shots with. Like, I didn't do any, Ant didn't do any.
And they
They
found
all,
him.
yeah, a lot of people wanted.
But he ended up fucking killing the bottle, man. He found people to do tequila.
I'm gonna
a
guess.
lot of people.
I'm gonna guess Nicole. I'm gonna guess
Nope.
Troy. No.
Nicole said no. Troy wasn't
wasn't
here.
He wasn't in. Yeah.
So those are 2 guarantees that actually weren't partaking in tequila and donut day.
A lot of sports guys from around here did.
Mm-hmm.
Dennis did.
Dennis, the one guy you would think would never do tequila, ended up doing 3 or 4 shots.
Yeah.
That's great.
Taylor from Cosmo.
Yep.
She came
Right.
by.
She did 2.
Some other people.
So yeah, guys from like the NFL channel. And
Right.
Oh,
Stinky,
right, yeah.
Stinky came in.
Oh, of course he did. Good for
and,
him.
did a
Good for
shot.
him.
Yeah.
Nothing has changed in fucking
Oh, it was
13
great.
years.
It was great.
How drunk he is.
And then of course.
Rich from the mashup.
Yeah, Rich.
He didn't do a shot.
He did.
Oh, he
Yeah,
did?
yeah.
Because Nicole wouldn't, so he did
Oh,
it
okay.
for her.
Okay.
Yeah, and Roland allegedly did a shot. He had a different bottle of tequila. It was the.
All right, that's something I want to.
Yeah,
I want to address
it
too.
It was the
Because-
the George Clooney tequila.
Why don't we have clips from Friday's show?
Yeah, probably should.
There's a few highlights.
Do we not
that
have clips from Friday's show?
We should have the line of the century, whatever people call
Yeah,
it,
that
and then
was
we
a great one.
certainly should have the exchange between you and Anthony.
That was a good one.
And we
because,
certainly should have Roland doing his shot. I don't know why we don't have a bunch of clips
We
from
have
Friday's
to.
show. If everyone's talking about Friday's show, we should have a few highlight clips.
Yeah.
Wait,
yeah.
do we not have clips from Friday's show?
We should. Jesus.
I swear to God, I've been fucking looking forward to hearing clips from this
I know,
dumb show
right?
all
Especially because
weekend.
Jimmy he wasn't
Jimmy
even here for
wasn't
the
here.
show.
We
I got
needed
my
clips.
Twitter blew up. People were like, if people would tell me at the show, fucking today was classic. I wish E-Rock was fucking. I mean, E-Rock's a rock star.
Yeah.
Right.
Amazing.
All right, Travis is working on some clips, so we'll have
Yeah.
him maybe a little later this hour.
So there's a bottle of tequila. There was the Patron, which E-Rock was drinking, and then there was this George Clooney tequila that Roland had, and Roland came in with it and poured himself a shot.
And all he was doing was trying to promote the tequila.
Yeah, he swigged it down, and a couple of other people took some shots off of the George Clooney bottle.
Why's the
And then-
George Clooney bottle? He has his own brand of tequila.
Yeah, he's got his tequila. So then E-Rock is hammered at this point. He's already done 10 shots of Patron. The Patron was out, so he's like, drink some of this. So he takes some, he fucking swigs it down, he makes a face, he's like, smooth, that is smooth, smooth. Yeah, E-Rock?
Oh,
Comment?
well, I'll let you finish, sorry.
So there was a little over half a bottle of the George Clooney tequila left. So I grab it, and I'm like, fuck, man. It's early in the morning and shit, but E-Rock's been doing it. I'm going to do a shot at least. So I fucking tip the bottle, and I'm just sitting here going, and it's just going down, down, down. Finally squeak out the last bit of it. Bottle's fucking empty.
You chug tequila?
Well, apparently.
You would think.
Apparently.
That's what E-Rock thought.
Yeah, and E-Rock is looking at me like I'm a god. And
He called you awesome.
And he started again, kind of, he goes, I know you don't like me. And he starts crying.
But
He
it
goes,
wasn't the bawling.
No,
kind of
no,
crying.
it
It
was-
just was happening.
It was just tears
Yeah.
again. And he goes, but I got to tell you something. That was awesome. And he gives me the fist.
And they pounded
I shook
out.
your hand.
Yeah, he shook my hand, but you were doing a lot of fist pumping,
All right.
E-Rock.
Now,
Yeah.
that bottle of tequila.
Yeah.
Okay. Couple things. One, when I took it, and I know I did the smooth, I said the smooth thing. I started to realize this was kind of weak.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Did not dawn on me to what had happened until the show was over. You had your backpack, and you're like, "See you later. Have a good weekend." And I'm like, "He's going home." That was not tequila.
Yeah.
Oh, you knew before?
I didn't then, but I knew when I saw Ant when he said
Start
goodbye to
walking.
me and he started walking with his backpack.
I was
and I'm
fine.
like, that wasn't
Oh, it
tequila.
was
I
water?
knew
I-
it tasted.
yeah.
I knew it
that's
Roland
tasted
had
right.
filled the bottle up with water before he even came in.
but I didn't know at that
But
point.
E-Rock
Yeah.
did 3 shots from that bottle thinking he was still
Thinking
doing
he was
tequila.
doing tequila.
So the official count was 10, even though on the scoreboard I think we had
Yeah.
you up to 13.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah.
3 fakies, 10 real shots.
And over the weekend, also, I was getting tweets from people that honestly thought I chugged a half a bottle of tequila.
Nice.
And, I would do that at 9 in the morning and
Nice.
drive back to Long Island after chugging half a bottle of tequila.
Yeah.
Jimmy's
Jimmy
like,
goes, yeah.
And
So then what happened after you left here? You were able to do all your programming?
Yeah, I did everything.
Let's see how it came out, though. You have to hear the fucking.
No complaints. I think it was the first weekend we didn't have any complaints.
Wow.
Maybe you should drink tequila every
I
Friday.
was focused.
Wait, I just, where do you get the tolerance from? You don't drink that much.
tolerance. He was
Probably the
fucking
weight.
blasted.
Yeah, but to have 10 shots of tequila, I would be a fucking mess for a couple straight days. I wouldn't be able to.
Couple of straight days, man. Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to
but
function after that. There's no fucking way.
You were so sloppy drunk, man.
I was doing.
You're
Anytime I had
slurring,
left, I had gone to the bathroom or I was downing bottles of water.
Yeah.
Right.
In
You
between.
sounded much better toward the end of the after show, and then on Ron and Fez, you sounded a lot better.
But still.
on this show, you reached the point where you couldn't even fucking talk. It was
But you
great.
shouldn't have been better by the Ron and Fez show if you do 10 shots.
That's what I don't
pretty amazing.
understand because you didn't really eat a lot.
Just drinking a lot of water.
It's so early in the morning. You're not, putting food in you.
and he was moving around a lot.
So you
too,
got 10 shots on a mostly empty stomach. Holy fuck!
Donuts.
We got three clips out.
Yeah, the first one would be when Ant was slamming down the bottle.
Why would that be the first one we play?
We were just recently talking about it.
What other ones you got?
Travis is working on ones in the back. Another one is where Eric has a donut in his mouth and he's crying. And, and the other one is Sam asks him, who do you think treats you the worst around here? And Eric gives his response. So which one would you guys like?
Oh, I got hit donut crying.
Oh, yeah, donut crying sounds terrific.
Yeah, they're all terrific. Yeah, play the donut crying one.
Full of jelly.
He's crying. Why? I don't understand this.
Why are you crying?
E-Rock, you're emotional right now for some reason.
Why?
Did the tequila just tap into like a region of your head?
I don't even know that I'm crying.
I am fucking baffled here.
Holy shit.
I have seen some shit with this radio show. What the fuck?
Wow.
You don't know you're crying? You got tears pouring down your eyes.
Nope.
Oh, wow, man.
Rich Voss, where are you going to be?
Isn't that amazing?
God damn, E-Rock.
You can hear that you're crying there, right?
This is the first I'm hearing any of this since being here.
wow.
I couldn't listen to the replays.
Yeah.
And I
wow.
could tell when everyone got to certain parts of the replays just by the way my Twitter was blowing up.
Yeah.
And then over the weekend from On Demand when people were listening to it.
Yeah,
It
you
just
can tell what
didn't
part of the
stop.
show they were hearing.
Were you embarrassed?
No, I'm not embarrassed. It's difficult to listen to, but I'm not embarrassed about it. I've probably done other things that I've been embarrassed about more.
On the show? Than this?
Sure, or in life.
Oh, well. Yeah, but not in front of so many people.
Yeah, well.
Wow.
It's hard to hear yourself recorded when you're drunk. Just, let me listen to any afternoon drive show I've ever done.
Yeah, you know you were there, but it's like I don't remember sounding quite like that.
Whoa.
That's just amazing. What clip next there?
We could play where Sam asks.
Yeah, do the Sam one next.
Who do you think treats you the worst? That would be you.
You think so?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because you're an asshole.
Why do you think that?
Because it deflects all attention off of you, but lays positive attention on you.
I see.
If that makes any sense.
I see.
I don't think it does.
No, I don't think so either. So I'm the biggest.
That's great.
Yeah, that actually made sense, E-Rock.
It lays more positive attention on you.
That would be you.
And then we have the tequila, I guess, when I was chugging the alleged tequila.
Jesus. Oh, my God. I've never seen anything like this.
He's finished the bottle.
Anthony just did a half a bottle of tequila.
Incredible.
Amazing.
And I know that he doesn't like me. But
This is like Jimmy.
But what?
that was awesome.
E-Rock, my friend, and I do like you a lot. You're
He
crazy.
likes
You're crazy.
You're crying again. You know that, right?
Now I know. Because what he just did
Yeah. Awesome.
was fucking beautiful.
Fucking beautiful.
And you can isolate that and take a photo.
Wow.
You're a blubbering fool.
Right. It was unbelievable.
It really was.
People are like, you guys got to do that every Friday. You can't,
can't do
do
that.
those type of
Oh,
shows
my
every
God,
Friday.
no.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it just wouldn't
Break that out every once in a while, certainly, but
be good. Yeah. I just
the whole part of not knowing you're crying, and I thought about all weekend.
Oh, it was
that is
amazing.
just weird to me.
Yeah, that was strange. And people have asked, and I don't have an answer.
Dude,
like,
tears were pouring out of your eyes. You would
All right.
feel it physically, like, oh shit, man, I got tears
but
all over my face.
it wasn't your typical crying where, it was.
It was a
once you
typical
told me-
cry. You were, like Ant said, your lip was quivering, and
it was great.
you were in cry mode.
All right, then it didn't feel like that at that
It
point.
looked exactly like that.
And you were very red. Like, I'm looking at you now, and you know, you're normal and stuff. You were so red, like just boozed up.
I was
red.
very hot.
Yeah.
I give off a lot of heat.
A lot of heat.
It was unbelievable.
Oh, boy.
We certainly will have more clips. I want to hear some Denny clips, too.
Yeah, he was fantastic.
I don't know if it'll play as well as it did live. Who knows? But-
I just loved the radio voice, everything he was saying.
well, the
It's not
contrast
just a
between
voice.
these two as well.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You're a babbling, blithering drunk, and he's trying to hold this level of radio professionalism while all this shit was
Through this
going
madness.
on. It was great.
I think
through the madness.
towards the end, I said some not nice things to Dennis.
Oh, you were saying not nice things to pretty much everybody.
No, but around here is one thing. He's I guess a guest, and I think I was kept pointing out how many times he's been fired in the industry.
it was
you
great.
think you kept saying it.
But there was nothing that bad.
Nah, it wasn't that
There was
bad.
nothing you can't come back from.
Sal took the brunt of your drunken
he?
anguish.
Why, Sal?
Well, Sal just thought the whole bit was ridiculous.
Sal
Didn't
thought
you,
the bit was
Sal?
crazy. Sal wouldn't participate. He wouldn't do a shot.
Sal, you thought it was ridiculous, right?
And it backfired on Sal. Sal was trying to be the professional, not drinking,
Right.
and making fun of E-Rock for drinking on the air and coming up with the bit in the first place. And then meanwhile, all the Twitter comments, E-Rock's a rock star, Sal's a faggot. That's pretty much what the consensus was. It backfired on you, didn't it?
It's nothing against Eric for drinking. I like to drink. It's just I wanted Eric to do whatever he wanted to do. Let him, per se, dig
Let
his
him
own hole.
shine.
Yeah,
Oh,
let him
dig
do
his own hole. Please.
Let him say whatever he wants to say. I wanted nothing.
He dug his own hole and then threw you in it.
Yeah, that's fine.
You did
but
well.
I just didn't want to drink that day. Let Eric be the point of attention.
That was great.
E-Rock has done so much shit for this radio show. It's
Which he
unbelievable.
pointed out as he was crying. He
was
went
running down
over
the list.
Everything he had done for this program. It was great. It was fantastic. And then I like when he just stopped and said, "This wasn't supposed to be how the show went."
After it was it was so obvious it was an amazing show to everybody, and then he turns around thinking he bombed.
Thinking he ruined the show.
And ruined the show, and he started crying again.
And it's the actual thing is it's every other day you should feel that way. Eric's the best.
It was great.
No one wanted to make eye contact with him because he was just like doing this with he was going back and forth trying to pin his eyes on someone.
Someone was gonna
give
feel
him a
his
talking
wrath.
to. Yes,
his wrath.
He's a very emotional guy. That's all. Eric's a very sensitive guy.
So you put in a full day's work.
Yeah, because after this show, I did Sam's show.
Yep. Ron and
walked
Fez
around for a little bit, and then Ron and Fez wanted to talk to me, so I came in and finished the stuff for the weekend. Walked around the city for a while, got something to eat, and then went home.
How'd you get home?
I got home. It was all good.
Oh no, he drove.
Boy, I got home. That's never good.
Ooh, a little behind the wheel action.
I didn't say that.
How many hours later did you go home?
Yeah, what time did you go home?
I got home 3:15, 3:30.
Ooh, that's
It
not
was only about 5 hours later. And then what happened? You just crashed?
I passed out, and then I woke up and saw the clock was like 6:40, and started freaking out because it's that time of the year
where
the
think
morning
you're-
looks exactly like the afternoon.
You thought you were late for work? I hate that.
I jumped up, started panicking, and I'm like fumbling trying to get my phone, and was reading my phone and thinking you guys were trying to call for the last hour or something, right?
Shit.
And then I'm looking and I see Twitter going through, and then I realized, I went to work today.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go lay back down.
It really is great when that happens, because I've had that happen. You wake up, you really think you got to get to work, and you're like, oh, wait, I already did that today.
You know, you'd
I'm
think
going to
after
sleep.
so many years that it would kind of go away, and it never
Now
does.
you panic.
Did you get sick?
No, actually, I didn't.
That amazes me.
I didn't throw up, and I was expecting a bad headache or something, and I didn't even have that. But Roland tells me this after anything, and I never believe it, but this time it actually happened. Roland tells me, and he goes, oh, tequila shits are the worst. But he says that after barbecue and Guinness and any of that
he
stuff,
says it
right?
after everything.
Yeah. But, yeah, it was nonstop for, I think, 3 or 4 hours. It was just constantly going.
Dutying?
Oh, yeah.
Just pouring out of you?
Just, there was nothing solid at all. It's like, you know when you took a garden hose and turned it, instead of the stream, it just goes on that faint spray?
Oh, my God. You're just spraying out of your asshole.
So, yeah, for like 4 hours in a bottle of Pepto, and finally calmed
Have
down.
Denny say that. Spraying out of your asshole.
Here's the tokens.
Here's the
Yes.
tokens. Yes. Make sure Denny stops in after when he arrives today. Sal found a kind of a long clip about how you think you ruined the show.
Great.
After it was obvious to everyone we had an amazing
Yeah,
show.
let's hear that.
Yeah.
Before you do that, to Anthony and Toby.
Anthony.
Yeah.
I am sorry I fucked this whole show up.
Eric.
What do you got for me, Sal?
Hold on.
Hold on, Dennis.
Jesus, Danny, you don't know good radio when it's right in front of your face.
Stepping on a bit.
E-Rock, what are you talking about? What do you mean?
E-Rock
You
corrects
fucked
him.
it up?
This is not what it was supposed to be.
What was it supposed to be? Boss.
What was it supposed to be?
It turned out it's.
Look at Rich. Rich, do you miss partying? Not at all, right? What are you talking about, E-Rock? Eric.
Perfect.
The show was good. Why are you crying and saying you messed it up?
What I fucking love about E-Rock, this is
E-Rock.
where he got honest and fucking got even with this fucking jamoke right here.
Right. E-Rock.
Okay, and I
What
like
was
that.
the show
Pointing to
supposed to be?
Right.
What was the show supposed to be?
Not this.
What were you thinking it was going to be?
You know what? Fuck it. You're welcome for 4 hours.
Wait, what? But why do you think the show sucked? Or that you ruined the show?
A drinking show?
Yeah, but look, the donuts are gone, the tequila's gone. What kind of show did you want today?
You know what? You're right. You had nothing planned.
What happened?
What happened? You're confusing everybody.
Yeah, because
Most people would say this was a pretty good show.
Tequila and donut show, but now you're saying that you're sorry you ruined the show. What makes you think you ruined the show?
I don't think people really wanted to hear this. But now that I'm thinking about it, and I've worked in radio for 19 years, yeah, they wanted to hear this. So I retract my apology and go fuck myself.
Was that the end of the clip?
I retract my apology and go fuck myself.
It's about 30 seconds more if you want to hear the rest.
Oh, 30 seconds more? Yeah, play it out.
This was awesome.
Oh, God.
You sure? You sure it was awesome?
And
Yeah, we went late. I see that. Yes. It's past 10.
He's running the gamut of emotions.
10:08,
Yeah, yeah.
bonus time.
Bonus time. Do we get bonus money, though? Denny?
Well, you're stepping into somebody else's day party.
Yeah, Sam's show, which
It's stepping into somebody
Well,
else's
middays,
day
though.
part.
Are middays that important in radio, Denny?
Well, sure, it's the at work, the at work listening.
Yeah.
Because people leave the radio on, and you get all those quarter hours.
All those quarter hours.
All those quarter hours.
Do you know there's something to be said for guys? One of the shows I did on the road this weekend was a guy who did the show by himself.
Yeah.
And he was doing radio for 30 years, and he was one of these guys who was just a fucking pro.
Yeah, yeah.
And he didn't fake laugh, but he was very conversational, engaging. And when I walked out of there, I'm like, God damn, that guy was a fucking pro.
Professional,
like
right?
it was so much fun. Like you don't run into those old school guys anymore. There's something really, really great
Most of them
about
are gone.
the ones that aren't cheesy. Like this guy wasn't cheesy.
Yeah, it is an actual talent, and it's one of those things that like just are gone.
Right.
Yeah.
So then, so Friday was a waste for you? You didn't really do anything Friday night?
No,
You were done.
There was nothing I could do. I was running to the bathroom. I was, doing Pepto-Bismol and just trying to let it work itself out.
Man, when did you start feeling all right?
After I woke up, like I like around 6:47 around there, I started feeling better. I felt achy, but I wasn't like my head wasn't fucked up. I didn't have a headache. I didn't feel nauseous.
I just don't understand that.
I'd have had to wait until Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon, and been like, all right, I think I'm okay.
Yeah, it would have been well into Saturday for me. I'm a fucking lightweight.
Jeez.
And then Saturday, you felt pretty normal.
Saturday, I got up at 10 o'clock and
Jeez, man, that's
did
amazing,
stuff around the house.
And how did the wife take the whole thing?
She was laughing at it. She thought it was good.
She thought it was cool.
Yeah, she understood.
She's a cool broad.
Yeah.
She understood.
The Mrs. Z-Rock is a cool broad.
Oh, yeah.
What other clips you got, Sal? Anything else?
We got Eric doing his first and second water shot, and we got another long clip of E-Rock and Denny going back and forth.
Oh, nice. Okay. So, Jimmy, then we did the switcheroo. So now he's drinking water. But he absolutely did 10 shots of tequila.
And he absolutely didn't know that this was water.
No, he had no idea.
no.
First did it.
Yeah,
No.
listen to this.
All right, here we go.
Wait.
Cheers.
Salud.
Salud. You drinking? Oh, God.
Oh, that's smooth.
Oh, that's smooth.
Can I hear that one more time, please?
Oh.
Please, I want to hear you rocks. Oh.
All right, here we go.
Wait.
Cheers.
Salud.
Salud. You drinking? Oh, God.
Oh, that's smooth.
Yeah. It's water. Fucking water. Oh, that's smooth.
Oh, you're right.
But he made a face before he said that also. Like, he was expecting it to be rough. So he made a face like it was rough. Like, and then you realize, oh, ooh, that's smooth.
Okay.
Yeah, that's when I started. It was like, it wasn't as.
You didn't
Didn't have the kick the other one did.
You absolutely didn't
didn't.
realize, though, until after the fact.
No, not until Aunt was leaving.
All right. What else you got there, Sal?
We got another one of Eric doing another water shot.
Sure, hit that.
Oh, he's pouring it on the carpet for the homies. E-Rock, do a shot with the guy. Come on, it's your promotion.
I did enough.
All right, he's up to 11. Maybe he needs a breather.
But that's smooth.
Yeah, show him. Oh, it is.
Is it?
Yes.
The last one was really smooth, huh?
going down.
Is it smooth?
That's water.
What? The other guy. What?
The other guy just blows the
Denny?
bit. No, some guy we brought in.
Some guy, and he
just
took
blows the bit.
a swig of
he didn't know
the
that.
tequila
Yeah,
slash water.
maybe we should have told him.
Probably
Yeah,
should have.
but He goes, oh, that's water.
But he didn't blow it because E-Rock didn't.
Yeah, E-Rock still didn't know.
Oh, yeah.
Even though right in front of his face, the guy said it was water.
Yeah.
Oh, E-Rock didn't think so. You just thought it was smooth.
Smooth.
That's smooth. Oh.
And then we got a clip of E-Rock and Denny going. Is it Denny or Dennis?
Dennis.
It is Dennis.
Yeah, his name is Dennis, but
Everyone's
call him Denny.
been calling him Denny there Friday, so.
Fair enough. So here's E-Rock and Denny going back and forth. Old school radio guy and E-Rock just fucking hammered. He drank a half a
talked
bottle
about
of
tequila. I try
tequila.
to find things
I
that
like
we've
tequila.
done during the week
Water.
and maybe reapply
Yeah,
it
yeah.
to the show.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Denny?
Hey, is this mic hot? I don't want to
No
touch
one
it. until
cares.
it's on.
No one cares.
You did 3 hours.
I don't want to touch it until it's on.
It's all
If it's on.
That is so.
Who
Every
cares?
little aspect of radio professionalism, he knows it.
Who cares if it's hot? Just
Well, it's just, like...
You don't move a hot mic.
No, you
It
don't.
makes sounds.
you don't move a hot mic.
No.
You don't want to make those sounds because then the listener's saying, hey, gee, what's that? It just distracts from the listening experience.
It doesn't. You got to learn these things.
How's this guy feeling over
We're
here?
constant. Oh, well.
Oh well, he's crying, but he doesn't know he's crying.
We got to get a listener to take him home.
E-Rock,
Get
you
yourself
should-
an Obie and Anthony prize pack.
You should probably tell Denny how you feeling.
Denny did great. The first 3 hours, he
Sounds
did great.
He's the
He's
Foster
not
Brooks
needed
of radio.
now.
That's right.
But he was
He's
great.
not needed.
He was.
He just told me he's not needed now.
Who's the star now, Iraq?
Iraq loves telling people they're not needed any longer.
No past 10 o'clock.
Yeah. Oh shit.
You're in
Hey,
We're
this
in
guy's got to
overtime.
hit the network news or something at the time of the hour.
Shut up. Turn his mic off.
Shut up. Who's the star right now, Eric?
Turn it off. Don't laugh at me. Turn it off.
Oh, don't laugh at me. Turn it off.
And try to back time. If you have 2 minutes, give me
he's
Stay by
still
Maurice
talking.
Williams. It's 1 minute and 36.
All right, it's the Denny show.
This is one of the best Fridays ever. Holy shit.
Fucking weird.
Do you guys have like a regular sign off, like I was on, now I'm gone, or anything like that?
It's on now.
All right, let's do
sign
something.
off.
Next time we get together, I'll bring the
Let's
coffee. No need
pretend-
for the sugar because you're sweet enough.
Let's pretend it's your last
It's a
show
benchmark. It's a
because you've been
benchmark.
fired many times.
You don't get to do a last show.
Okay?
Iraq is a belligerent drunk.
But he goes, you don't get to do a last show, which is
Yeah,
another
yeah.
radio thing. That's true.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know that's true, E-Rock.
Yeah.
Quote the great Rich Voss, Pingo. You don't get to do a last show when you were fired from terrestrial.
Right.
Do your final Do your final sign off when, like, say maybe
Hey, how about
CBS Infinity-
Firefall?
Oh, he's still
Goodbye, I love you.
He's still talking.
trying to create something here, and you're walking all over it.
Well, because I'm used to talking with music under me.
Yeah, but no one cares.
Hey, we gotta get out of here.
No one cares.
Firefall. He's got
No one cares.
He's got a song for everything. Wait, let's do this. Give a topic. E-Rock, throw out a topic and see if Teddy has a song real fast.
No.
A topic, please. Please,
to you at
please,
this
please,
point.
please. That's it.
Yeah, we got some more. We have Denny doing some intros to some music hitting the post, I think.
Jesus.
Yeah. Whatever one you guys would like.
What do you want to do?
Denny hitting the post on Working for the Weekend.
Yeah, that was a good one. Let's hear what that sounded
Yeah,
like. Why
okay.
not? Why not?
What do
How
you wanna
about
do?
I know, Working for the Weekend.
That's right, Loverboy.
Yeah, Loverboy.
Go ahead, give it to me.
Here we go. This is your weekend party song right here.
Mm-hmm.
You guys
It's like
oughta do
Jerry's
this, yeah.
gin joint.
Oh, what is this? The live
The
version?
live version.
Sal again.
Holy shit, Handsome Johnny Tube Steaks wouldn't do that.
All right, it's time. It's the 5 o'clock whistle. We're getting out of the office. You've been there all week working up a sweat, but now it's time to work on a boogie on the dance floor. Loverboy, come on in here and show us how to rock and roll. Because you and I, baby, we're working for the weekend. Let's do it. Yeah!
Let's do it. Love it.
Opie's Chrysler
Danny.
video. The Chrysler building
Beautiful.
video is up on Opie Radio on YouTube. It's on the Facebook.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
And then Iraq just was plugging everybody's like gigs. and
Every little
where
dumb
they're gonna
thing
be.
we're all doing.
Yeah, he obviously didn't mention Toledo.
Oh, Jimmy.
Anything else, E-Rock? You don't feel ashamed or anything, do you?
No, I guess some of my family's starting to hear this for the first time now.
What? Really?
Yeah, my brother just texted me.
Oh.
He goes, "You're a mess,"
Oh.
but he said, "This is awesome."
You know, he's like Billy Bibbit in Cuckoo's Nest after he had sex.
Yeah.
And this is Nurse Ratched saying, "Aren't you ashamed?" And E-Rock's going, without stuttering, "No, I'm not."
Right.
No, I'm not.
And our job is to get him back to shame and
Right.
punch his penis as he's dragged away. So he cuts his own throat in the office.
Yeah.
Hearing Voss laugh was very funny, too.
Oh, yeah.
It was unbelievable.
Voss's hysterical laugh.
E-Rock shouldn't be ashamed at all. That was amazing.
Shame. What a performance.
If you did that every fucking Friday, then yeah, of course.
Fucking
But,
voted.
Zooted.
man.
That was a hell of a
Any other clips coming in, or is that about it?
Yeah, we got a little more of E-Rock and Denny going back and forth. That's a long clip. And we also have Denny hitting the post on it.
I like the E-Rock and Denny going back and forth because there's such a contrast there. There's
Yeah.
Even though Denny did 3 shots of tequila, he kept it like, fuck that.
Oh,
I still got to be a radio professional. Let's listen to this. You know the ramp time in this song, Denny?
Just giving me out.
Who was that,
We got a couple of
Tavares?
posts in it. No, that would be the Tramps.
Oh, the Tramps, right.
Group out
Tavares
of-
did
group out of Philadelphia.
did the other one from Saturday Night Fever.
More Than a Woman,
More Than a Woman.
which is written by the Bee Gees.
Sounds like a Bee Gees song, right?
Yeah.
it is Bee Gees.
Of course, yeah. No, I mean, it sounds like they were singing.
Well, I I've had myself a blast reliving the past here on a Friday. The Opie and Anthony Show, tequila and donuts. Don't forget Rich Voss. He's going to be out there at Bohemia. Make sure you go out and see him. We're going to be out there with the van. Sam's got the wheel of prizes. You've got some Opie and Anthony koozies to win. That's right. Also got some chopsticks, too. Bring him into the boss on Monday. He'll get a kick out of that. My name is Dennis Falcone. So much. Don't forget, this coming weekend here on the 60s on 6, everybody's favorite cousin, Cousin Bruce, will be here at 8 o'clock. Make sure you join him.
You just have an instinct for that shit.
Fucking great.
That's fucking beautiful. That is beautiful.
I'm helping out E-Rock, though.
Yeah.
How did I fail?
He failed.
He failed?
That was supposed to be his final sign-off. He was just signing off for the week.
The thing is, you don't say anything. You never say goodbye.
He knows that. He
No,
can't
the radio
do that.
station goes on, and you don't want to do anything bad. Because, no.
Shut up.
No.
Shut up. Hope's right.
Well, but these.
Shut up! This was your final send-off, and you promoted a fucking song.
He's
That's
a
right,
gentleman
because you
to
know
the
what?
end.
He's a gentleman.
I would be fucking
I'm a
breaking the
station
equipment.
employee.
A professional.
No,
You know
you're
what?
not. They fired you.
All right, say you go to another
Many
market and you say, you know what, you know what he did on his last break?
Shut up.
I'm just a music jock. I'm not Opie and Anthony.
I
Where
almost
those
called you
guys are
Sal, and I
zany
apologize for the
DJs.
insult.
They could do
Dennis.
stuff like that.
Dennis.
I'm not gonna do that.
I know, and you're looking for your next gig. I totally understand that.
Oh, E-Rock said the first next.
You need to say your final goodbye to the audience that made you
No.
on the station that you're currently
you
on.
don't say goodbye because the station is 24/7.
You
It
don't
goes on
say
forever.
goodbye because
No.
you know what happens next week
They don't
at
give a damn about
3
you.
p.m.,
They
6
don't
a.m.,
care.
whenever the fuck you're on.
Life
Some
goes
other
on.
dude, and guess what? The audience doesn't give a shit.
And exactly. Life goes on.
Doesn't give a
You're
shit.
not goes
Life
between
goes on.
anger,
Doesn't give a shit.
crying,
Goes on.
You say your goodbye,
and love.
and then you go off to
Hey,
Toledo.
look, my friend,
where
I've been in this business for 30
Shut
years, you know?
up!
What's going on in Toledo, Eric?
Jim Norton will be.
Yes.
I don't
Wait,
know the
Danny
place,
just took
but
his
he's in
head-
Toledo.
That's it. I mean, come on. You rock
Thank
I
you.
just can't take it
I'm
anymore.
not
I
insulting
got to
you.
listen to professionals
I'm
like
not
that.
Radio
Insulting
war.
You're insulting me.
No, you're a veteran. I'm not insulting you. I have the utmost respect for you. But
Sounds-
this is your last show. You should say goodbye to the audience that
I said I had a
you,
blast reliving
that
the
built
past.
you.
Nah, it built me. Come on, you just move on. That's
And
it.
then you welcome them back when you go to the next station.
See you on down the dial, wherever that may be.
See on down the dial. How do you not love him?
You got them all.
But you didn't say that during your
answer
goodbye.
for
That's the
every
perfect thing you
situation.
I'll
say.
see you at 15:60 a.m. Any further to the right, I'll be in the glove compartment. I play polka music at 1390 WRIV.
You did.
I've done that.
You done the
Done
polka.
it. Done it.
all.
Done it.
We're
Any
back
further
live.
to the right, and I'll be in the glove compartment.
How old school is
Dude,
that?
that's a fucking. You know that line's been around before.
Oh,
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
He's got them all. He's got them all.
The old school where there was an actual dial
Right.
that went back and forth in your car, and that was way over to the right.
That's funny.
I'll be in your glove
I'll be in
compartment.
the glove compartment. Oh, it's funny.
How great is that? What do you got, Sal? One more, you said?
Yeah, E-Rock tells Ope to go home.
Is that? You want to?
He was belligerent.
Puke, man. Get
Maybe
some of
you
that
should
alcohol
puke.
out of
I don't
out
feel
of-
sick, though.
Yeah, but you
I
should
know,
get
but
it
you're
out of
crying. You don't even know you're crying.
Yeah.
I
You
can
wanna-
see this ending horribly.
You want to belly up to the garbage and stick
know
your fingers
what?
down your throat?
Go home.
We're done.
Holy shit!
Scott and Todd in at 9:48.
And we're gonna end at
it's
9:52.
Something.
I'm staying in this seat for a little longer. Fuck
No.
that.
Go home. No one needs
Go
you.
home.
You're so mean.
Yeah.
Just mean to everybody.
Yeah.
We were all scared to make eye contact with him.
E-Rock is a nasty little drunk.
And it all started with the Scott and Todd shit.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
That fell, I fell a little flat, I guess, considering all the work you put into it.
But
What did he do? I was watching Dish Nation. I thought of you. What did you do about Scott and Todd?
Just breaking down their show and the fact that they don't really talk that much and they get paid between $2 and $4 million a piece to
Get
do.
the fuck out of here!
Yeah,
really?
exactly. That's why I brought it to the show. They make a shitload of money to do
And
pretty much nothing on their show.
apparently they talk just a fraction over an hour every show. That's it.
An hour out of 4. They're on the air 4 hours. They talk maybe an hour.
Yeah.
I watched some of that horrible Dish Nation. Thank you. And God damn, the way
People
they do
like the
jokes,
Dish Nation.
it sucks.
But people are watching, man.
The Black Show isn't that bad. Like, compared to the other shows, that one is actually okay compared to the Scott and Todd and the other. Oh,
Scott and Todd.
That Scott and Todd's abominable.
So hard to watch on that show. On that Dish Nation.
Yeah, when he does he's just doing jokes in his sweater. So am I actually right now. But he's doing them into camera.
Yeah.
Wow.
Playing to the camera, yeah.
Oh, yuck.
Yuck, huh? Well, do we have that disc of Scott and Todd? Because we should have that. Maybe we'll play that after the break.
Oh, right, because we never got to it Friday.
No, we never got to it.
Never
This could be
played
good. We can maybe play this after the break. We'll see.
Let's do that.
Anything else, E-Rock?
I like when he said there was jelly in the donut and he was all happy.
Yeah.
He's like, he's crying with a face full of jelly donut,
Yeah,
like Private Pile.
Yeah,
exactly.
You absolutely held your own, man.
Well, that's good.
You really did, considering you were 10 shots in.
Thanks for the Toledo plug.
Yeah.
Very well, good boy.
Even though you couldn't remember where it was.
It's all right.
I tried for the life of me.
Neither could anybody else in Toledo. E-Rock's a sweet boy.
And E-Rock's always been a soldier, man. Period. I say that to everyone.
Never
the
says
amount
no.
of shit he's done for this show is ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
Ridiculous.
E-Rock is he's the very rare combination of utterly incompetent and irreplaceable.
Very rare.
It's very rare that he does absolutely nothing and yet is irreplaceable on the show. Absolutely worthless and yet loved.
We got it.
The clips keep on coming in. We're going to have to replay that show.
It's so many
Next time we're out or something.
So many people were raving about it, saying that they heard the original show and then had to listen to one and some people two replays.
Right,
hearing it 3 times, and they were still cracking up.
I got to get this. I got to get Sirius XM activated in my car.
Yeah, right.
I fucking keep forgetting.
Right.
To get our channel activated. But
Did this make the countdown?
No, it didn't. Because I couldn't focus on that show.
Oh, boy.
To edit it down.
All right, so it'll be fresh.
Normally it
when we
would have
play
been.
the whole thing.
Yeah.
We have another clip coming in. We're not playing the whole show, by the way. These are clips that they're just
I'm dying.
grabbing
I
on the
wanted
fly.
to hear these.
What do you got, Sal?
This is when everything starts to blur a little bit for Eric.
How many shots in, you think? Do you remember, E-Rock?
I have no idea.
Yeah, all right.
I'll have to listen.
What's the matter, E-Rock?
You all right, Bubba?
E-Rock. How you doing?
Everything is blurring. So I'll be here, and here.
Are you?
So
Wow.
3 of me.
Which one's the Oapster?
Yeah, the Opster, Opie, and Greg Hughes in the
Do you
studio.
feel
You're
okay,
in
though?
this general area.
Do you have the spins? A little bit?
No, I don't have the spins, but it's like all over. Blurred.
Holy shit, he's fucked up. Oh, no, E-Rock.
How many?
Your eyes are tearing,
How
too.
many Anthony's you see?
He's right here.
Why
You're
is your
over here?
Your eyes are totally
Why-
tearing.
yeah,
like
your
you're
eyes are
crying
tearing.
tears. Look, there's tears running down your face.
And he can't keep them straight.
E-Rock,
either.
why are you crying?
Look who he
I
works
have
for.
no idea.
Those are called tequila
Are you
eyes.
okay?
No, they're called tequila eyes.
But I see his lip is quivering, too. E-Rock's crying. What happened?
I'm fine.
He's crying.
This is fucking bizarre.
It's not watery eyes. He's actively crying.
Yeah.
Why are you
Like, I see a
crying?
lip quivering. Why are you crying?
I'm not. Maybe I need a donut.
Yeah, you're donut, buddy.
He doesn't think he's crying?
I don't like chocolate.
That isn't just tears like when something goes down. He's... What's the matter?
That tastes awful.
That tastes awful.
tastes-
Wow, man.
Jeez.
Yeah, that was the first crying episode
Amazing.
where it was like, wow, his eyes are like, your eyes went from drunk glassy, which, we've all seen, and to just like welling up to running down your cheeks. You're like, what the fuck? That was so weird.
Yeah, was not really aware until you kept pointing it out over and over, and then I'm
Yeah,
like, oh,
yeah.
Because
it's like, uh-oh.
the only reason we kept pointing it out over and over again. It was so bizarre to not know you were crying.
Yeah.
That was
I
so
didn't,
strange to me.
Yeah, I didn't even know it had started at that point.
Oh,
now.
my God.
It wasn't just a little. I mean, tears were pouring out of your eyes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Tears in his eyes, I guess.
Yeah. Gonna squirt? Gonna squirt?
Gonna squirt.
Is that it for the clips? Those are pretty good clips.
Yeah, we got. They're coming in little by little, but Sam's coming to show me one right now.
Yeah. If my dad was here, he would have called you Pissy Eyes. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's fucking great.
So what's going on? Should we break?
Whatever you guys want to do. I mean, I'm trying to. The folder's taking a little while to load all the clips that are coming in.
We got more clips worth playing, Sam?
If you want. I mean,
There's a million of them.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I just pulled a clip of Eric being very you know, you always talk about confident E-Rock.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
After show confident E-Rock was as confident as I've ever seen any person.
Wow.
Especially when Nicole walked in.
Really? All right. Well,
Right, yeah.
Why don't we take a little break, and we might play more clips from the big Friday show, Tequila and Donut Day.
I'd love to hear that one, Confident E-Rock.
Yeah, Confident
I
E-Rock.
really, I've never
We have
seen it.
right now if you want. It's a minute long if you want to just.
We'll play it after the break, because there might be a couple more that come in to finish up this whole thing. All right? All right.
On Sirius XM.
News of the world. Opie and Anthony. Hollywood radio show to the stars. Silver screen heavy hitter Donald Sutherland was on the Opie and Anthony show and had a ball.
Jesus, this is the most depressing show. I feel totally alienated. And you actually have listeners.
Mr. Movie Magic Donald Sutherland told all. He was more starstruck by both the Opie and Anthony fellas than they of him.
When I came in here, I was terrified. Absolutely terrified. Who booked me into this show?
Donald, before you leave us, tell us, please, did you have fun with Opie and Anthony?
Did I have fun here? Oh, I'm so happy it's finished.
Stay tuned as News of the World continues to take an inside look at the lives of silver screen studs and starlets on Opie and Anthony, Hollywood radio show to the stars.
Sirius XM. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Mm-hmm. It was one of those drinking weekends, I guess. St. Patty's Day.
St. Patty's Day.
They had the big parade here in New York City on Saturday, and then Sunday, yesterday, was the actual day, right?
I'll tell you something. You know, you were talking about the parade in Huntington outside F.H. Riley's last week.
Yes.
And how it's just sucked.
Yeah.
I was watching a little bit of coverage on TV of that St. Patty's Day parade here in the city, in Manhattan. It looked the same. It just looked like it sucked.
Yeah. I don't know.
There's just people marching around with green hats. And
yeah. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
Did parades always suck?
I don't know. When you got a parade with no floats,
right?
I think it sucks.
Well, I mean, you know, the Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade is awesome. And it
That's
really
got,
is. I don't mind
the
watching
balloons, the fucking floats, the music.
I used to live a half a block from the parade route, so we would just kind of, stagger out of bed and just kind of go a half a block, stand there and check it out. It's kind of cool to check out live with all the floats going by. But every other parade, why? What's?
It's so stupid. The St. Patty's Day parade, it's just a bunch of drunks marching. Yeah. Then you got some firemen.
Right.
Then you got some cops.
Right.
And then you got bagpipes.
Right.
And then you got some cops. And then you got drunks. And then you got firemen. Then you got bagpipes.
Yeah, they just keep rotating the same shit. Is the parade only a couple blocks long and they just
spin it around and around
in one big circle? You can't have a parade where you look at half the people and go, "Wait a minute, you should be on this side of the fence."
Yeah. You should be watching the parade, not in
you
it.
should be watching the parade like I am.
Mm.
What makes you special that you're marching down Fifth Avenue?
Yeah, it made no sense whatsoever.
And were there politicians involved?
Yeah, Bloomberg was in there.
Oh, Bloomberg.
And,
we should just throw our big gulps at the dope.
Yeah.
Bloomberg.
He was there. A bunch of, politicians are out there pressing the flesh.
I actually watched for maybe 2 minutes.
It's terrible.
And the same thought you had. Just there's no reason for this anymore.
And I guess NBC was covering it. And they had the cameras set up where there was like viewing stands for dignitaries, I guess.
Okay.
And no regular people in the crowd on the sides of the street.
Right.
So you weren't even getting seeing some drunks holding up their drinks and going, woo! Not even that. It was the worst coverage I've ever seen of a parade, of a horrible parade.
Of a horrible parade.
Yeah. I mean, bagpipes are great. The first 5 groups of people that go by with them, I guess.
Right.
After that, you're like, really? It's all you got? Fucking bagpipes? Yeah, I wasn't feeling it, yo. And then Sunday, I guess, was actually St. Patty's Day. So it was kind of a 2-day, bender.
The whole weekend.
To go on, yeah.
Good excuse to get a couple days in, right?
Yeah, I had a few Guinness, few of them Guinness for the occasion. It was snowing during the parade, too.
Right.
Saturday, we had some snow in the area.
Didn't stick, though.
It's not gonna stick.
It's gonna be fine.
The parade will go off without a hitch. Yeah, so it just sucks. That's what it is. A bunch of people with fucking sashes. They're wearing green sashes.
But this is just a crowd of people walking down Fifth Avenue. Like, who are these people?
Oh,
we're
look,
looking at a clip right now.
scarf.
Like, who are they?
Who are they?
It's just a bunch of people going, I guess I'll just march in the parade.
Yeah, doesn't that look like it should be
Oh, it's snowing.
just people watching the parade?
Yeah.
There's a dad carrying his kid. You should have the kid up on his shoulders watching this shit. Look, there's no... It stinks.
That was just so you didn't see drunks, though. That's all that was.
Is it?
Yeah, they don't want it to turn into like the coverage of like the Puerto Rican Day Parade they had a few years ago, or they want it to seem like a nice event.
But it's not a nice event. There's nothing really to it anymore.
It's
I don't know when
very
it
hard.
changed, or maybe it was always just who gives a fuck.
They got a lot of cops on the parade route keeping people from drinking, by the way. So it's not even like the old days of the St. Patty's Day parade here in Manhattan used to be, from what I knew, people from Long Island would hop on the railroad, go in, get fucking obliterated.
That was still happening.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What they do with the parade is they go way uptown where it's a little more chill. See, that's what you're kind of seeing. But you get more toward Midtown and all that. It's still
it gets a little crazy.
Yeah, we used to broadcast live on a few St. Patty's Day, and we remember just trying to get to the broadcast. It was just a whole bunch of drunks.
But that's
in this area.
But that was a while ago. I mean, the cops have really cracked down on fucking drinking, man.
Yeah, no, I saw plenty of people kind of drunk wandering around this weekend in New York City with their green hair, and it's still happening. Definitely.
The Long Island Railroad apparently banned any kind of booze.
Oh, really?
On their trains until Sunday morning.
Oh, so they are definitely trying to cut it down.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to crack down on the boozy factor.
I definitely saw enough people.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Ain't like it used to be, though.
More importantly, we almost lost Lil Wayne over the weekend. My God, thank God he's okay.
Oh, God.
TMZ was so excited. Did you follow this at all?
What a who cares?
You don't like Lil Wayne? I like Lil Wayne.
Well, TMZ had him dead. TMZ had him in a coma. TMZ said they're just waiting for Lil Wayne's mom to fly in to basically pull the plug. TMZ said he was given his last rites.
Well,
TMZ went all the fuck in, and then, 6 or 8 hours later, they deleted everything off their site. They got the wrong info from somebody.
Damn.
But they had Lil Wayne basically dead.
In critical condition after more seizures.
Right.
That's what we got now? Is that current?
No.
Okay.
No, that's all stuff that is just not true.
How's Lil Wayne now?
Lil Wayne's doing all right?
Yeah, I mean, I think
he tweeted even and said he was doing all right.
Was it from the Scissorp?
That's what it was from, yeah.
What is Scissorp?
It's
man.
prescription cough syrup with Mountain Dew and Jolly Ranchers. Is one recipe.
Fuck it. Who invented that?
The black community.
Rappers in the South have been.
Yes.
There was another, I think, either Pimp C or Bun B. One of those two died from drinking too much of it.
Too much scissor.
I guess you don't realize how much you're getting fucked up. It's like,
so what? You sip this shit?
Yeah, you get prescription strength codeine.
Right.
And then you mix it with usually Mountain Dew, but it could be Sprite or
Sprite.
I've seen Lil Wayne use cream soda.
Right.
And then you throw in some Jolly Ranchers because it's not sweet enough.
For flavor.
Oh my God.
How is it not sweet enough?
And you drink it out of a styrofoam cup or 3 styrofoam cups.
I think E-Rock should have some scissor.
Scissor.
You're right. You want to do some scissor?
No, I'm good.
Scissorp.
Yeah.
It's just hilarious.
Why wouldn't you just...
You could call it scissorp or drank.
Right.
Drank.
Yeah.
Where's my drank?
Did that cause actual seizures in Lil Wayne?
Yeah.
Man.
Codeine, I guess.
Yeah.
Right.
Do they call it beverage? I'd like my beverage, please.
I don't think it's beverage.
Might I have my drink?
Yes.
But Lil Wayne's had a huge problem with it for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
He's addicted to the scissor.
He drinks codeine constantly.
Really?
Well, that can't be good for you after a while, huh?
Like, if you saw it, they put out a documentary. You saw it, Ant.
Oh, yeah, I
Remember?
loved it.
And
Loved
he was
it.
taking full 2-liter bottles of soda
Uh-huh.
and adding codeine to it.
Yeah.
And then just mixing the 2-liter bottle
Yeah.
and just drinking it.
What does the codeine do to you?
Fucks you up.
Oh,
Yeah,
man,
it fucks you up good.
that gives you this lethargic kind of.
It's like it's the NyQuil buzz, kind of.
Yeah, it's very very morphine-ish. On a lower level, but yeah, it's a kind of a motherfucker.
I bet you he was fucked up on that when he testified in that. Remember the funny audio of him testifying last night? He had
Classic.
He was on the scissor.
to be. He was obviously addicted to it. That's.
Yeah.
I don't know what codeine does exactly, but I know it really gets you fucked up.
His best friend / manager stopped riding the tour bus with him because he couldn't see him because he was fucked up all the time. And he was like, I can't see him like this anymore.
Jeez.
And that was years ago. So
Right. Well, now it got to the point it caused seizures.
I guess so.
And they were saying that he was given his last rites, and that rappers were gathering at the hospital.
Yeah.
They do
all
have,
that shit.
They do have pictures of Nicki Minaj and Birdman showing up at the hospital.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Nicki Minaj.
Who's the Birdman?
That's
Of Alcatraz?
Bird.
Birdman.
Oh. Although he really wasn't Leavenworth, if anybody wants just a little fun fact.
Right.
Historically. I like Lil Wayne because he kind of embraces metal. Like, he likes metal, so I kind of like that as a rapper.
He is talented.
Yeah, he's weird. He really embraces metal though. Like now he wears like tight pants. He wants to be like an 80s.
It's crazy.
Hair metal rocker.
Yeah.
Doesn't have his britches down around his ass.
No, they still sag, but they're like skin tight. He wears jeggings.
Oh.
Nice. Does he come up here at all? I would love to get him on the show.
I've never seen him up
No?
here.
Kind of hard to get.
I fucking
even come
start
to
crying, you piece of shit.
New York much.
Oh, yeah.
What happened?
The
Do we have audio of that?
Rapists. The fucking rapists. They were in
Oh, my
Ohio.
God.
They were found guilty.
Ohio
huh?
teens convicted of rape.
Do we have audio of that guy crying like that?
I hope so.
We we do not. They got a year, right?
At least, I think. One guy got... The one part I don't agree with, the one guy getting 2 years or an extra year for putting photos of her
Taking
because she's under...
pictures.
But, I mean, he's 17, she's 16. There's something with that age thing that kind of bugs me if you're the same age.
But photography is a whole different game.
Yeah, it is.
When you post fucking pictures of underage, it goes beyond just consenting
That's true.
teens.
All right.
That's craziness. Hey, if I can't do it, no one can.
But, I mean, I don't
how I
know enough
feel.
about this case. Like, I know it's a brutal... Like, did they fuck her or just finger her?
Brutal.
Like, I did not... I don't know all the details.
Yeah, I think they got him on the digital
The case
insertion.
that has captured the nation's attention. Two teens accused of raping a drunken 16-year-old girl during a booze-fueled night of partying learned their fate today. The high school football players for Steubenville's Big Red never took the stand, but maintained their innocence throughout. But the judge found them guilty on all counts. CNN's Poppy Harlow was in the court for the entire trial. Poppy?
Poppy.
Hi there, Don. Well, as you know, this case has put the town of Steubenville, Ohio in the spotlight for months. But today, the judge made his verdict known to all. The mother of the 16-year-old victim spoke out for the first time since Trent Mays and Malik Richmond raped her daughter, saying this after court ended.
It did not matter what school you went to, what city you lived in, or what sport you've played. Human compassion is not taught by a teacher, a coach, or a parent. It is a God-given gift instilled in all of us. You displayed not only a lack of this compassion, but a lack of any moral code. Your decisions that night affected countless lives, including those most dear to you. You were your own accuser through the social media that you chose to publish your criminal conduct on.
Criminal.
This does not define who my daughter is. She will persevere, grow, and move on.
Good luck with
I
that.
have pity for you both. I hope
Pity
you
the
fear
fool.
the Lord, repent for your actions, and pray hard for his forgiveness.
The convicted rapists, both teenage boys, showing remorse after being found guilty.
I would truly like to apologize to our family, my family, and the community. I would like to apologize to you people. I had no intention to do anything like that. I'm sorry to put you guys through this. That's just like...
What's up there, tough guy? Going to prison, tough guy.
want you to ask about her, so I'm sorry, I didn't want to say it. I always would have had like.
The 16-year-old
I bet it
girl
was all
was
fun that
raped
night.
during a series of late-night parties in August when she was drunk.
The court is able to view the demeanor of the witnesses, judge their credibility, and weigh the evidence presented to the court. The court has done so in this case, and it is the court's decision that both of the defendants are hereby adjudicated delinquent beyond a reasonable doubt on all 3 counts as charged.
Malik Richmond sentenced to a minimum of 1 year in a juvenile correction facility for rape. Trent Mays to a minimum of 2 years, guilty of rape and of taking and distributing an illegal nude photograph of the victim. Both Mays and Richmond will also have to register as juvenile sex offenders. Prosecutors said the girl was so intoxicated she wasn't capable of consenting to anything.
This case is about a 16-year-old girl who was taken advantage of, toyed with, and humiliated. And it's time that the people who did that to her are held responsible.
Eyewitness testimony from 3 teenage boys, all friends of Mays and Richmond, and all granted immunity from criminal prosecution, was damaging. One witness saying he videotaped Mays performing a sexual act on the girl during a car ride between parties. 2 others testified they saw Richmond do the same later that night while she was lying naked on the floor. In the state of Ohio, this act performed without consent constitutes rape.
There seems to be an unbelievable casualness about rape and about sex. It's a cavalier attitude, a belief that somehow there isn't anything wrong with any of this.
Text messages, tweets, and photos were at the center of the trial. Fellow teens vulgarly joked about the rape. Song of the night is definitely Rape Me by Nirvana.
Hey, what if that was your daughter?
But it isn't. What? If that was my daughter, I wouldn't care. I'd just let her be dead.
Witnesses read text messages, including this one about the victim from Trent Mays to a friend. Yeah, dude, she was like a dead body. I just needed some sexual attention. Now, in addition to handing down this sentence, the court ordered that Trent Mays and Malik Richmond also receive treatment while they are serving time to ensure that they do not commit another sex crime. Additionally, Ohio's Attorney General Mike DeWine held a press conference where he said that a grand jury will be convened here to determine whether or not others committed crimes in this incident.
Damn.
God, it's horrible.
They're going after everybody.
But only a year, man.
I have a couple questions. One, did they have to consent to allowing it to just be a judge? Why didn't they take a jury trial?
Yeah, they did have to.
They had to agree
They
to
went
that.
with that. Yeah, yeah.
That was terribly dumb.
Really? Because they assumed that in front of a fucking jury they would really get fucked.
Oh, maybe.
Oh, yeah, they wouldn't have a shot against the jury.
Then the emotion the judge will probably handle it with the least amount of emotion as possible.
But they also are football. To be completely devoid of humanity here, that's a football town. And that was a tremendously polarizing case.
Yeah.
And a lot of people might have thought, well, these young men look, OJ got off, for fuck's sake. It's like, I don't know what I would have went with there if I was them, but like social media, how besides doing that, which is awful, how dumb are you?
Right.
Like, do people not, like, I guess because when we were teenagers, we talked shit.
Yeah.
Like, you'd talk about it and tell your friends, and this is how people talk now.
Right.
They talk on Twitter. They talk on
just amazing
video.
I think they did get. I think they did get off. A year is easy.
I don't know. Like, I have weird feelings about that being called rape, even though I understand they should go to jail for it.
Right.
I don't think fingering somebody is rape. Maybe, and women will fucking hate me for that.
Oh God! Wow. Yeah, maybe the women should call up on that one.
No, I just because I think
I'm
rape.
sure they feel violated having anything inside them like that.
There should be something that is a code that's a sexual violation or something. Rape to me is when you put your dick in somebody. Rape is almost like a.
I think fingering is just as bad if she's not fucking
violent.
aware or wanting that.
Rape is fucking a beating, a violent, a fucking somebody. I'm not saying that they shouldn't go to jail. I'm happy with them getting a year for this. Fine. I just don't think it should be called rape. It's some kind of a sexual violation. I just
Probably
think
should have got more time, is what I'm saying. A year is like fuck.
Yeah, I'm fine
That's
with
nothing.
that.
And the one guy might get 2?
Well, yeah. They're pieces of garbage. And there are these guys with this football culture who think they can do no wrong. I believe
They
me,
could
they're
do whatever
shitty
they
guys.
want. I'm sure, that fucking guy that's weeping in the courtroom was laughing his ass off. Oh, he's fucking carting her around like a piece of meat. They were talking about pissing on her and fucking.
I heard did they come on her too? Is that true?
Yeah.
They jacked off on her?
Yeah, it's fucking.
okay. All right.
Yeah, it's just fucking animals. They don't, it's terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
They're lucky they're underage. How many years would that be if they were of age?
Oh. Yeah, that would have been a
They're
biggie.
extremely lucky.
Yeah, that's a big fucking case.
Certainly their names will be tainted and all that, but could have been a hell of a lot worse, I'm thinking.
And I heard Candy. Do we have any Candy Crowley clips?
That fuck.
No, because there was a big story about her.
Yeah.
Because the way she
raped the debate.
Yes, and she raped the cookie jar. Her fat face. Was that she seemed like she was showing empathy for the guys, like how sad it was to watch the guys' lives.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
We don't have that? I'll get it.
Hey, look at Confident Sam.
We'll find it.
Ugh.
This guy's going to explain the difference between a fingering and a rape. Brandon in Virginia, what's up there, buddy?
Oh.
Hey, I don't know how it is in Ohio, but in Virginia, there's rape and then there's forcible sodomy, which would be the thing.
That's sodomy. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's considered forcible sodomy under the code in Virginia, anyway.
Isn't there like something different? Like there's something called sexual misconduct. I think that's if you're on a date with a girl and you're fooling around and she says don't do it and you put your dick in. They don't classify that as rape, or maybe they didn't, but they called it sexual misconduct. But I think that should be rape because you're sticking your dick in somebody.
Yeah.
I believe now that's still considered rape. It's just a rape, but under the code, it's still rape.
Well, in Ohio, even as a digital penetration is considered rape.
Okay.
That's what they say. That's fucking rape.
Right.
Okay.
They don't break it down in Ohio.
Yeah, maybe that's
or in
better.
That area of Ohio.
Maybe that's better because it protects women.
Anything else, Brandon?
No, I was it punching out.
All right, man. Let's go to Christy in Connecticut. Christy.
Hi. How
Hey.
are you this morning?
Hi, Christy.
All right.
Listen, I just want to add on to what Jimmy said. I think that rape may be a little strong. Again, I don't know the whole product of the whole case. But what about sexual assault? I mean, I'm kind of on the same lines as Jimmy. Did they actually penetrate her? Was it just a finger? And the other thing is, why is she 16 years old drunk with all those dudes? Where was her mother?
Yeah, but
exactly.
Okay, fine. But teenagers do that stuff. You know that. I agree with you about the sexual. I think sexual assault is more likely or more comfortable than rape. It sounds like that to me. But it doesn't matter that she just got fucked up at a party and she was stupid and she shouldn't have. But they really were fucking way. They were awful.
You're blaming the victim, Christy?
No, I'm not blaming the victim, but where is her responsibility?
Well, her responsibility, it was pretty bad judgment to get fucked up, but that doesn't all of a sudden
Make it
relieve
okay.
you of your rights as a human being to not be fucked with, no matter
jerked
how
off on.
drunk you are. Those guys are animals. They weren't thinking about anything at that point.
This is not just one guy. Like if this was one guy who hooked up with this girl at a party and he fingered her and he fucked her and he fooled around with her and it's a different mentality than in a room like that and filming it and fucking jerking off on. That's a fucking. That's a really. That's the type of thing where if they were all 5 or 6 years older, that probably would have turned into a brutal gang rape.
Yeah,
if they were a little bit older,
right? Mm-hmm.
Why are you putting yourself in that situation, though? I mean, use your head. If you're going out with 5 dudes, what do you think's going to happen? By the end of the night, if you're drunk and you don't think anything's going to happen, you're stupid.
You're right. That was stupid. And she should have made better judgment. Where the fuck were her friends? Like sometimes the cock block friends are needed, but that's still just because she was dumb and she made some stupid decisions doesn't mean that she deserves that shit.
Uh-huh.
Well, no, I didn't say she deserved
No,
it.
I know.
But, I mean, you have to use your head, especially in this day and age. I mean, use your head. Show me your friends. I'll show you you.
Yeah, you should protect yourself better. I mean, be a little smarter.
All right.
But it's hard when you get drunk. I mean, any rational person, you're talking to rational people right now. The problem is when you start drinking, you're like, I can fucking drive.
Yeah.
Like most drunk drivers who kill people, if you sat them down as sober people, would go, oh no, I never want to kill anyone. You make bad decisions when you're drunk.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
All right, Christy, thank you. Let's go to Keith. He's a cop in Detroit. Keith.
Hey, guys. How
Hi,
you doing
Keith.
this morning?
Hello.
What's up, Keith?
Hey, I followed a little bit of this case, and the defense attorney said that they didn't find any type of bodily fluid or semen in her.
Oh,
okay.
So they did penetrate her digitally, which is with the fingers and everything else. And also, they also brought out the trial that she had been pursuing these two guys earlier in the day and like the weeks before. So, she knew these guys and she wanted to get down with them, but she got drunk that night and they did take advantage of her.
Hey,
So
Keith.
that was,
Keith,
yes, sir.
could you hand the phone to the cop?
What do you mean?
Just hand it up to the front seat, and let's talk to the officer.
Right.
Dick Anthony.
Jesus. Then before you guys, when the one chick got slapped out in Seattle, remember?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, Keith, let me, because obviously she was into these guys or whatever, but it's amazing. Like, when you see them, they sunk themselves, like, with their text messages and all this shit. Like, that stuff is admissible evidence. Like, what arrogant, dumb motherfuckers
Just
would do
assuming
that?
that stuff wouldn't go anywhere.
How do you think that's okay to do?
Right.
Yeah, that would put up a red flag with people, obviously.
Hell yeah.
All right, brother, I got to go to Mark.
Thank you, Keith.
He's furious with the girl that was just on, Christy. Mark, go ahead, in Chicago.
Oh, how are we doing?
All right, buddy.
That lady's so full of shit, and so is that last guy. Number one, if you know the background of this thing, these guys call themselves the rape crew. This is not the first time they've
Yeah,
done
they
it.
do.
They get away with this all the time.
Oh, okay.
It's a culture that lives in this town. They have nothing there but these freaking football players. Number two, the girl was set up by another guy she blew off. I won't say his last name. His first name's Cody. He's going to get a civil suit. He's going to be arrested, too.
Wait, hold on. What do you mean? Slow down. Don't say his name. But another guy set her up with those two guys?
Wait, and slow down. Hold on, and back up. They were known as the rape crew, so they did this type of thing before?
Yes, if you go back and look, that's what they called themselves. There's 3 other girls that they've done this to.
So they assumed they were untouchable, that they could get away with some of this shit. Gotcha.
Exactly. That's the culture. Number two, she broke up with another guy. You're going to hear his name soon.
Okay.
He set her up, and he told her come to this party. He wanted her to come with these guys. She came, the dumb bitch. Oh, her mother. Did that dumb bitch go to every party with her mother when she was 16? What a freaking
No, but dude, hold on. I don't think that girl was saying she deserved it. I think she's saying, like, where's your judgment? Protect yourself. Like, I think she's almost.
Her judgment was she was going out with her friends like every kid does when they're 15 and 16.
Yeah, man.
But she still used bad judgment.
Exactly. I'm sorry to get upset, guys, but it's just she got set up by this other dickhead who's going to get arrested.
Where was one fucking person in that room to say, "Hey, guys, what the fuck are you doing?
This is going
What
way
are you
too far,
fucking crazy?"
There was one guy.
It's a fucking human being, man. What the fuck are you doing? Police up your dicks.
One guy that did it, he got on the phone and he screwed up the one dude that got arrested or who got convicted. His phone died. It was his cousin, and he said, "What the f are you doing on somebody else's phone?" And that was evidence that kind
right.
of too. One guy, and exactly how do you?
Wait, what do you mean he was on someone else's phone? I'm not sure what you mean.
His phone died. His cousin's phone died.
Okay.
His cousin saw what was going on or heard about it. He got on so he had to use somebody else's phone. What happened? They grabbed all the phones and deleted all the evidence, or all 15 other assholes who still might get it. The point is to answer that nice young lady who seems to go out with her mother every day and doesn't want to go out and give the kid the victim any credit here, like Crowley, that fat ass on CNN yesterday. These poor kids. Oh, poor kids. Fuck those kids. Those fucking poor kids went out and fucking raped the girl.
I don't think I know what you're saying about Candy Crowley, but I don't think that the last girl who called in was saying that.
Well, okay, but what she doesn't understand, when the young lady got in the car, she was given a roofie or a date rape. That's why her judgment was not.
Oh, yeah, she might have been, yeah.
Right.
She was. There's no doubt about it. She was given a rape. So when you sit there and make judgment on somebody, look at the person who's doing it.
But was she absolutely given one? Because she thinks she
absolutely.
was. What's the proof of that?
Jimmy, what happened was after 24 hours, it was all about the not being able to do a piss test because it was too late. She was absolutely given a.
Well, where's the proof of that?
Yeah, is there any proof of that?
There's no proof of that.
There's been talk about it.
Any witnesses?
There's just talk about it, but there's no proof for a court of law, unfortunately.
I was part of the crepe crew, Jimmy, where we made wonderful breakfasts for everybody.
It's funny, when I was in high school, I was part of the drape crew. Where we would go into all windowless homes and help them. I mean, all curtainless homes, windowless homes.
Wouldn't need the drape crew,
Yeah,
would
we
you?
could go into all talentless places where I'd be well at home. Wow. Thank you for calling, buddy.
Well, just one last thing. If there wasn't any legal, like said, to stand up in court, there'd be 15 of these assholes sitting right next.
Yeah, I saw some video of some kid that's sitting on an ottoman or a couch at one of these parties and just going on for almost a half hour, 45 minutes, just babbling about how this girl was passed out dead. He's making all kinds of jokes. He's another fucking son of a bitch.
Pieces of shit.
He got kicked out of Ohio State for that. He got kicked out of school for that, at least.
Oh, did he? Good.
Yeah.
Right.
He was going to Ohio State, and his ass is still going to get.
I mean, all these motherfuckers should go down for something because for somebody to not even just not goof about the thing, but to not say something is beyond me as a human being. To not know that something bad and wrong is going on at that moment.
Girls, how about guys were there with other girls?
Exactly, and the girls didn't fucking do anything either.
Hey, listen, I love you, man. You let me vent, man. You
Wow,
guys
Mark.
We're in a
Thanks for the
weird-
passion. Holy
we are
shit.
in a weird fucking place and time, man. We
just
really
lost,
are.
We lost this girl, Jenna. She wanted in badly as well. Maybe
Yeah,
you could
she's
call
probably
back.
a fucking.
In high
she's
school, I was in
fucking
the-
pissed, too.
I was in the Nape crew. We would
Were
just
ya?
go around touching necks. And the grape crew.
Yeah.
Seeing the those kids crying, the courtroom, confuses you a little bit, certainly, but
No.
fuck them in the end.
No.
You got the clip of Candy Crowley feeling sorry for those
let's,
guys.
Let's hear Candy Crowley,
this monster,
fat apologist.
I cannot imagine, having just watched this on the feed coming in, how emotional that must have been sitting in the courtroom.
I've never experienced anything like it, Candy. It was incredibly emotional, incredibly difficult, even for an outsider like me, to watch what happened as these two young men that had such promising futures, star football players, very good students, literally watched as they believed their life fell apart. One of the young men, Malik Richmond, when that sentence came down, he collapsed. He collapsed in the arms of his attorney, Walter Madison. He said to him, "My life is over. No one is going to want me now." Very serious crime here. Both found guilty of raping the 16-year-old girl at a series of parties back in August. Alcohol-fueled parties. Alcohol, a huge part in this. But Trent Mays was also found guilty on a second count, and that is of felony illegal use of a minor in nudity-oriented material because he took a photograph of the victim laying naked on the floor that night.
Whoops.
Trent Mays will serve 2 years in a juvenile detention facility. Malik Richmond will serve 1 year on that one count that he was found guilty for. But I want to let our viewers listen, because for the first time in this entire trial, we have now heard from the two young men. Trent Mays stood up apologizing to the victim's family in court. After him, Malik Richmond. Listen.
Can you pause for 1 second?
Yeah.
What's up?
What a fucking disgrace CNN is.
Yes.
Where do you find these apologist women?
Amazing, right?
That's embarrassing.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck these young guys.
Who cares about that angle? What
Gives a
what kind of
fuck.
angle are they going for?
Right.
Who cares about these two?
What an embarrassing,
amazing, right?
Cunt.
Do you know what? Absolutely. He's crying. He's sad. And did you hear what the problem is? Not, oh my God, what did I do to that girl? Her life is fucking ruined. My life is ruined. No one's going to want me. I mean, it's like.
Who gives a fuck? It's not about you. It's not about your stupid life.
It's amazing.
Yeah, who cares? You made that decision. Let me say hi to Amanda. Man, the women want in badly today. Amanda in New Hampshire, what's up?
Good morning.
Sounds like a woman's.
Yeah, or a man, duh. What did the man say something and you didn't know the answer? Don't get me started. Chippy don't play that.
No, Chippy don't play that. It's a good
I'm
one.
calling in response to the woman who was saying, "Where is this girl's mother?"
Yeah.
I mean, she was 16. When I was 16 and got my license, my mom thought I was somewhere, but I was really somewhere else.
Yeah, you fucking tell me where you were.
What were you wearing? What
were
were you doing?
You were getting big dicks in your ass.
Yeah, hopefully not white ones. My fantasies are different than ants.
So where did you drive the whoremobile?
And it was the fucking Oscar Mayer truck.
She just back it into herself.
Right. Sorry, we're just riffing.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
What happened? Obviously, teenagers are going to be fucking teenagers.
Does not give you the right to take advantage of them as a human being.
Right.
It's wrong.
I think that's pretty obvious to most people.
And we can't feel bad for them because they're crying in the courtroom.
Yeah,
Really? You
of
are-
course they feel bad. They got caught and convicted.
Right.
Yeah, they're fucking crying.
That'll make most people cry.
After it happened.
I'm sure if they didn't get caught,
The day after it happened.
yeah, they'd still be laughing about it.
Exactly. They're pieces of shit, and
Yes.
they're crying because they're worried what's going to happen to them when they go to jail. They know that they're going to get some dicks up their ass.
It's nice to see whites and blacks work together, though, like that.
That's just teenage boy shit. I mean,
Nice.
I'm not saying boys being boys. I mean, that's just, that could happen with a group of fucking white kids or a group of black kids. That's something that's fucking completely has zero culture bias, is the ability to be a cocksucker when you're drunk and do some horrible shit to a girl.
Right. All right, Amanda, thank you.
It's one human being terrible to another human being.
Yeah, there's a basic
Amanda.
human thing that's supposed to be in you, some kind of compassion, fucking empathy. You know, there's that that's supposed to just be in the second you're born. You're not taught it. You just know when something's not right.
Yeah.
And you know, they should have known it. Tony Rocky Horror better well damn sure would.
Sociopaths don't have that. That's the, like when you say, like, how could somebody torture an animal? Or how could somebody torture a kid? Like, I can't even comprehend.
Right?
How can you do it?
How?
I couldn't even watch certain things. There's something, that empathy thing, man, that fucking thing, it just shuts off in these people. Which is why I think
You
when we
think
know
they're-
who they are, we should kill them.
You think they're missing just a part of their brain or something? A piece of their brain or something in the brain just isn't working or is shut off? Because you're right.
Chemical goes left instead of going right.
You can't even imagine. Is there more to the Kenny Crawley clip?
Yeah, I want to hear what this fucking fat horse says.
And you know, something that came up throughout this sentencing, Candy, was that Malik's father got up and spoke. Malik has been living with guardians. His father, a former alcoholic, gotten into a lot of trouble with the law, been in prison before. And his father stood up and he told the court, I feel responsible for this. I feel like I wasn't there for my son. And before that, he came over to the bench where his son was sitting. He approached him, he hugged him, and he whispered in his ear. And Malik's attorney said to us in the courtroom, I have never heard Malik's father before say, I love you. He's never told his son that.
Oh, my God.
Can you fucking...
It's
they
amazing.
are trying to garner sympathy for these fucking pieces of shit.
Oh, and obviously the victim isn't going to go in front of cameras.
Yeah.
You know, if the victim was in front of cameras crying, this would be a whole different story.
I'm amazed they're going with this.
Yeah, this angle, right?
This is terrible.
What a fucking embarrassment CNN is.
Ugh.
This was an incredibly emotional day. These two juveniles being carried out right now. I'm watching people line up, and they will be committed today, Candy.
Poppy Harlow in Steubenville, Ohio for us. I want to bring in Paul Callan, our CNN legal contributor. You know, Paul, a 16-year-old now just sobbing in court. Regardless of what big football players they are, they still sound like 16-year-olds. The other one, 17, a 16-year-old victim. The thing is, when you listen to it and you realize that they could stay until they're 21, they are going to get credit for time served.
They're not going to stay until
What's the
21.
lasting effect, though, on two young men being found guilty in juvenile court of rape, essentially?
Can you
pause?
This is like a fucking sketch.
It's ridiculous. Right?
I hate this fat cunt.
You're right. It's like a sketch.
This is like a fucking SNL
Yeah,
sketch.
Barely anything on the victim.
Where they
Nothing.
twist the
barely.
whole thing around and make it about these two poor juveniles. They keep saying juveniles.
Gives a fuck about them.
Unbelievable.
It's just focusing so much on them instead of the victim.
Unbelievable.
What a fucking...
I guess they got to drag the victim in front of cameras to get any type of sympathy, right?
Yeah.
If you cry on fucking camera, you know, you're going to get all the attention. People are going to feel sorry for you.
Let's hear a
Holy
little more
fuck.
of Candy Crowell.
Andy, we've seen here a courtroom drenched in tears and tragedy. And, you know, Poppy's description, I think, you know, sums it all up. But across America, scenes like this happen all the time. I know as a prosecutor and a defense attorney, when that verdict is handed down, usually it's just the families of the defendants and the victims. There's always that moment of just lives are destroyed. And lives have already been destroyed by the crime. And we got a chance to see that. But in terms of what happens now, yeah, the most severe thing with these young men is being labeled as registered sex offenders. That label is now placed on them by Ohio law. And by the way, the laws in most other states now require such a designation in the face of such a serious crime. That will haunt them for the rest of their lives.
As well it should!
When looking up their background, will see that they're registered sex offenders.
Unbelievable.
When they move into a new neighborhood and somebody goes on the internet where these things are posted.
Thank God.
Neighbors will know that they're a registered sex offender. It's really something that will have a lasting impact, much more of a lasting impact than going to a juvenile facility for 1 or 2 years.
Jesus.
Holy shit.
And here's the beauty. This is why the media is such a repulsive fucking... If you made fun of that, you'd be seen as being inappropriate or terrible. These are the people who are supposed to be delivering unbiased information.
Right.
And that was how long is it, Sam?
6 minutes.
A 6-minute piece about these poor guys who fucking, again, sexually assaulted, whatever you want to call it, raped this girl.
Hold on, but out of the 6 minutes, how much time do they spend on the actual victim? We didn't just play the whole 6-minute clip, right? We jumped in the middle of it.
We played.
We didn't play the
minutes
crying.
of it.
All right, so we played.
Eastern Conference
We just didn't play the crying, which we had played before.
Right. All right. So we played in that clip. They barely mentioned the victim. It was 6 minutes about how we should all feel sorry for these kids because they ruined their lives. Right?
Yeah.
That's what I got out of that. Wow, that's just amazing.
Hold on, I'm tweeting them.
That's just amazing.
Unfucking believable.
Basically, I mean, what I get out of that piece, CNN is saying, you know, they're way more important, those kids, than the victim. Their lives are way more important than the victim's life.
Sentence boys younger than you to the electric chair. I didn't want to. I felt I owed it to them.
That made me so fucking angry.
It's infuriating. Why?
Because it's the football culture. Their lives are way more important in that area than the victim's life.
But this fucking, what's this other whore's name? Poppy, this cunt.
Poppy.
Trying to make it seem like there was a big moment because the guy's fuck him and fuck his absentee father. Who cares?
Poppy.
Who gives a fuck?
Oh, Poppy.
And his father had I don't give a fuck about why he did it.
Yeah.
Anthony's dad wasn't around the whole time.
No. Terrible.
And
But I'm saying, like, you didn't turn into a rapist.
Round enough to call me pissy ice.
And this case is out of Ohio, right?
Yep.
Didn't something else emotional happen in Ohio? Somewhere in Ohio.
Some 18 years ago, I left Dayton, Ohio, with 2 very bad knees and a dream to become a Major League Baseball player.
I have no idea how this ends.
Why did I rape that woman?
Thank God this dream came true.
Same place, right? Ohio.
Yeah.
Do you know, I think someone's tweeting me, this case was a huge cover-up that the hackers, Anonymous, brought out. I think that's true. Didn't Anonymous make this
Yeah,
fucking...
they did.
That's why I love Anonymous.
They found some shit online.
You hate them all you want. I'm all in with Anonymous. I'll tell you right now.
When they do stuff like this, I really, really
They're starting to do more and more stuff like this.
That's great.
Like real stuff.
They're the ones who brought up all the videos and the photos and all that stuff.
What happened? They had been deleted?
Yeah.
Was this all deleted shit that Anonymous got?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
How do they
found it.
Wow.
These
guys are good.
Oh, it's all out there. Oh, yeah.
They know how to go into the Twitter's deleted areas or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
And they found that they printed the football coach's name and address and all that shit.
What did the coach have to do with this whole thing?
Well, I think he was trying to help in the cover up.
Kind of like say, fuck, let's try to.
Yeah. It's that like again that whole football.
That whole culture
where they just
good for Anonymous, man. Good for them.
Yeah.
Hey, let's remind the people we got the great James Lipton coming in today.
I love his tea.
Who has interviewed everyone.
No.
How come he's not James fucking Armton or James Lip Pound?
Yo, he's 86 years old?
Yeah.
Wow.
Get out of here. He's that old.
Yeah, 86.
Holy fuck. All right, Lipton's coming in about an hour or so. So he's interviewed everybody. We got to ask him the one person he hasn't interviewed that he would like to interview.
Ooh, what's this?
Huh. I don't know. We'll figure it out next.
The Opie and Anthony channel. Oh, yeah! On Sirius XM. Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony Show.
Well, that was a quick 8 years.
Wow.
That's 8 years ago. Terry Schiavo's feeding tube was removed there. We have any more Terry Schiavo bits, E-Rock?
Yeah, we have a few more remixes I can find.
Maybe, should we make it Terry Schiavo Day? Want to make it Terry Schiavo Day?
Yeah.
We did a lot of material on Terry Schiavo. I just want to listen to this song. Does that happen to you?
Yeah, you just stopped
Oh,
talking.
sorry.
Like, yeah, I'm gonna.
Oh, yeah, I'm on the radio. Turn this up for a second.
There you go.
Ah, fuck. Gonna have to play that one later. We have more clips from E-Rock. The big show is Friday. E-Rock decided to do a theme show out of nowhere. I mean, he surprised us. We had nothing to do with it. And he announced on Friday that it was going to be Tequila and Donut Day. And we thought no one would partake.
Thought it was going to be the dumbest idea ever.
But man, we were wrong. People are saying it's a career, a show highlight, an Opie and Anthony show highlight for the ages. E-Rock ended up having 10 shots of tequila. We said he did 13, but we didn't want to tell him that 3 of those shots were water. He had no idea. So
he didn't know.
The official total was 10. And a couple of those shots were some big shots, so it was probably more than 10 shots of tequila. And then you went on the after show. This clip is from the after show, Sam.
Yeah, I mean, I invited E-Rock to co-host with me.
Oh, nice.
So he was...
Oh.
What's that, Sal?
Eric left the song open playing.
Wait, you blaming Eric?
Of course he is.
Eric's in here.
Oh, Jesus. George W. Bush?
Eric, you just blamed
What do you blame? George W.
How does he blame? How do you blame E-Rock on that? He's in here.
Sal was the one guy still giving Eric a hard time on Friday.
Really?
Where's handsome Johnny Tube Steaks?
When is the
Where
trade
is he?
going down officially?
He's taking a well-deserved day off.
Wow.
South by Southwest is over, so I think Johnny Tube Steaks is on the table.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be happy in your new home there, Sal.
I don't want to do whatever he does.
Well, you don't want to do anything.
Oh, he nailed you.
Do you even know what he does?
No idea. Something in the music seems like you're just dragging.
Yeah, that'd be good
music
for you.
Into a log all day. No, I would definitely not stay here if that happened.
Whoa! Hey, a little threat.
No, it's not a threat. I would.
Oh, it's a
I would
promise?
Be here with you guys.
Must be nice to have some throwaway money. Where you can just go, you know what? I'm just gonna throw my job away because I don't
Fuck
need the
you,
money.
right there.
He's got fuck you money at his
Amazing.
age.
Would you do that when you were 23? Would you be
Oh
like,
my
"Fuck."
God! You know how many
God.
times I want to throw my job away? I didn't have that luxury.
You didn't like the better jobs?
Right. I didn't have.
You like he's saying it's a job in radio.
Yeah.
But he doesn't want to do that in radio.
He'd rather leave.
Right.
By the way,
Oh,
it's a
there are
job
plenty
in-
of jobs in radio I did not like doing, but I had no choice.
in New York.
In New York, right. Yeah, but in my case, it was Rochester. How old are you, Sal?
22.
Ugh.
22. I was still in college.
Sal's making
And then I had to go
full-time
to
salary with
look,
benefits.
At 22, I was in Geneva, New York, doing part-time radio, and then I went to fucking Rochester, which I ended up loving. I mean, I really like the people up there. Then I
Yeah.
moved on to Buffalo. This kid's in New York radio and saying, I would just leave.
I'd leave.
I'm not going to bring pizza for the jocks.
Right, it might be a
Fuck
better gig
that.
for you, Sal.
I look 3 shades darker than you.
Huh.
Jesus.
Are they on the same pay scale, Johnny Tube Steaks and Sal?
I would think it's close, yeah.
Straight across trade.
Which, I mean,
money-wise.
Can we
it's a bummer for Tube Steaks.
for tomorrow's show? Could we get a list of like what he does, Sal, his job description, and then Johnny Tube Steaks?
Should Sal write his own job description?
Yeah, you want to do that,
That'd
Sal?
be great.
Yeah, whatever you guys
We
want.
should have an on-air review of Sal's performance.
Yes.
I wish intern David
where's
was still
intern
here.
David?
David was great at those. Remember David's reviews of people's
I
performance?
swear to you, it's one of my favorite bits.
Fantastic.
They were so fucking mad because every intern was way better than David, but we made David the main guy, and he took it so seriously.
Did they hate his reviews?
Oh my God, it's
Because he searched for the flaws in everybody.
oh my God, it was amazing.
He's just pointing out any little thing that every intern
Yep.
did wrong.
Yeah.
And they're sitting there yelling at him, "You do nothing right ever." And he's like, no.
If we play those clips,
That's not true.
Yeah, that when he tell everybody what they did wrong and they were contradicting him, you
Yeah.
just see his head start going.
nope, not
Getting
true.
in before he started
Yeah.
talking, his head's already shaking. Nope.
You think those clips still play, or it's
Yes.
or it has passed us by?
No, to me, those
we'll
clips.
replay that soon.
Yeah,
Plus, Apprentice is still huge.
yeah. Maybe you could get me a few of those clips for tomorrow or something. I loved it. He took it so seriously.
He had a suit on.
He had a suit on. He made him sit down. He had all his
He did. He was
paperwork.
very official.
Oh my God!
He was so official.
And he would bring up their strengths. You start with the strengths.
Right.
And then he would also
Like
have,
a typical corporate douche. He
Oh,
did
it was.
He had the perfect structure
It was
for
like
the
the
whole
Bobs.
thing. Yeah.
Like the 2 Bobs from fucking Office Space.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you tell me what it is you do?
All right, Sal, write up your job description today. Maybe for the next break, all right? Please.
Next break, sure.
All right, E-Rock back in studio. So the Tequila and Donut Day show was a huge success. And then you went on Sam's show, and we have one clip from your after show there.
Yeah, I didn't want to go crazy with after show clips. But
All right, let's listen to that now.
E-Rock was like, I think maybe 3 shots deep.
Yeah, he looked okay to me at that point.
What do you think now?
You're very sweet and delicious when you're drunk. You should get drunk all the time. You're very mushy. And
You like him,
lovable.
Heather?
I think I
Girl.
could get Nicole at this point.
You do. You think you could fuck her if you weren't married. If things were different. Wow, Nicole.
Do
you think he could? He's confident. He's charming.
Do you have to go, or... All right, let me give you a...
Look at this.
He's lovable. He almost hit her with his microphone by accident.
That was by accident. That
But
was
he-
not intentional.
But he made up with it with a hug.
No.
He's got no
You're
inhibitions.
very lovable right now. I
know.
love this.
I'm adorable.
You really are.
Your experience.
Yeah.
After 10 to 13 shots, we'll say,
Yeah, I
of
would-
tequila, what's that hangover going to be like?
It's gonna hurt like a motherfucker.
And when does that happen? I mean, normally a hangover would occur the next morning.
After you fall asleep, even if he takes a nap this afternoon, he's gonna wake up hung. Like if you close your eyes for like an hour or two.
Wake up hung.
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 Yeah.
Well hung.
Morning BJs. That's
What
how
the
you get woken up by Nicole.
Oh, I like his fucking his confident voice too that he was doing. Yeah,
He was giving
wake up, body blowjob, wake up by the cold.
All the girls were getting hugs.
Heather B, right?
Heather B.
Heather B likes this show, I think.
He was looked at. Actually, I think we have more Heather B clips. Sal just told me if you want to hear.
Is it worth playing?
Who's Heather B?
From the Real World. She works
First
over on
season?
Sway Show.
The original Real World, New
Oh,
York?
the black girl came in?
Yeah.
Oh, I like Heather.
Heather B's all right. She's all right. What other clip you got?
This is where he brings in Heather B. into the after show.
All right.
Whoa. Can I point out?
that up.
Hey, I'm a good girl.
You're a good girl, Heather. You can point out whatever you want,
I
Eric.
want to say something to Heather.
Say something to Heather. Talk.
Because you're a bit younger than me.
I am.
You may have joined into the Real World series a little bit later.
Mm-hmm.
What? Heather, my favorite person on Real World Season 1.
No.
That's incredible.
You were
And
on
I'm
there
gonna
with,
say-
True Story.
I'm going to say fuck Eric Nees.
Wow, fuck him. Who else?
The country guy no one gives a shit about.
Who was the comic that dragged? I know him so
That
well.
was Season
Kevin?
2. That was
No.
David.
Oh, David Edwards.
And what do you think of David, E-Rock?
David's awesome.
Right, but that's Season 2.
And the what's her name? The girl from the girl he dragged out on Season 2.
Right,
is on
Tammy.
Basketball Wives, right?
Yep.
Right.
But let's get back to Season 1.
Season 1, Heather B, superstar.
Number one cast
Number
member.
one on that show. Look.
And what do you say about The Grind? Eric Nees' show.
Are they replaying that?
No.
No one gives a shit about a dance show. Nobody.
Right.
You know what? He doesn't. You don't sound that drunk.
No,
Just confident.
He
there's
really
a
doesn't
few-
sound that
yeah,
drunk.
He's confident.
Every once in a while,
he'll
do that.
Yeah,
but
he's not sloppy like he was.
I don't feel like I'm listening to a guy that was 10 shots in.
No,
not at all. Where's Denny? He's outside the studio.
Oh, yeah.
Over there.
All right, Denny was part of the big tequila and donut day, and he was great.
Consummate radio professional.
Absolutely.
I am.
I want to see how the rest of his day was. Here he comes.
Yeah, that was Friday.
Denny.
Of course.
Denny, Dennis Falcone.
Dennis.
Mike's hot.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
The
It's
mic
hot,
is
Mike.
hot.
Don't
move it when it's
grab.
hot.
No, you don't move the mic when it's hot. We all know that now.
Why are you
we learned
obsessed with
that.
the
How are you?
Denny's got a
Good.
catchphrase.
What's your catchphrase?
Is this mic hot?
Is this mic hot? Hey, and everybody goes, woo!
Denny, just go like this. I know you're a constant radio professional. Just go like this.
You kind of like not to move it because you don't want the people to hear what's happening behind the scenes.
Of course.
Doesn't give that air of professionalism.
No, it doesn't.
But
it doesn't
doesn't that
at
make
all.
it a little more interesting?
Well, sure, but today's Motown Monday.
Oh, Motown
Is it
Monday.
Motown Monday?
Yeah.
Oh, so is that on the 60s channel?
Oh, it's always Motown Monday in my world.
Oh.
And you see the way you could use that on Monday is on Broadway. There is a new musical opening about Motown, and then you could do a cross promote to Soul Town here at Sirius XM, which plays a lot of Motown. So there's always a way to work pop culture things into cross
Do you
promoting.
think of any other channel besides this one
no.
at all?
I listen to the Pearl Jam channel, and that's it, because I don't have our channel in my car.
but I mean, like,
that's literally the only channel.
But a listener, I get it, as a listener, but as a guy employed here
Oh,
working,
God, no.
do you
Fuck 'em
consider
all.
any other channel?
No, I wouldn't cross-promote any of these
Exactly.
idiots.
No,
No.
it helps.
Why?
It helps sell the value of the service.
Who cares, though?
Like there's a new show tonight, Bates Motel.
Right.
Uh-huh.
You could promote the Elvis Channel, Heartbreak Hotel. You play that. You kind of work things into.
Oh, would you do something like that? Like, hey, tonight premiering is.
Yeah, but now he's getting ahead of himself because he wants. You should promote Motown Monday for us,
I
the
can
way you
promote
just did.
Motown Monday.
You need a song to.
Yeah, how about Sal? How about All I Need by the Temptations? You know that one?
All I Need, right? It doesn't have enough ramp time.
Oh, we'll make it work.
Do you know how much ramp time that song has?
I think it's got 12.
He knows that every song's ramp time.
You find it yet, Sal?
We
All
call
I
it the
Need.
intro, Jimmy. He calls it the ramp
Just give me some
time.
juice here. Pump it up. Turn it up. Oh, it's a Motown Monday here at Sirius XM. We always refer to these guys as being tan, tall, and talented. And all I need is a Temptations on Sirius XM.
Yeah, but you didn't do the cross promo with Broadway and all that.
Well, but Broadway? No, I just wanted to hit the song.
Okay. Well, I understand
And then
that.
if you do a back sell, hey, by the way, if you love the Tempting Temptations, you can find lots of them over on Sirius XM Soul Town. Channel 49, nothing but classic soul and Motown, 24/7.
That's it.
That's unbelievable.
Just kind of work
He
things
knows
in.
everything about the decades channels and
it's the art of the segue.
It is. It is.
So we want to know how the rest of your Friday was after the tequila shots.
All right.
You did 3 on Friday.
Yeah.
Were you feeling it the rest of the day?
A little sleepy by about 10 o'clock or so.
Right.
And I just had a couple of pretzels and a couple of seltzers, and that took me right out of it.
Seltzer and pretzels.
Wow. And you were right.
Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was feeling good. I got
And what did you have
some
to
nice
do?
feedback. I had to work on the weekend shows.
Oh.
We have the Doo-Wop show on the 50s channel to take care of. Norman Knight does 2 shows here on the weekend on the 50s channel. So there's lots of things going on. Plus, I'm always working on show prep and what's happening.
Show prep and what's happening?
What is that? What is in front of you?
It's always good to carry a clipboard around.
He carries, and he does. He carries a clipboard.
It shows that you're busy, and you always just know what's going on. Like today, the NCAA tournament. Everybody's talking about that.
Brackets.
No, so you could talk.
What do you got on the brackets?
What
do you got on the big NCAA
tournament? I would cross promote to the Mad Dog Radio channel, channel
very
86, where they're talking sports all night and all day.
But how would that sound?
On Mad Dog channel?
No, I mean, how would the cross promote sound?
Hey, boy, I tell you, if you were, maybe playing Rubber Ball by Bobby V. Hey, that ball was bouncing by Bobby V. And speaking of bouncing, the NCAA tournaments, how's your brackets looking? Well, check it out on Sirius XM Channel 86. Mad Dog will be talking that NCAA action all day and all night long.
I swear to you, I wouldn't know what channel Mad Dog was on.
I was just going to say, people ask me, so you're on Sirius XM? What channel are you on? I don't even know what channel I'm on. Never mind Mad Dog.
All right, I really do listen to the Pearl Jam channel a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know what number it is.
Don't know the number.
Well, that's why you have to do show prep ahead of time. Well, find it out. I mean, again, we have a lot of channels here. I don't know off the top of my head. So you do a little prep. You do a little prep work ahead of time. You want to talk about that. You want to talk about the Ultra Music Festival, which is going down in sunny FLA down in Miami Way.
Mm-hmm. Down in Miami Way.
Yeah, there you go. That's on Sirius XM Channel 52.
That's how you say Miami?
Also known as Electric Area, yeah.
Miami Way?
And the Sunshine State.
Do you do the left coast thing for
LA?
LA?
KC and the Sunshine Band, maybe a little shake your booty.
Oh, from the Sunshine State.
Yeah, those guys came out of Hialeah, Florida.
They did.
Back in 1975. I tell you, when this song came out of the AM radio, it just exploded, right? When you heard Get Down Tonight?
Yeah.
I mean, the song that changed my life.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the whole disco thing and everything that was happening then.
Of course.
There's just so many great things.
Is Sal going to get the song?
Why would Sal get
What are you doing in there?
He's too busy. His thumbs up his ass.
Sal, what's up? Sal.
And you see another good cross promote then. If you're going to talk about that, you talk about...
Wait. What, Sal?
I'm looking up KC in the Sunshine.
You just said you don't know how to spell.
Cross promote.
You don't know how to spell KC in the Sunshine?
I didn't know if it was the letters or it was the word. KC.
It's the letters.
Oh my God!
Do you know what J-O is?
These kids are young.
Or A-H?
Holy fuck!
Or you just
CS.
How about E-Rock takes? E-Rock, you could just go back in there.
Exactly. Just squeeze
down.
back in there.
You could even cross-reference it by Get Down.
Or just look up Sunshine.
You got it now, Sal?
Or look up and the.
Sal, you got it now?
I'm looking for it.
Oh my God!
Which one of the deep tracks?
Yeah, it is. It's one that's
No,
it's
not. That's a power hit.
Little Denny.
It's a power hit.
They're called power hits?
Yeah, it's a power.
What are the categories?
Well, you probably have A, your powers, B is your sub-powers, and C, your secondaries, D, your tertiaries.
When I worked at BAB, we had the WOW category.
Wow.
You're only allowed to pick one song out of the WOW category per shift.
Why? What would
Really?
happen
Per
if you
shift?
played two?
Oh, God, I don't know, because I was too scared to break the rule.
Oh.
You guys don't have a cough button here, because if you have to clear your throat, you just press down the phone. You don't have that.
Because it's unprofessional to.
Well, yeah, it
to
Aren't
does.
those noises great to hear, though?
Oh, I guess so. Oh, you found it. You found it quicker than Sal did.
I could have had it a long time
Yeah.
ago.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's K.
Do you want
We actually have engineers in there looking for this.
Oh
now.
my God.
No, I know it's in there. I could have brought my hard drive of hits in here for you.
He's got a hard drive of hits. We learned. Right. His hard drive of hits.
Why are you standing?
What's that? Because you get better, voice.
Jimmy, he thinks we should be standing as we broadcast.
I used to stand for years when we were on the afternoons, but I don't think it helps at all.
Oh.
Just keeps your energy level up. When you're sitting down,
Yes.
you kind of relax, sort of like that.
See, you got to keep that
3
energy.
o'clock in the morning FM disc jockey thing. And
Yeah, you start falling asleep. You don't want that.
Are overnight guys important in radio?
I think so.
Why?
Why? Because they set up the morning show. They have a good
How can
lead-in.
you set up the morning show if the
because,
morning show audience is
everyone's
sleeping?
in bed.
I mean, America is 24/7. You got guys working all night long, people working. Somebody wants to hear something, call into an overnight show. let you know what's going on. Hey, don't forget, coming up right after 6 o'clock this morning, Opie and Anthony are going to be giving away tickets too, so they promote and they push it ahead. So they keep people listening. Hey, Dane Cook, funny man Dane Cook, who's celebrating a birthday, might be stopping by this morning with Opie and Anthony. You never know what's going to happen there. We're keeping it here, oldies all night long.
See?
I think it's necessary.
Middays don't mean anything, though.
No, sure they do. Sure they do. They set you up for the lunchtime request show.
Everything's just setting you for the lunchtime request show.
There's a lot of good things, a lot of good purposes. You know, and a good morning show. Then you set the guys up to listen to the afternoon show.
Right.
Keep the listener happy.
What about a night show?
Oh, a night show, without a doubt. People going out to a ball game, going out to dinner, jump in the car. They want to find out what's going on. Hit the radio.
Yeah.
Hit the radio.
Hit the radio.
What
Hit
has
the radio
regular radio has been wrecked? What do you think has ruined regular radio?
No, there's a lot of things. Limited formats, too
It'd
many
be funny if you
commercials
just
on
said the
music
Jews
channels.
and went off an anti-Semitic tear for 20 minutes for no reason.
A lot of things. I mean, but that's why we got satellite radio. All these channels, and it's just
Do
fantastic.
you mind if I move my hot mic? 'Cause
You should probably hit the cough button.
I don't have a cough.
You don't have a cough button there, huh?
No, we don't believe in cough
I have one.
We don't believe
I got
in
one. I hit right there, see? Yeah, there it
Couldn't
is.
hear
Like,
you. You got the cough button. That's nice.
I'm going to talk into a fan now.
One
I
day,
am your
That's what you do every time you eat
father.
pussy. You get it?
So I also brought this other manual that I had when I
what
worked
do you
at
got
one
on your
radio
clipboard?
station. It's a manual about things to do and not to do in a radio station that was given to me when I worked at a radio station.
Wow.
Oh, can we go through that?
Yeah, like using correct grammar. Don't end sentences with prepositions.
What's that?
Use the correct verb tense. It's here are the Beatles instead of saying here is the association. There's proper ways of saying
The
things.
association of them.
Stay put in the studio. Any area in the station outside of the restroom is to be considered off limits during an air shift. I don't like calling it an air shift. I like calling it a show. A shift is when you're, loading a truck or working at McDonald's or something. This is a show. We're in entertainment. So I'll say, yeah, I got to do a shift today. I'm on the radio broadcasting this afternoon.
Wait, so
doing my show.
you only stay in the studio or go to the bathroom? But
Yeah, you should.
That's it.
And that's it.
Well, you should, because you have to know what's going on. But before then, if you didn't have the internet, you'd be looking in the Joel Whitburn books or looking up the newspaper and seeing, what you could talk about.
Right.
So you stay into your show.
Would you ever run out of the studio mid-shift to get a photo with a celebrity?
I'd ask the celebrity come in.
But you
or
wouldn't
maybe
just
stand-
run out and abandon the show for a few minutes?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you have to bring the celebrity in, and I think they'd want to, promote what's going on.
Oh,
It's
sure.
good to get the call letters in or get the logo in the photo. Because then when it hits the press, they'll see, wow, the Opie and Anthony show had so-and-so in the studio.
What year did you start radio?
1979.
1979.
I remember 79.
Wow. What are some of the other do's and don'ts?
Well, let's see. Always audition anything new. Spots, promos, music. Know what to expect, how a spot or promo will sound before it hits the air.
What, like the intro and then the outro also,
The
right?
ramp time, yeah, especially if
The
a
ramp
record,
time.
if a record ends cold or if it fades or
Oh,
something.
boy, you got to know that.
And remember, the proper IDs, for the radio station, what to say, what not to say. Always work in the liners. And the most important thing is your pacing. Use the kind of delivery in a normal conversation.
Oh.
Like if you're playing Morris Albert Feelings, you wouldn't want to be talking it up, like screaming over the intro. You'd have to bring your...
Because it's
voice
like,
down.
it's
a love
like,
song.
feelings.
Yeah, it's a love song.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Feeling. You can't be going, hey, that one's feelings.
No.
Yeah.
And we do have a love songs channel here too.
Oh, do we?
Channel 17. Nothing but love songs. And remember the other day I was mentioning about the double times?
Yes.
See,
Explain double times for Jim
Well,
Norton.
double time. You give the time digitally, then normally, like 6:57, 3 till 7. So people who might not have a digital clock, they go, gee, 3 minutes before I have to get out of the door to...
But can't they figure it out with the 6:57 part?
What person doesn't understand that 6:57 means 3 of 7? Like, what person hears 6:57 and goes, oh, good, I got 25 minutes before 7. Aren't they too dumb to count?
No, it's because they're just coming out, they're just waking up and they're kind of groggy around the house.
You
They
want to
don't
make it
have
very
their
easy
coffee
for
yet.
the listener,
Gotta
right?
make it easy. Keep
You got
it
to
simple,
spoon
Stanley.
feed.
There you go, yeah.
I learned about spoon
Keep it
feed.
simple, Stanley. I always heard
Very
keep it
good.
simple, stupid, but Stanley's nicer.
No.
And the most important thing is watch your levels, stay out of the red. Don't
Oh,
keep
we're
things-
in the red
Yeah,
constantly.
you guys, there's just a lot. Like, never count the music. Like, say, here's the first of 4 in a row.
Why not?
No.
Well, because then people go, okay, so in 3 more songs they're going to hit commercials. But here we could say something cool like, we're in the middle of a zillion in a row, because we never play commercials. So we just keep it going. The music never stops.
It's true.
That's one of
And
the
the
good
entertainment
things.
never starts.
And this is probably very important.
Yes.
Please treat all equipment, buttons, and switches with respect as if you own them. The finest gear in the world can be turned into junk if it's physically abused.
So we've had a few coffee mishaps.
Oh,
in the
that's
studio.
probably the biggest.
You
That's
see,
probably the most common.
You got to put a sign on the studio: no food and drink
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
studio,
including the hosts.
Well, yeah, I mean, come on. In your commercial break, you could step outside the studio and sip a little
But
water.
that goes
or something.
against your other rule. Never
You could
step outside the studio.
if you have to go to the bathroom, though.
Right.
If you have to go to the bathroom. or
But what
something
about
to drink,
food?
Just keep it away from the microphone. All right, keep it away from the controls there.
Yeah, the controls. You
okay.
don't want to spill
Sure.
anything on it.
Yeah, yeah.
That's probably the number one thing that happens to equipment is things get spilt on it.
Right.
But there's a lot of different things to do. You know, during a shift change in the studio, hello is just about all that's necessary. Like, hey, I have to say hello. You don't have to talk about other things with fellow air talent, especially stuff behind the scenes.
Oh, you don't like a good crossover?
Well, it's a good crossover if you're talking about something going on at the station. You know, hey, what'd you do this weekend? That's not really important to the listener.
Oh, yeah. Parents have thought they know
unless-
anything about the
Yeah.
personalities.
Shouldn't they know a little more about the personality?
Well, you have to watch that because you can't. You don't
Cousin
wanna be
Brucey's been
talking-
on the radio for 50 years and no one knows anything about him.
Yeah.
He's your cousin. That's all you need to know.
That's all you need to know. We've been doing it wrong all these years.
We have been.
Fuck.
And again, if you have any questions about this, the programming director's office is always open to be fully discussed.
Oh, great. Wouldn't that be a treat to go walking in there to discuss things?
Like, do you guys get off the air and have a little morning show meeting?
No.
No.
Yeah. From this floor to the lobby.
Exactly.
So
Our
then you
fucking
put-
fingers meet the elevator button.
so then you put together all your prep stuff for tomorrow's show. Say, hey, we're going to be talking about this. We're going to be talking about what happened on Dancing with the Stars last night, so we could review on.
So you have a little meeting. You meet.
You prepare so much, but you can only talk at 15 seconds at a time.
It's always good to have more stuff than not enough stuff. Right, even if you have a whole bunch of stuff. I remember a good buddy of mine, Ross Britton. You remember Ross?
I remember Ross Britton.
Good disc jockey. And he was into the show prep thing years ago. He would have like 40 pages of stuff. And
40 pages?
And only use 2 or 3 pages.
Then why have the other 38?
Why not knock it down to 20 pages?
Well, because it's good to know. Say you're playing In the Midnight Hour by the Wicked One, Mr. Wilson Pickett. You
Sure
look
is.
down on your sheet and you say, gee, he was born back on this date in 1941.
All right, why don't we do a little something with that?
Let's hear a little something.
We got Casey and the
Wilson Pickett.
Sunshine Band.
Do we
too.
have KC?
Yeah, we'll do Casey first.
Let's hear a
for you.
little Casey.
You got it, Sam.
He's going to play it.
All right,
okay,
here
go
you
ahead.
go. Shake, shake, shake your booty.
No, we got.
Oh, we're going to get down tonight. Oh, boy, I tell you, it sounded so good blasting out of your radio back in 1975. Didn't get any better than this. These guys came out of Hialeah, Florida. Right now in Florida, got the Ultra Music Festival going on. You can check that out on Sirius XM Channel 52. But right now, it's KC.
Oh, yeah!
Woo! Fuck. Do you have a full-time shift here?
No, I'm just on standby. So I'm keeping a lot of things ready.
How
so
is
if
this
somebody
guy
goes
not
down,
on the air?
Why are you just on
Because
standby?
I'm doing programming work, doing a lot of things. You know, there's a lot more than what comes out of the
Do you do
speakers,
any
you know.
shifts?
Yeah, sometimes I fill in on the 60s, fill in on the 50s or something. But
I would
you
love
know,
to
if,
hear
if
that.
they need me, I'm here.
I want to fucking hear that. I
Right.
want to know when you're when you're going to be on air because I will listen to that program. I like the Decades channels. I'd like to listen to a little 60s, 70s hosted by you.
No, we have
It
fun.
would be great.
It's all about having fun.
Yeah.
It's all about having fun. I enjoy coming to work every day and, mix it in with a lot of you, broadcasters and stuff, fellow broadcasters. A lot of great legends that work here at Sirius XM. I'm just happy to be a part of it.
Fantastic.
Wow. I really am. Okay, if I move this microphone up a little. There.
Oh,
I heard
breaking all the rules.
We kind of heard that.
And these headphones are nice. I have the Koss Pro 44As, the green ones. You ever see those?
I don't know what that
the
is.
Professional disc jockey headphones. I'm going to bring those in.
Yeah.
He knows all the
those are professional disc
headphones.
jockeys. We use them.
Are
back
those
at
the best headphones
CBS.
to use?
Cousin Brucey used them for years.
Yeah.
And once I saw him wearing those, I said, "Hey,
Is he your idol?
Bruce, yeah, Bruce, a lot of great disc jockeys on the country. Bruce, he is. Late Robert W. Morgan worked out in Los Angeles. Rick Shaw down in Miami.
Rick Shaw?
Yeah, a lot of great disc jockeys.
Wow.
Philadelphia had a
Hold
lot
on
of
a
great
second.
jocks.
Let's back up here.
High
George.
Limit.
Rick Shaw.
Let's back up. Did he work with Tractor Trailer? Rick Shaw?
Tractor Trailer.
That's awful. That's a terrible name.
I think that's a lot of radio stations years ago would have a jingle package, of Stan Holiday, and if Stan left, the next disc jockey came in, he would get that jingle.
Really?
He would have to be Stan Holiday.
He'd have to be Stan Holiday,
Wait,
or
what do
they
you
would
mean?
just cut it up, so they wouldn't have to
Redo the jingle
redo
package.
the jingle, have to buy another jingle or something.
That would suck. You have no identity.
No,
Yeah.
like one radio station would always give guys the same names, like Jim James. So it's
Jim
easier. Yeah,
James.
it's easier for people to remember their names too.
What about a name like Chuck Roast?
That would be a funny name.
That's a funny name.
Who would laugh at that? But I'm just curious.
I think people, simple people, would probably laugh at it.
Simple people would be called it.
What's wrong with just a regular name?
Oh, I think Rick Shaw is a good name, though. I mean, it could be his
Yes,
real
if you're
name.
fucking
Richard Shaw.
Chinese and you have a
No.
fucking taxi.
Could be SHAW.
Well,
but it's
of
not
course.
Rick Shaw. No, I believe it was.
But it's supposed to be catchy.
Yeah, and it was.
But it's not, though. Why wouldn't you just his name, whatever his name was, Rick Humbercunt, whatever his real name was. Why wouldn't they just use their real name?
Because it's not memorable.
Yeah, it's gotta
Cousin
be.
Brucey, that's memorable.
Yeah,
Rick
Cousin
Hunder,
Brucey.
Rick Hunderhunt.
You want to do that
Hunter
other?
Cunt.
You want to do that other talk up there?
We got a little Wilson
yeah.
Pickett?
Yeah.
I had a question.
Wilson.
Yeah.
Do you have a shift today?
No, I don't.
What's
But
all
I-
the prep for?
Just in case. Just in case I get
No.
the call, I'm ready. Yeah.
Holy
I
shit.
I go through all the preps.
You're like a guy on the porn set taking Viagra, just hoping the actor doesn't show up. I love this
He's
guy.
well prepared,
Louis Guzman.
and the chance of you doing a show today is pretty much nil.
Well, you got to be ready. You got to be in the bullpen. You never know when you're going to be able to throw. Right? They might need you in the 8th inning there to come in and get that lefty out, and you're a specialist.
Imagine, when was the last time you got the call?
Last week or so. One of the guys.
last
on,
week or so.
Yeah, last week I believe it was.
Last week, so you're just what?
on the
You're-
60s channel.
You were just out there, or were you home or
I was
something?
at my desk.
You were at your desk.
And what did they say?
And what did they say?
Yeah,
Who
yeah.
came up to you?
The program director Lou Simon of the 60s channel said,
Right.
"Hey, could you fill in at 12 o'clock today?"
And you said,
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
And you had your prep and everything.
Got my prep, went on the internet and took care of things. Actually, on the iPad in the morning, I look over things that I want to maybe talk about, keep a note there.
Uh-huh.
So it's very easy. You can't be a lazy disc jockey anymore. You have to have, you have to know what's going on. You have to be in tune about what's happening, with everything, pop culture, the news.
I like learning things along with the
Yeah, it's
listener.
kind of fun.
That's my strong suit. Just kind of learning.
We get to be surprised too.
Right.
How about that Wilson Pickett? We got that ready?
Oh, sure. Let's do
damn.
this.
Sirius XM playing a great one. I tell you, he's a Rock and Roll Hall of Famer. We called him the Wicked One. Wilson Pickett. You can catch his music on Soul Town, Channel 49. He was born back on this date in 1941.
Holy shit. He got the 1941. I'm gonna wait right there. It's an amazing talent.
Do you think that ruins the song when people talk over the music?
Oh no.
I think it's part of the fabric of the format. People enjoy that. I mean, if you're on an album, Rock Station Classic Rock, you're not going to be talking up
You tell
the
them.
intro.
You leave the intros alone.
Yeah. And you
Oldies, not so
leave it
much.
there.
Fabric
no,
of
because
the format,
it's part
okay.
of the format. It's like
yeah.
when you go to for ice cream and you want sprinkles. That's part of the. You expect sprinkles on there.
That is a good point.
And, I think it's part of it. The jingles.
That's a good point.
Who are you on the New York radio message board?
No, I read that thing and I chuckle because those guys on there just make you chuckle. They know everything about broadcasting.
Oh, don't they? Yeah.
They've never been in the game, but
It is amazing. It is amazing.
You gotta love them.
The original name of that message board was Monday Morning Quarterbacking Douches, but that was already taken.
I love it. I love the professionalism
He's got a clipboard. He's well prepared for a show he'll never do
for
today.
a show
that he'll never do today.
always carry a clipboard.
I've got to get a clipboard. Do you know something, by the way? If you walk around here with a clipboard, people are absolutely going to think you do something.
Right. They're not going to question it.
Why would you walk around with a clipboard if you're not doing something that
Well,
needs a clipboard?
it's the McDonald's philosophy.
Yeah.
It's like always, even if there's nobody in the restaurant, keep wiping down the counter.
Always be cleaning, right?
Always, just keep wiping down.
ABC.
So it looks like you're
ABC,
busy
always
with something.
be cleaning.
Yeah.
That's right.
And I used to enjoy sweeping up the parking lot when I worked in McDonald's because I'd put the radio on. and I'd listen at night to the radio. I'd go out there and back then when I used to smoke, I would have a cigarette, and the general manager came out. He goes, if you want to smoke, punch out and go home and listen to the radio. So I did.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit. You got like a real Scarface Manny quit moment.
I thought I'd get calls from like Burger King or something or Hardee's. I figured I was zany, but I never got a call.
No, huh?
Never got the call.
You know what's amazing about doing the prep, even though you don't have, all his prep is topical, so he can't even
You can't
hold
save it
until
for-
he has
right,
a show.
right,
That's
exactly,
what I'm saying.
exactly.
Every
So
day.
all this goes in the garbage and he starts fresh tomorrow.
No, you can always work it back in because say you don't have a Wilson Pickett song on today's playlist. Hey, he was born back on this day, 1941. We celebrated his birthday.
Well, how would you
yesterday.
change? Oh, I see.
Yeah, you just got to keep these things in
Right,
mind. Like
okay.
we missed on Friday, we missed Ides of March. We could have played Vehicle.
Why don't we play it now and see how this would have worked?
And a good bit that I wrote up about that.
All right, hold on.
All
Let's
go
get the
ahead.
song
Do we
first.
have the song Ides of March? Oh, wow, he's fast in
Yeah.
there. Now, you might remember this song on American Idol when Bo Bice sang it. A whole new generation have discovered it. 1970, it's the original from the Ides of March. Drive away, baby.
Wow.
See, and you just hit a ramp there. Or you could say, here's vehicles.
Right.
So
You
could just hit a
decided
ramp.
to hit it. Okay.
That's
So,
just a
so
pose
songs
for
have
party.
more than one ramp
Oh,
sometimes.
yeah.
Sure.
And some people just
am
want to sing
loving it.
along with it, tap on the dashboard. I practice a lot in the car.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What's your
Yeah.
favorite song to introduce? Like Bob Shepard of the Yankees said that his favorite name ever to introduce was Mickey Mantle. He just liked saying Mickey Mantle.
Mickey Mantle.
What is your favorite song?
Wow, that's real tough because there's so many great ones. I love playing "Moonlight Feels Right" by Starbuck, 1976, great summertime song.
Wow,
Very few songs have a xylophone in it.
That
There's
has
a
a
reason for that.
xylophone.
That's a great one.
Xylophone stinks.
That's a great one. Staying alive because you're just pumping the energy. You
Oh, yeah.
close your
yeah.
eyes and you're just feeling that guy strutting down 86th Street in Brooklyn.
Exactly.
So there's
Or Andy
just so
Gibb
many.
grabbing his chest. Hey, could you play "Staying Alive"? I want to hear him introduce that.
Oh, it was right around this time of the year, 1977, when a music came out, and you said, hey, what is this song from? It's from a brand new movie called Saturday Night Fever, The Brothers Gibb. They're going to be strutting with Staying Alive.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
That's incredible.
Yeah, well, it was
Nice.
kind of interesting because back then when you heard How Deep Is Your Love,
Yes.
you said, gee, is this a new song by the Bee Gees? Where's it coming from? And then the song would be in that movie, Saturday Night Fever.
Well, it was
which had so
a
many
huge
great Bee Gees
soundtrack,
songs.
that one.
One of
Huge
the biggest soundtracks of all time, right?
Right, and we play a lot of all that great disco classics on the Studio 54 channel, Sirius XM 15.
Why wouldn't they make that channel 54?
That's what I thought he was going to say. Go, that one's easy.
What's on 54?
I don't know.
Oh, it must not be a music
You
channel,
can't
then.
switch that? That seems like a logical thing to do.
Well, these things are for people higher than my
You can't
pay
have
grade.
Studio
Higher than his
54.
pay grade. He's such a good soldier.
I know.
He's just like, it's higher than my pay grade.
But you can't have Studio 54 on channel 15.
15.
I've seen you at that desk so many times. I had no idea that every minute you're just fighting being fired.
Oh, Jimmy.
I'm joking with him.
He's
I
fantastic.
see him every day.
Do you program the music?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Program the music for the 50s, 60s, help out on the 80s channel.
What's
program the Love channel.
the most important about let's say an hour block of music? What's most important getting in there? What do you want to do with that hour?
Well, you want to make sure everything flows properly. You don't want to have too many slow songs back to back. You don't want to have too many R&B songs. You don't want to have two instrumentals, within
Right.
the hour or something. So you want to have a good flow, so people get a good representation of the 50s. in there. So you're playing some Rock and Roll Hall of Famers. You're playing some one-hit wonders. You're playing some early surf music, or just a little bit of everything. A good cross-representation of the
That's
decade.
good. See, you don't just like pick songs and just pop them in willy-nilly.
Do you know how fucking revolted he would be by the way I do my Boneyard show?
Oh, God, Jimmy.
Oh, would you hate
But,
it?
but that's
you walk
that's
around
the
with a
difference.
clipboard, don't you, Jimmy? With
I
all
do.
your boneyard prep?
No, I just draw like giant tits and hairy pussies on it, and I show people.
Willie's Roadhouse is on 54?
No, this is the closest thing.
56.
We don't
Oh.
even have at Channel 54.
Can't they just make
that's
54?
That's why he said, I don't know.
Right.
It's like, what's on 54? It's like, I don't know.
Right.
Because there is no 54.
But on Channel 56, Willie's Roadhouse,
Yeah.
you know who Charlie Pride is?
Yeah.
Of course.
Great.
Do you mention in your intro how he always says his K's like this? Talk.
He's
He pops
75
his
years.
K's.
He's 75 years young today. I never
Oh.
say young. 75
Oh,
years
you're one of
young.
those guys.
Yeah,
That's nice.
People feel
That's
young,
nice.
and you can hear a lot of Charlie's music on that channel.
Oh.
On Willie's Roadhouse, like "Kiss an Angel, Good Morning."
No, it's sad.
Tall.
The company doesn't.
Is anybody going to San Antone?
Here's a company man, but the company doesn't give a fuck about it.
I know.
don't.
He should be like praised.
CEO. He should be the CEO.
The CE fucking O.
You should be upstairs, Dennis.
Could you play his Charlie Pride song? What's the one I want to hear? Oh, how they love to talk.
I got a question for Dennis as he finds that song. Does it make you mad when they just give like radio shows to guys that have never done radio?
No, because those are guys who bring a lot to the table. They've got
always positive.
It's like the color analyst. You know, the play-by-play guy. I don't
call him Frank.
I don't like two play-by-play guys in the booth. I like a play-by-play guy and a color guy so he can analyze what's going on. You know, when I played with the Indians back in '87, we had a left-hander, so I could talk.
So you're okay that Eminem gets paid millions and he doesn't even have to show up?
Well, we have his name and we have his authenticity to the channel, and he brings a lot to the table. I think Eminem does a credible job here. More crickets, huh?
Have you seen him here a lot?
Yeah, all the time. We go to lunch.
He's lying.
No, you're just lying,
really.
Dennis.
Not really.
It bothers you, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't bother me. Hey, it's their company.
Did you have
They
any
do what they want.
mobile DJ gigs this past weekend?
Not this weekend, but I've got one on Thursday night.
Yeah, what do you got?
I've got one. I've got a dance for the United Cerebral Palsy people.
Oh,
nice people.
very
I
nice.
do a lot of.
You're going to see
dances
some
like
unusual
that.
dancing.
I do a lot of good things for them, and
That's good.
people like have a
Very
good time.
nice of
Out at Long Island Post. It used to be CW Post.
They don't call it CW Post
They
anymore.
call it LI Post, LI University. now.
That's crazy. They're trying to make it sound like something it isn't.
So we get out there and we have
So
some
you should
fun.
be booked every weekend. Why aren't you booked every
Got a
weekend?
job this week and got one Saturday too. Got a birthday party. I believe it's a christening.
He spins.
So
you do DJ work? Okay.
Yeah. So I actually picked up some new hula hoops this weekend. You know, got to bring some hula hoops out for the kids. Retape the limbo pole.
Sure.
Retape the limbo. Yeah. Well, I got a nice, like a big long dowel, like a big rod that you would have in the closet. And I painted it, and I put tape on it and sparkles and everything.
He
So
takes his limbo pole seriously.
So bring the limbo pole
just
out
drag
there.
some piece of
Bring
shit
the
thing
limbo
out, right?
pole out.
Yeah, and you get two kids, usually some older kids, some teenagers who are kind of hip for the room and they don't want to do it. They help out, say, all right, I need you two guys to help me out with the limbo pole. We
And they
get
hold the
everybody-
limbo
yeah.
pole.
And we get whoever birthday is to lead the line.
Limbo,
Oh,
limbo,
nice.
and you do that.
Keep the limbo
What
going.
other activities do you do at some of these?
Musical chairs is always a big hit.
Oh, yeah.
How old are the kids that play musical chairs?
Communion age, younger, 12 years old. Or we could do adult ones, too. Adult ones are fine at block parties.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you ever play musical chairs and there's one person in a wheelchair and they just have to kind of sit there while everybody runs around them and they win every time?
We always make sure the kids are winners. That's the thing. Everybody gets a
very
prize.
nice.
How do you do that?
When you get knocked out, you come
Very
over and see me,
nice.
and I give you a pair of like psychedelic glasses or something. Or, so everybody feels good.
How many?
I can't
You
tell
just
you
keep,
how great.
Or Hawaiian lays.
How many
I call them
times have you-
tropical necklaces, though. I don't call them.
How many times have you thought about swallowing a shotgun?
I just enjoy having fun with the kids.
You don't call it lay. You don't call
Tropical
it
necklace.
It's a
We're giving out a
tropical
tropical
necklace.
necklace as we play Kokomo in the background.
I would be out of my
That's
mind.
great.
I would just contemplate suicide every day.
I love this lifestyle.
God bless
Love
you,
it.
Dennis.
I'm having fun.
Dennis Falcone.
Obviously.
What's the
Obviously.
website again? We gotta make sure you're booked all summer long.
We're trying. DennisFalcone.com. I appreciate it, though. Got a couple of guys gave me a couple of hits over the weekend. Said they enjoyed me on the show. That was very nice. of them. Thank you. We had fun.
I just picture so many bodies in his crawl space somewhere. It's just
Sitting there with a bunch of cadavers just fucking hitting the post.
he's such a nice guy and just like so positive about everything. I really enjoy that because it's so rare around this building.
What else is on your prep sheet for today? Considering you're never going to do it.
Maybe we'll use some.
Well,
yeah.
you should just do it here.
We mentioned that Donna Summer received 3 consecutive albums, and she got the Walk of Fame back on this day in 1992.
Oh.
So how's she doing? Not too well, but we
How
do have her
about-
memories.
How about a little?
But we do have her memories.
And we do have the music.
Right.
Last Dance. Time
Last
to wrap
Dance.
things up. We hope everybody then had themselves a great time celebrating today. Happy birthday again to Opie. Celebrating his birthday today. Let's have a nice round of applause for our guest of honor.
my
We make sure
birthday?
everybody, just like giving it us.
Oh, I thought it was my actual
Make sure
birthday.
you guys get home safe. We'll see you again real soon. If you'd like to have me entertaining your party, make sure you check me out, DennisFalcone.com. Let's take it back in time. The movie TGIF. Thank God it's Donna Summer and Last Dance. Take care, everybody. Get home safe.
Get home safe. I love him.
And if it's a Friday night,
I just want to hug him.
and if it's a Friday night party, hey, have a great weekend.
Right.
If
Right,
it's
right.
Saturday, hey, enjoy your Sunday. And if it's Sunday, have a great weekend.
What a
Get back to
positive
school.
guy.
Everything is so
You ever
positive.
get mad? You ever have any negativity in your life?
Well, sometimes when I can't get the people up on the dance floor, because
Well, that would get you a little
sometimes
miffed.
Because you feel like you're doing something wrong, right?
I do a lot of jobs for volunteer fire departments around the country. And
those bums.
God bless those guys who go out there at 3 o'clock in the morning if the phone rings and they got to be there.
Oh, yeah.
So when they, you all of a sudden you see a table of 25 guys. You gotta go, I don't think these guys are going to be dancing.
Right.
So you just play what they want. Hey, you got any Thorogood? So you play George Thorogood. Play any Boneyard music or something like that. Or,
Sure.
Try to entertain, play to the crowd. So even if I have to be a human jukebox, just play to the crowd.
Do you believe in the devil's music?
No, I don't like to play any devil's music at parties.
No.
No. Well, there was a good disco song called "Devil's Gun" by CJ and
Could you
Company.
hit the
That's
post?
a good song.
Could you hit the post on "Hell Awaits" by Slayer?
No, I'm not too familiar
That's
with that
what
song.
we should do. Make him hit the post
Not
on,
too familiar with that
on
song.
some evil songs.
Yeah, let's get some Slayer up. I want to see if you can hit. Hey, wait, no, let's get "Evil" by Merciful Fate. I want to see if you can hit the post on that.
What's the ramp time on that?
I don't
Because he doesn't
know.
know the song.
I don't know the song.
No, but
but
he'll
I
be
do
able to-
have other work to do.
He'll be able to hit.
Oh, you're trying to get out of here?
He does have other
Look,
work
he doesn't
to do.
want to deal with the devil's music.
Well, no, the thing is, you see, that goes back to something we were talking about the manual here.
Oh, yes.
I would have to listen to that song ahead of time in the production studio.
Right.
So I would know. So, because I worked at a country radio station years ago, and I wasn't as familiar with the music, so I'd get in about an hour before I was on the air.
Oh, my God.
And I'd look at the playlist and say, gee, I'm playing this new song by Tim McGraw. And I'd listen to it, and I'd see that it has a 9-second ramp time.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the song about? So I, didn't go into it because you never want. You're the voice of authority on the radio. You never want to say, "Gee, I don't know this song."
Right.
I say nothing but I don't know.
Yeah, but that would be fun to listen to.
Yeah,
Because it would be
real.
different.
Well, because again, if you're the voice of authority of the country music station, you say, "Oh boy, I tell you, we got a brand new one by Tim McGraw. Tim's going out on tour next week. You could catch him over on Polestar.com. Find out if he's going to be in your neck of the woods." You just always know what's going on because a person tunes in the radio and they want to hear somebody, a voice of authority.
Sure. Someone that's going to guide them.
From now on, you've just elected your voice of authority on this radio program.
Oh, wow.
That's right.
Who is it going to be?
It's going to be me.
Jim Norton?
That's right. Hope Talk.
Can we? I think we want him to. I think we want him to talk up some evil shit.
Yeah, play.
Would you
Evil
do that
by
for us?
Merciful Fate.
It's
for
a
second.
30-second intro.
It's a 30-second
30-second
intro.
Good gosh.
What's this song about, Jimmy? I really don't know.
Well,
Good gosh, I could read the phone book.
I was born in a cemetery. It's about a guy who was born in a cemetery and he violates a girl in her grave.
You got that, Dennis?
Yeah.
But talk it up like it's an oldies favorite.
And what's this song called?
He's talking about how he'll dig up a girl's body and make love to shame. Like he'll have sex with this girl's body and kind of humiliate her body after she's dead.
He's
It's
right.
called Evil.
And the song is called "Evil."
Yeah, by Merciful Fate.
All right.
Merciful Fate.
It's off an album called Melissa.
Melissa, like the Allman Brothers, Sweet Melissa.
Yeah.
Well,
This is just.
Well,
Melissa.
it's a little different than that song.
And you play this on Boneyard?
I play it on Boneyard. I play it in my house. I play it while I'm making love.
Oh.
What would be the channel number for Boneyard? So I give you a cross promotion.
Got me by the short and curly.
You don't know.
No, why would I? I just say the
That
Ozzy's
is
Boneyard.
so funny. We have no idea what channel
I'm on the Boneyard every night. I have no clue.
Boneyard is.
I finally know we're on 105 and 206. For the
think
longest
we're
time,
on
I got confused
38.
by that.
Channel 38.
All right,
Oh,
Sean,
Ozzy's Boneyard.
Yeah.
No, you got to give the full name of the channel.
All right,
It's Ozzy's Boneyard.
And make believe this is just a classic oldie song, okay?
Oh, yeah,
We want the
just talk
same
it up.
delivery, please. All right, you ready?
Go ahead, hit it. Well, good morning. I know it's tough getting up on a Monday morning and getting things off to work, getting the kids into the car, but I tell you, I got something that's really going to get your blood pumping. It's a great song. I love these guys. I hung out with them last summer. It's Merciful Fate and Evil. Matter of fact, my buddy Jim Norton plays this for you on Boneyard. You can check that out on Sirius XM Channel 38. I heard right to that guitar there. See that?
Right.
Yeah,
That's a ramp right there.
Yeah, so I really could,
You hit
Yeah,
one of
yeah.
the
I
ramps.
hit one of the ramps there.
But you didn't talk about the grave and all that.
No, that's not my shtick.
That's not his shtick.
That's not my shtick. It's like I wouldn't expect Jimmy to perform at a communion birthday
Right.
reunion party. That's not
Not
his
with my
shtick.
pants on.
Yeah, that's not his shtick. You know, you have to know your strengths and you have to know your weaknesses.
Well,
What if
that's
a
pretty
particular radio show we only have weaknesses? What if we are one giant weakness?
That's the beauty of it all.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Dennis, we've seen you around here for years. Just barely said hi to you. Talked to little Islanders.
Yeah.
Little
And then you
Yankees.
became a star
yeah.
this past Friday on the Tequila and Donut Show that E-Rock brought to the table. So-
Rock
yes.
was a little mean to you, though. I didn't care for that.
Yeah, I didn't like that at all.
I was a little mean-spirited.
No,
Well,
you
to
know
be
what?
fair,
It's showbiz.
Dennis was also calling E-Rock. He wasn't calling him E-Rock.
What are you calling him?
They called him Slavo.
Oh. Was it because of his weight?
I understand. Well, his whole, he's got to come a nicer dressed here in the office. office because, I mean, he's not only in the studio with you gentlemen in the morning, he's also out there mingling. You know, so people walk around, they want to see somebody a bit
Being
more presentable.
representative of this program,
Yeah, he's
maybe.
basically a slovenly pig, you're saying.
You know, I'm back in the golden age of broadcasting. Broadcasters wore shirt and ties to the radio station.
Oh.
That was nice. You look up a picture of William B. Williams, the legendary disc jockey who worked at WNDW 11.
See a picture of Willie B.
Yeah.
Willie B.
How many years
Williams.
was he shirt and tie.
Shirt and
He was there
tie.
for about 25 years or so.
Oh,
He was there
God.
for a long time.
Oh.
He used
Shirt
to play
and
a lot
tie.
of Frank Sinatra music. He just, you know, he was just a very suave,
Very
debonair-looking guy.
replaceable,
Oh, that's just from
Let's see.
another
Yeah.
fucking
Willie B. There
time.
he is.
They used to wear,
Willie
they
B.
used to wear suits to baseball games, too.
There he is.
And they would lynch blacks.
They all have the Beatles look
They
going
used to
on.
wear suits to Broadway shows.
Yeah.
Just going out. People used to wear suit and tie or
On airplanes.
On airplanes. It was
Yes.
very nice, too.
Right. All right.
That was
well,
very
Did they
nice.
really?
Yeah.
Well-
Get dressed up to go on a
Flight
plane.
800 wrecked that.
Yes.
Those
well,
good
Dennis,
ties ruined.
your shift is over, so why don't you intro the last song of your shift and get the hell out of here?
All right, why don't we have something? Hey, how about by Irene Cara? She is 54 years young today.
Wow.
Irene Cara.
Yeah. You got a little fame, maybe?
Yes, some fame.
How can I ask you a question? How can you teach me to hit the pose? Because I kind of admire what this guy. I
Oh.
don't know how long is the fucking ramp on this where I would need to talk.
I think, fame, about 20 seconds or so.
Is it?
Whatever. Yeah. You just feel it. You
Well,
just
I'm
feel
not
it.
good at
Again,
feeling
that
it.
would go back to listening to it before you actually
Again.
Okay, can
We're
I
practice a few times.
can I
in the
try it
car.
once and then you do it because you'll do it better than I will.
Oh, everybody does their own thing.
All right, let
you
Jimmy do it
I mean,
first.
fame.
Irene Cara.
It's a birthday
So you
today,
look
Jimmy.
a little something up about her, right?
Birthday,
Okay.
54 today.
All right.
She's in the movie Fame. She also sang the song from that.
Jimmy knows
Couple
who
of years
Irene
later.
Cara is, I
Sure.
think.
Flashdance.
Are you
also
ready?
good.
Yeah, this is one by Irene Cara. You might remember her from Fame while she was crying with her ugly tits out. The guy told her to suck her thumb. Remember that? And Bruno wanted to really fuck her, and he never got to. And then she was in DC Cab. She got picked up by Charlie Burnett. He died of AIDS in real life. It's kind of sad. Here it is.
Oh, you hit a ramp, though.
He had a this is the long version.
No, this is the wrong
This is the wrong
version.
version. That's
Yeah.
okay, but you did hit the ramp.
It's the wrong version. She should have started singing.
You're exactly right. He had it.
Ugly.
She sure did. Old fucking Colonel, old fucking candy corn tits. Played the wrong version, Travis.
Yeah,
I was
it's a long version.
I was
I
ramping
played
up.
the one that was on the Fame soundtrack.
I was ramping up for old candy corn
You want
tits.
the other one?
Yeah, let Dennis.
Dennis, you
Dennis, your shift is over. You're out of here. Here's your last song.
Mention her candy corn tits.
Yeah, can you mention that at least? No.
We'll see if we can work that in because I've got some other stuff to mention.
All right. He's not going to touch that.
Sirius XM, I tell you, I've had a blast reliving the past for you today as we reach back in time. But of course, if you're into the movie Dancing with the Stars, the TV show Dancing with the Stars, I should say, season 16, I recovered. It's live radio. You can recover. Season 16. Can you believe that? Season 16 tonight. Check it out. In the meantime and in between time, let's go back to 1979 with Irene Cara and Fame.
Jesus.
That's live radio. You can recover.
You recovered.
You did recover.
He recovered well.
And another thing about recovering, never say, excuse me.
Oh.
Calls attention that you made a mistake.
Who cares, though?
Just go on.
I love it. It's such great advice.
It really is. We can
I
learn
love
something
it.
from Dennis Falcone.
Little things. It's been a pleasure.
I notice you
Yeah.
smile when you talk.
Yeah, because I'm happy.
No, but I mean that
Does that
projects
affect the way you
a happy
sound?
voice.
Well, that's like when you do a live promotion, a broadcast, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure when you guys are out on location, you're there smiling at people. Right?
Yes,
Hey,
as
how are
we're
ya?
getting into
Jim
the van to go home. Being rid of these fucking mutants.
You guys have to like spin. If you spin the wheel of prizes, people have a good time.
You know when I
that's
smile
true.
during a live event? When I can hear Opie and Anthony in the next room on the air, and I'm getting jerked off in a bathroom. That's when I'm smiling.
Dennis,
That's
comment? No.
never happened to me at a live promotion. That's because I was giving away T-shirts and koozies.
Right.
Thank you,
Fantastic.
Dennis.
Take care, guys. I wanted to shut my mic off. I just don't want to take the headphones off.
Oh, well,
Yeah, it's
you know,
fine.
yeah,
It's okay.
Yeah, we got to get
Jesus.
that button. Feedback.
You're all right with leaving the studio? The on-air light's still on.
Take care, guys. I've had a blast reliving the
Thank
past.
you.
with
A
Thank you.
blast reliving the past.
Dennis Falcone.
Thank you,
everyone.
Dennis.
They should be paying him
Fantastic.
way more than whatever
Oh,
he
my
makes.
God.
All right, do me a favor, E-Rock. Ask him if he smelled my gassers.
Uh-oh.
Someone, I fucking dropped like 8 gassers.
Did you? I wasn't
That
even-
whole time? He's too much of a professional
But
to
ask
bring
him,
up.
yeah.
ask Dennis if he farted. He'll probably go, no, I smelled it.
Yeah.
He's a pro.
He is a treasure around here, and I'm sure they don't even know his name.
They don't give
just treat him like
they don't give
a
a shit.
Yeah.
That he's here.
He used to be the overnight dude, like not like on the air overnight. Like he used to have to come in at like 4 o'clock in the morning.
Really? After all these years of broadcasting.
Yeah.
I remember seeing him when I'd come in the door. He would be sitting at that little desk next to the door.
He got here before us.
And he was here before us, yeah.
E-Rock?
Comment?
Comment?
There he is.
Did he smell Jimmy's farts?
Not at all.
Not at all. All right. We got James Lipton coming in today.
My goodness.
In about a half hour. But first, these messages.
The Opie and Anthony channel.
What's that?
On Sirius XM.
Oh, holy shit. Look at that. Oh, my God. Holy moly. Holy moly. Oh, my God. Holy moly. Oh, my God. Look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that. Oh, my God. Holy moly. Please, please. I want my house, please. Oh, shoot. I'm shaking, I'm shaking. Oh, my Lord. I'm shaking, I'm shaking. Please, oh, shoot. I'm shaking, I'm shaking. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. Oh, oh, oh. Holy shoot. Oh, oh, oh. I'm shaking, I can't see no more. Oh, oh, oh. Holy shoot. Oh, oh, oh. I want my house, please. Oh, my God. Holy moly. Oh, my God. Look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that. Oh, my God. Holy moly. Please, please. I want my house, please.
Sirius XM. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
What's this?
AWOL Nation.
Cool. I don't know this one. I just know Sal.
It's on Alt Nation, whatever that channel is.
All Nation is channel. I don't know. We'll have to ask Dennis. It's a cool sounding song. I just don't know it. And
no,
I want to thank Dennis Falcone for stopping in once again today. He was great.
Comes with other people.
At the movies, and now I feel like we
Yes.
should do prep. At the movies.
Oh, look at you. Wait a minute. What are you doing?
At the movies is what I'm doing. Oz the Great and Powerful is kicking ass. Didn't the ratings for that movie, the reviews for that movie weren't that good? But it did 42 fucking million. That's the second week out too, right?
They're still not great. I mean, they're still crazy mixed, but yeah, it's made, I think,
a lot of money.
$200 million.
I'm happy that Steve Carell's movie bombed because, he's another one of these guys that has decided radio is, below him.
What
he could have used the help on this movie.
What
the magic movie, The Incredible Burt Wonderstone.
Oh yeah,
Steve Carell and Jim Carrey. Only 10 million on its opening weekend. That is not good.
I went and saw it on Friday.
Is it good?
It wasn't horrible.
Wasn't horrible.
Oh, God, Jimmy, no. You can't back-to-back those farts like that.
Back-to-back and a belly-to-belly.
It was so bad. Back-to-back and something dead in his belly to belly. It's so bad.
There's the line. Movie wasn't so bad. But when I go to the movies at this point, I want it to be a little better than it wasn't so bad.
Right.
The jokes are easy. You know all the jokes already. It's the magic. Make fun of the magicians. Steve Buscemi was funny, but
Buscemi's great in everything he
Buscemi's
does.
in it? Exactly.
He's another one of those guys, even in a bad movie, you're going to get a great performance from the guy.
Yeah.
He never fucking bombs.
Mr. King Clip-On Tie.
Right. Even when he's hanging out with drunk firemen, and it goes on a little too long. See,
oh, my God, was that great?
I didn't forget. We got a weatherman. Yeah, this thing went viral. We should play it. He did the old birthday fucking shout-outs, and he got nailed.
Oh, he did?
Oh, yeah. These are always great.
I like the ones that were from this very program.
I know. We haven't had one in a while.
Haven't. Nope.
Where is that guy?
Anyway, Christy and Joe Horton, 9th anniversary, and Hugh Janus turning 10. We mentioned...
Who starts laughing?
They start
Is
laughing
it someone?
right away.
Is it somebody there? The anchor?
Yeah, the anchor's like
starts laughing.
You idiot! How do you fall for
You
that
don't
one?
fall for a huge anus.
Anyway, Christy and Joe Horton, 9th anniversary, and Hugh Janus turning 10. We'd mentioned.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's one of those. It's one of those.
I totally fell for it, didn't I?
I think it was a trick. I think
you're right.
I think it was a trick name.
You're right. I think you're right.
I think it's one of those.
Who asked for that shout out? Who asked for it?
I'm gonna go back and look.
You?
Who asked for it?
I'll have to go back and look, but I think you're right. I did fall for that one, huh?
I think it's one of those trick names and you fell for it.
Oh my God!
I think it's funny you caught it.
I
looked at it like
I had to think
8 times.
about it.
I mean, wonder why? Because I was supposed to wish them a happy 10th, so I just figured, a young kid. Hey, let's give you a chance. A birthday shout out. Wow. I got punked. I basically got punked.
I don't know. Maybe it's legit and I have a sick mind, but that's the way it came across.
Hopefully there's not a 10-year-old really with that name out there. Wow.
You know what? Good for them because usually
they acknowledged it.
Yeah, you got to acknowledge. Come on.
And started laughing.
They
That's
had a
great.
They had a
yeah.
good time with it. KTLA, I guess. That's pretty funny.
Fucking huge anus.
Yes. We got a guy that's going to be so dead in the very near future.
Who's that?
You can't invent a car that runs on air.
Oh,
without
no.
people fucking taking notice.
Is it the air that came out of Jimmy's ass? That'll run a fucking tractor trailer.
Is it bad?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
It's methane.
Why so many farts today, Jim Norton?
Because I'm excited to be back.
Whenever I'm excited to meet James Lipton.
Yes, I am. Whenever I'm excited to be back in town, my body just reacts.
Oh, nice.
Terrible.
And I didn't sleep last night. I went to bed at 1:15. I was up at 3:30.
Ouch.
Oh, man.
Don't know
What's
why.
up with that?
I was watching 30, what is it called? 30 on 30 on ESPN. What a great fucking series that is.
What's that
man.
about?
Just old sports stories, but they put them together really nicely, and they had a look back at the 1983 NCAA champions, the North Carolina State Wolfpack. Yes, with James with Valvano.
Oh, the dead guy.
Yeah, he ended up having cancer.
He sure
And
did.
died about 10 years after that amazing season they had.
Wow.
Not Wildcats, Wolfpack. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that guy.
Yeah, you know that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the greatest underdog stories ever. They just should not have won as many games as they did and win the whole tournament as we all get our brackets together.
Get your brackets. March Madness brackets.
Yeah.
Brackets. How's your brackets? Who's in your brackets? Who you got in your brackets?
Oh, I hate it.
I hate the brackets.
Why do you hate the brackets?
I don't
fucking
have any interest
stupid.
in college b-ball and brackets.
Who do you think will play who in the finals? I don't know. I got so-and-so. They're going to play Loyola Marymount.
Dickheads.
How's UConn doing this year? How's UConn?
People enjoy their brackets.
Are they?
Yes. They can make some money, too. A lot of office
Yeah.
pools. Where's Dennis? Where's Dennis Falcone?
He must have
He'll
won
tell
that.
you the importance of brackets.
I'm gonna take UConn, and I'm gonna take what's another one?
UConn.
Don't forget Dallas Tech. And what about Penn State? I got them in a bracket, but I hope they don't have to play the University of Cock Snooks.
Shut up. Syracuse. I'm taking Syracuse.
The Orange Men.
The Orange Men of Syracuse.
Nice.
And I'm gonna take
The brackets are set. They're officially set. There they are, right there.
Oh, download your brackets.
Mm-hmm.
Brackets.
We should have the listeners get their brackets together. They would have had fun.
Here's my Sweet 16.
Who do you
My
got?
fucking Elite 8.
What about the Final Four? Who's going to make it to the big dance?
Who's gonna make the big dance?
The big dance. The big dance is the championship game, right?
Yeah.
Sweet 16, you said that?
The Sweet 16. And then they have to say Elite 8.
Elite
Which
8.
is stupid. Why don't you say the Great 8? It's got to be an E?
I guess.
Elite and 8. It's stupid. Sweet 16
works.
Elite 8 doesn't work. It's got to be like something.
Final 4? That works.
Final 4 works.
What's wrong with Elite 8? It's alliteration.
It doesn't work, though, because the sounds of the E are different.
Oh.
It's not like fucking.
They're trying too hard, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I like Grade 8 is better. But that sounds too much like Grape Ape. So the people think of the fucking cartoon.
Oh,
it has to be Excellent 8.
The Excellent 8.
The Excellent 8.
Excellent 8.
Yeah.
Oh, look, they're on CNN with it right now.
Down here. Okay, hold on. Easy, because we're having it's a live shot here on CNN, and they're not wearing Indiana colors; they're wearing CNN colors. All right, that's what they want to make sure here. But yeah, we're down here, Carol, for March Madness, and we have the biggest bracket you have ever seen in your life down here. Let's go over some of the number 1 seeds that we have.
Let's do this.
Louisville, the number 1 seed
Louisville.
overall in the NCAA
Louisville.
tournament after winning the Big East tournament over
Big
the
East.
weekend. Then you've got Indiana. The
Indiana, I said.
They're the
Indiana.
number 1 team in the East,
Yeah.
the number 1 team in the South, the Kansas Jayhawks, and the number 1 team out West,
I said.
Gonzaga, number 1 team out West. Now, there are a few surprises, if you will. Kentucky,
some
the national
surprise
champions
Kentucky
from
is.
last year, not in it again this year.
Yeah, they're not
It's
in
only
it.
the second time in the last 22 years. Stop laughing. The Indiana fans, they're laughing. The rivalry between Indiana and Kentucky.
Oh, why don't
It's
you
only the
just
second
rate
time
them?
in 22 years that
You're from
Kentucky has
CNN.
not been
No one
in
will blame
the
you.
big dance. And then, of course, the most interesting.
All right, well, there you go.
Look at that size of that bracket.
Wow,
Wow.
that is the biggest bracket.
That's a big bracket.
A lot of brackets.
I so don't care about the brackets.
Do you watch college basketball? Do you watch the tourney?
Don't watch.
It's kind of exciting.
Any
Gotta tell ya.
college basketball. I don't watch any basketball.
Even the tournament, though, is pretty exciting.
I don't
think
think
you could
so.
get into it a little bit.
so. Not so much. Not so much.
Well, we do have a guy who created a car that's possibly fueled by air. This
think
will,
he's a dead man?
Oh God, this will never see the light of day.
No.
They make these type of people go away quickly.
Yeah.
Let's not forget about water car guy.
Water car
is one of our most famous examples.
Yes.
He didn't feel well after he ate at a restaurant and died of food poisoning or something, or something similar to that.
Certainly did.
Very suspicious, and that was right after, not soon after, not too much, whatever the fuck. I'm fucking tired.
I was wondering when you were going to spit that out.
I was trying. Yeah, he died. He died after he announced the whole
water car
thing.
And this guy, you don't even need water. It runs on
No, now
air.
you need just air.
Holy shit!
This guy is a dead man.
Everyone looking to save some money on gas. And so when we heard of the car that runs on air, we just had to send our correspondent to check it out. ABC's Nick Schifrin tonight, running on empty. It may seem hard to believe, but this rust bucket could be the car of the future.
It'll never be the car of the future.
Oh, listen to it.
Big Oil will never allow this to happen.
What the hell? It's running on air?
Are you kidding me?
What, do they separate the hydrogen out and that whole thing?
Probably.
Is that what they do?
Car of the future. So when I look in here, I see a garbage can. Yeah? That's correct, yeah. I see a piece of wood, and I see some random string. I mean, this is totally homemade, right? It is, yes. Oops. Meet inventor Peter Dearman. His car needs no gas, no batteries, only air. What emissions will this car produce?
It won't actually produce any emissions because it's only air that we're using. We're not burning anything.
Here's how it works. When you cool air to minus 300 degrees, it becomes a liquid. If you run the liquid with the help of antifreeze, it expands back into a gas, powering the car's motor. So, fancy a spin? Range is 3 miles with a tailwind. Top speed's only 30. Look, it's an early prototype, but soon there'll be a more polished package developed by the company that designs engines for McLaren sports cars. In 40 years of inventions in this garage, Peter says this one is his most important. He may just make the old gas guzzlers disappear into thin air. Nick Schifrin, ABC News, Hertfordshire, England.
He's a dead man.
Oh, no.
He's so dead. I mean, but he has it figured out.
Oh, just...
You would think companies would jump on this, but there's
Oh,
no
my
way this will
God.
ever see see the light of day.
Holy shit.
But he figured it out. Like, you saw the car. It's going 30 miles an hour on air.
Oh, blimey, someone's left a cake for me out front. Oh, this is delicious.
That's scary shit. You will never hear about this car.
What's this fluid underneath me car?
Yeah.
Oh, it's probably nothing. Oh, yeah, that poor bastard. That's a weird thing, though, because how the fuck, what kind of energy does it take to get oxygen to that cold? It's a liquid form. You got to think of the energy that it takes to do that.
Right.
You know, it's like people with their fucking electric cars. Oh, it's great. Yeah, but, you know, you're plugging it into a wall, and that electricity has to come from somewhere, and it's coming from a power plant that's powered by coal or oil or nuclear or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Less pollution, though.
Less pollution, yes. On the roads, and not near the power plant.
They allowed the electric cars.
Yeah.
They allowed those.
Yeah, they did.
Big Oil will decide what they'll allow.
Because, again,
they're not going to allow these type of cars in general.
Because some type of oil power plant is powering to charge them.
Didn't hurt their business too much.
No.
But something like this would really hurt their business.
Oh, yeah.
Got to think they got hitmen.
Oh, yeah.
You got to think they have them out there.
Who's that in the bushes?
You think he'll put a positive spin on it at first?
Yeah. Maybe they come to see my car. Oh, did they? Yeah.
Where's Lipton?
He's we have him close to 9:30.
By the way, I heard a little story over the weekend about you know how we do that old-timey actor voice.
Right.
Apparently, it's called the Mid-Atlantic voice.
Okay.
And it's a thing that was taught years ago.
Right.
So you don't sound like you're from any place in particular.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
You can sound like it's sort of from England and America at the same time.
But why did it matter?
Because it was like sounding professional.
Oh. Dennis Falcone would probably know.
People thought you had to sound professional.
Right.
Yeah.
Huh.
So you adopted this kind of almost English accent thing.
Right.
Sure, ladies. Here it comes.
So they were trained.
Ah, yes. Yeah. They were trained
to do that
to talk
voice.
that way. Here comes the Queen Mary into dock. Wonderful. Everyone had a gay time on board, I'm sure. Yeah. It's the Mid-Atlantic.
Is there clips of this online?
I think so. Yeah, I think there are.
I did not know that.
Sam Roberts isn't at his post.
I thought it was just because they came from the stage or whatever.
No, it's some kind of weird thing.
They were actually
a lot of
They actually trained themselves to talk that way.
Yeah, broadcasters, actors, and actresses. They all wanted that.
It used to be really bad to have an accent on the radio.
Yeah.
It was really bad.
I think they figured that people with accents didn't even deserve to be on radio.
No.
Yeah. Hey, Sam Roberts. Where's Sam Roberts?
Hi, Travis.
Oh.
So that we can film Mr. Lipton.
For Peggy Lipton?
Yeah, so we can put it on the internet.
She was on the Mod Squad.
I remember her very much.
Yeah.
I was much more a fan of Clarence Williams III.
They were
That's
married,
me.
by the way.
I did not know that.
Yes, she was one of them.
He's one of my favorite actors.
Yeah.
Link. He's
Link.
great.
Like Link from the Mod Squad?
Yeah.
What else did he do?
Yeah, why
He was
would
in
he be
Purple
your
Rain.
favorite?
I just love
Was
him.
he?
He played. I like the way he delivers dialogue. Like he was in Sugar Hill. He was in Half Baked with Chappelle and Brewer.
He was.
And he gives great monologues. I love in fucking Purple Rain when he's like, "Don't ever get married."
Oh, really?
Yeah. Then fucking the next thing he fucking shot himself in the head.
Holy shit.
Fuck, that was him.
That's the father. Yeah.
No kidding.
Or he was in 52 Pickup with Roy Scheider and Ann Margaret.
Wow.
And he was great in that one too. And he fucking smothers Vanity with a pillow and almost kills her.
I don't recall that. Tony Curtis on Cary Grant?
Ooh, that should be a hot picture.
What is that? Oh, no. Yeah.
No, nothing.
Cary Grant. Yeah.
Why don't we take another break and clear the
Even
field
up,
for
clear the
James
field,
Lipton?
and James
there.
Lipton will come in.
Yeah. Why don't we do that?
That sounds good.
All right.
Let's do that. Indeed.
Hit it.
The Opie and Anthony Show presents O&A Theater. Tonight's performance, Ray J. Johnson Jr., portrayed by James Norton.
And action.
Hey, Johnson.
This has been O&A Theater. Thank you, and have a pleasant evening.
The Opie and Anthony Show presents Primetime Sam Roberts and One Question with a Guest We Couldn't Get. Musical icon and living legend, Elton John.
Primetime Sam Roberts here with Sir Elton John. Sir Elton, how are you with electronics?
With electronics?
Yes.
Hopeless.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
This has been Primetime Sam Roberts and One Question with a Guest We Couldn't Get on the Opie and Anthony Show.
Sirius XM. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Want to welcome James Lipton to the Opie and Anthony Show.
Where is he?
Oh, that's just Chris. I don't know where James Lipton is.
I picked up a Windows Surface.
Yeah, you like it?
I'm kind of digging it. You like it, huh? It's a tablet, yet it's a computer.
It's all heavy.
I know, but the thing is, it's because it's a whole fucking computer. It's not just a tablet it works on Windows 8, and it's fucking it's pretty goddamn cool. I got to tell you, I could run SimCity on it. Fucking play it full game. What?
SimCity?
SimCity.
Does it work?
Yes, it works finally. Oh my god. I'm
SimCity.
Playing that, but I could play any game, even graphic intensive games. You could play on this. It's a computer, so it's thicker and heavier than a tablet. And it's got a little keyboard attachment that also is a cover for it.
Is that the Pro?
And then yes, of course.
Wait, you said you could play any game on it?
Yeah.
Can you play Super Stickman Golf 2?
Might be too much on the memory. Yeah.
Fuck, I'm addicted to Super Stickman Golf 2.
Yes, I could run regular Pal Talk off of it.
Really?
I tested it out yesterday.
Really?
It's a computer.
Yes.
Runs everything on Windows.
Everything.
Is it as good as an iPad, though?
It's
better.
different. It's different than an iPad.
It could do more things than an iPad,
and it could do many more things
Yeah,
than
of
an
course.
iPad.
Well, it's a fucking computer.
It's a computer.
You don't play Super Stickman Golf 2?
It's your USB and fucking... Yeah. Oh, I don't play that. Super Stickman Golf?
You don't...
what is it?
I got that.
You don't get addicted to the phone games? What was the last phone game you got addicted to?
I haven't played a phone game in a long-ass time.
Not even the Angry Birds?
Angry Birds, but I played that on my iPad.
What about the Flow?
It was kind of better than...
You played the Flow for a little while, didn't you?
No.
Oh, I think this is the same company that made Flow. Now it's Super Stickman Golf 2.
I didn't play that.
I noticed
I'm addicted.
that Angry Birds really kind of killed the whole, let's download 100 different games on our phone thing. Because after Angry Birds, I kind of stopped
trying to find the next
trying
game.
to find a new game every week or something. You know?
Try the golf game.
Okay.
Although it's barely a golf game.
Yeah, but that's all right. I mean,
They almost should not call it golf.
They should
Although
just
you
call
are
it
trying to get the
fun
ball in
with
the
sticks.
hole, but it's you got sticky walls and
all
sorts of shit.
So it's got shenanigans with it.
So many shenanigans.
So it's a
ridiculous
shenanigan.
shenanigans golf.
Shenanigan golf game.
It's not even close to a traditional golf game. I think it's going to hurt their numbers.
You think?
Yeah, I think so.
Golf purists aren't going to want to play?
Well, you're going to think golf. Why would I download a golf game? That's dumb.
That's stupid.
I love golf games, but this is, like you said, a lot of shenanigans involved. Lots and lots.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
James Lipton.
digging the tech. Is he here?
Yeah, he's right there.
Oh, shit. He looks a lot younger.
Oh, that's rolling.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's you.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God. He's 86. Oh, Jesus.
He looks great.
He's short. I didn't realize that.
It's great. Mr. Lipton. Pull up a seat. Here we go, sir.
Doesn't smell my
Please
fart.
feel free to
fart.
pull up a seat. And what do we got there? Got the water, a little microphone. My goodness. We were just commenting. We're on the air, by the way. We just wing it like this.
You might put these on?
If you feel,
you don't have
yeah,
You don't have to if you don't want to.
As long as you could hear us, that's fine. We don't mind. Well, obviously, we were astounded by the list of people you have interviewed. It's quite extensive and an amazing array of celebrities. When did you start interviewing people in this fashion?
Well, 19 years ago.
That's it.
In 1994, when the Earth was covered in mists, I had an idea, as a member of the Actors Studio, that we ought to create a degree-granting program for the first time in the history of the studio, which was then 47 years old. And you know the people that had given us, from James Dean and Paul Newman and Marlon Brando and so forth, right up through Pacino and through De Niro and Jack Nicholson, etc. And I suggested at that time that the studio, first of all, was a very private place. It was a gymnasium, and nobody was allowed in from the outside. It was a place where people could go and make mistakes. Why? Because you learn from your mistakes, right? But you don't want to make them in public once you're famous. So that's how it worked. I said, why don't we create a degree-granting program for the first time? We don't have to let people in. The studio is still on 44th Street. It's still a private, cranky place where nobody can get in. But let's let this method that has been honed all these years out in an educational environment. And that was how we started Actors Studio Drama School, which is now at Pace University. And when we started the Actors Studio Drama School, I had people who would... All of our core courses, by the way, are taught by life members of the Actors Studio. That way we get the continuity that we wanted. And so we had people who would teach 30 weeks. People would come in and do 6 Fridays in a workshop. But there was one category left that was unfilled, and that was those people who were members of the studio or friends of ours or colleagues with whom we've worked who could only give us one night of their lives. So I sent a letter out and said, will you come and teach our students for one night? Paul Newman answered, Dennis Hopper answered, Sally Field answered. I got these extraordinary people saying, yes, we'll do it. And that's when I sent word back into the professional community. I was by now dean of the Actors Studio Drama School, which I had created it, so they said, well, you'll give it a year. Start it, you know.
How long had you been at the studio by this time? Had you been there since the beginning?
Only 2 years I'd been there by then. I was trained by Stella Adler and Harold Clurman. And so I got these responses, and I sent word back into the professional community from which I had come. And I said, look, these people are liable to say something worth preserving. And anybody interested, because that means television cameras. And Bravo took the existential leap with me. At that time, Bravo had 20 million people. That is to say, and Cablevision. They were owned by Cablevision. There were 20 million subscribers. Today, we are in 94 million homes on Bravo. We are in 125 countries. We have a record-breaking 15 Emmy nominations. And if you had put a gun to my head in 1994 and said, predict that or die, I would have said, pull the trigger.
Can I ask, when you do such an amazing prep for these interviews, do publicists give you the same thing they give us? Well, you can't ask about this, you can't ask. What are the parameters you allow?
We are about to do our 250th episode. Wow. Not one publicist has ever told me I can or cannot do anything. Not one. There is no pre-interview on our show. We're the only talk show of our kind that has no pre-interview. That's why I have to work for 2 weeks to do those 300 or 400 cards all by myself.
Wow.
And the result of that has been that the guest walks in and has absolutely no idea what's coming next. That's the rigid rule on our show, and nobody has ever asked to violate it. Not once.
I'm amazed by that.
That level of trust they have for you.
It's trust and...
Well, they know that we're going to talk about craft. We're not interested in gossip.
Right.
We're a master's degree program. Those are master's degree candidates sitting out there at Pace University. And so they know that we're not going to get into gossip. We don't care about it. We really don't care, seriously. And what do we care about? We care about the work they've done. And if I were to ask you or anybody in this room, look, I'm going to interview you. And what we'll talk about, I'm just going to ask you about those turning points in your life that made you whoever the hell you are now. Both as an artist in the case of our show, and as a person. And you start, and I've done my research, and I know that there was a turning point. Somebody died, therefore they did this. And So I asked them, describe to me what happened, and then they tell me what happened, and in doing so, what happens? It's called effective memory in the Stanislavski system. What happens is the emotions that they felt at the time begin to come back, and as a result, we became, to my absolute astonishment, the most intimate and the most emotional show of our kind.
Who gave you the most emotional interview that you can think of, or one
Bradley
that
Cooper.
was, yeah?
Look, when I was asked over and over again, over the years, who's the guest you want the most? I said, look, I was for 10 years the dean of the Actors Studio Journalism School. I was its founding dean. I'm no longer its dean. I'm dean emeritus. And I said, the night that one of my graduated students has achieved so much that he or she walks out on that stage and sits down in that chair next to me is going to be the night I've waited for since we started this program. Wow. And Bradley Cooper graduated in 2000. We trained him for 3 years. And when Bradley walked out on that stage, he looked at me and I looked at him. We burst into tears and we had to...
Wow.
We couldn't go on with the show for a bit until both of us had recovered. So there is that kind of emotional attachment in the show that, again, doesn't make us better. I hope it doesn't make us worse, but it sure as hell makes us different.
Yeah, and it's honest. I mean, obviously, not talking about the gossipy end of it, just the craft, and just open honesty about it. I think people feel safe there too. It doesn't feel like they're going to be blindsided by some TMZ reporter.
No, because look, we're a master's class in a university. We don't care about those things.
Yeah.
Our students don't care. They would be disappointed in me if I asked a question about that had
right.
nothing to do with the reason that we're all there. And the result for us, for our students, remember, they come from we're in 125 countries. That's not a joke. We were immense in France, in Japan, in Australia, in the Scandinavian countries, in Latin America. The show is just huge. And the result is that our students come to us from all over the world, and they come to us for a reason. And the guests know that there's a reason. And therefore, the guests have a reason for coming there, which is to teach them. And it turned out, I thought it would be so dull. I thought it would be so dry. I thought we wouldn't last a year. I'm serious. I thought we wouldn't last a year. Here we are, 19 years, the second longest running show in the history of cable television. All of these things, it sounds like I'm bragging. Maybe I am. But it's also the truth. And it's not something that I had anticipated or even planned. It just evolved organically, the way an acting role is supposed to evolve.
Yeah. How did you accept being thrust into pop culture like that? I mean, the parodies that have been done about you, which are hilarious.
It appears that it appears that I am a figure in pop culture.
Sure.
Watch Arrested Development when it comes back on the air on Netflix. I'm back on the show. The Warden Gentles, like the character that I created on the original show. I'm back on the air. The Will Ferrell, of course. We all know about that. And it's not something that I can plan, but it is something that, to be perfectly frank, that I treasure.
Yeah.
I mean, Will's a friend. He asked me to be in his movie with him, which I did, and this thing has evolved too over the years. This relationship. Do I like it? People ask me, "Do you hate it?" Hate it? I would crawl on broken glass to have this kind of thing happen to me.
It must have been odd, though, to be the dean of a university.
It was all happening at once. I was one of 7 deans in a university, which is an academic position, of course, and at the same time, all this madness was happening.
Yeah. That's an amazing story.
Of all the people you've talked to, what was something that shocked you? Like, what's a piece of information somebody gave you?
The most shocking one, I think. Well, brace yourselves. It's quite a tale. It's brief. Jack Lemmon was on. I'd known Jack Lemmon when I was a young actor and came to New York, and he was already a famous actor. And Jack was, you may know, an absolutely elegant human being. And it was near the end of his life, just a few months from the end of his life, and he was on the show. And because I'm dean of the school, I'm always trying to make a point for the actors. I'm didactic, which is one of the things people make fun of me for, and some people dislike me for. They think it makes me pompous. And but I'm always trying to teach them something. And so I was working with Jack, and we were talking about Days of Wine and Roses. And I said to him, you know, all the famous scenes in it, the scene next to the crib with the child, the scene in the greenhouse when you smash it, trying to find a bottle that you stowed there, the scene when you're arrested, all those huge scenes, emotional scenes. But the most moving, the most thrilling scene in the movie is the quietest. When you stand up in front of AA for the first time and say those historic words, and then I paused. I'm always trying to get my guest. I tried to get De Niro to say, "You're talking to me," he wouldn't do it. I did get Tom Hanks to say, "Life is like a box of chocolates." And I waited for him to say it, and he said it. He said, "My name is," he couldn't recall it, and he said, "My name is so-and-so, and I'm an alcoholic." And I turned to the students and I said, see, look, no pushing, no begging for anything. Just do it. Just do what the character does and let the audience provide the emotion. See, no pushing. I said, that's acting. And he said, no, it's not. I'm an alcoholic.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
And there follows a 15-second pause, which I kept in the edit because I edited the show. And it's right there, and we just stare at each other. And I saw he didn't want to go any further, and so I went on to the next question. But it was the most startling moment in the history of the show.
Wow.
And afterward, his wife said to me in the green room, first time Jack's ever said that in public.
Wow.
So the fact that he said that, I guess, obviously meant he was in recovery and had kept that private. Wow, that's
he was, but he had never admitted to it in public in his life until that moment. Would you call that a surprise?
Yeah. Well, not in this studio, I wouldn't. You know,
come on, I enjoy a couple of beers myself. But
you're an interesting guy too, in that you like how much of this is folklore. But back in France, when you were a younger guy, you know what is this? Are they,
oh
James
God,
Lipton,
are you going there? Okay,
we have to ask. Yeah, you were.
Go ahead.
You were. I don't want to say a pimp per se, but
I was a macro. Which is not strictly speaking a pimp. A pimp is somebody who exploits the women who work for him, and generally speaking, that relationship nowadays it's unthinkable. Unthinkable. I'm talking about when I was a youngster. This is long, long ago, where it was all regulated in France and so forth. But a pimp exploits the women and often treats them horribly. We know that. But a macro works for the women. They employ him. And I was living in Paris. I couldn't get a work permit. It was out of the question in those days.
Were you acting there while you were there?
I had been acting in Greece in a film. And then I came back, and I didn't want to come back to the United States for a while. I wanted to live in Europe, and I particularly wanted to live in Paris. There's an expression in French called rite de passage, rites of passage. I was going through it, and I wanted to continue to go through it. And I had met by chance, because I had gone, as Americans did in those days, to the Rue Pigalle to see a sex exhibition, which was in those days was commonplace in Paris, and in America didn't exist at all. And afterward, I had had a drink in the bar in the Bordello and met the young woman who had participated in this, and we became friends. She was from Cannes. She was a beautiful young Canoise. And in those days, France was going through a very hard time, and the men couldn't get work, and certainly the women couldn't. And there was no opprobrium associated with women who went into what was called le milieu, which is that world, and then came out of it. The names I could name for you, movie stars and so forth in France, who were in it for a time. And there was nothing. There were students who were in it, who were earning their way through school, women who were supporting their husbands who were going to college, for example. It was an entirely different world and completely regulated, medically regulated and everything. Anyway, then when I ran out of money, she suggested that I would become her mech so that I could stay there and we could continue our friendship and our relationship. And I did, and it was one of the most interesting years of my life. Now you know the whole story.
Wow.
But
what is one of the responsibilities of
I would go to the in the morning. I would appear at American Express, which is where all the tourists turned up, especially the American tourists, right next to the Palais Garnier and to the Paris Opera. And other people would be there saying, would you like, I conduct tours, would you like to see Chartres, would you like to see Notre Dame de Paris, etc. All these people would be these tour guides. I was a tour guide. I would say, you want to see some sex? and these startled Americans would say, yes, this is really what they came to Paris for in those days. And then
when was this roughly?
1950s.
Oh, okay.
And so, France was still recovering from the Second World War. And I would have to go with them because they were nervous, they were frightened about it. And so I would take them there to the bordello, and my girlfriend and another woman or a man or whatever it was we had arranged that this thing would occur. And these people were electrified by it, and they would ask me to translate for them and speak to these people and tell them what they wanted to see and stuff. So it was a very strange time in my life, but it was literally the only way I could remain in France. I couldn't earn a living any other way. I would gladly have done something else.
Now that's probably a much more fun way to make a living. Did you get involved?
Interesting.
Were you a part of
What do you mean by get involved?
Well, what I would love to have done.
No, she was my girlfriend, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to, betray her even with her.
Wow.
You follow me? It's very complicated.
You didn't get jealous?
No. Well, she wasn't. We were friends. We were really friends, more than anything else.
Right. Yeah.
And she had arranged for this. It had to be arranged for her. They would have found me floating in the Seine because you couldn't practice that profession unless you had been endorsed. Okay. And so she got me endorsed.
Wow. What a great story.
I've never discussed this with anybody else before on radio.
It's quite amazing. Part of your history and just part of history. We'd never do that.
Well, I never would have discussed it at all. I did in my memoir, Inside.
Yeah.
It's there in black and white for everybody to read. But Arthur Lawrence, the great playwright, had been there. And with a whole group of people, with Stella Adler, who was my acting teacher, and they were all there in Paris. They came for the summer, and I was there, and that was when I was working. And they asked me to, and I took them all and arranged one for them, this as a sex exhibition. And Arthur wrote about it in his memoir.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 6 years ago, just before I wrote my memoir. And he talked about it, and so I felt he had outed me.
Did he drop your name in there?
Drop my name?
I thought maybe it was an anonymous type of...
No, he devoted a chapter. He called me that.
He didn't mention your name. The guy who hosts the Actors Studio.
No, I wasn't that then. He called me the sex guide of Paris. And so once that had been done, there was nothing I could do about it except in my memoir to put it on record truthfully, once and for all. When Julia Roberts was on my show years ago, and Julia had played, of course, a prostitute famously. And I said, did you interview prostitutes? And so forth. She said, yes. And we got into that. And then I began to talk about, I said, well, when I was in France, and so forth. And then I realized I had trapped myself. That was long before I ever discussed it. And I didn't want to go any further with it. And Julia, she started laughing. She couldn't stop laughing. And it's one of the most famous moments on the show where I was just sort of fumbling around and I didn't know what to say or how to get out of it. And Julia could not stop laughing. I tried to drink her water and her teeth were rattling on the glass.
She let you off the hook, or she probably could have pursued it. Oh, she didn't?
But I didn't confess anything.
Right.
It wasn't until Arthur Lawrence wrote about it as an experience of his life that I decided I'd better set the record straight, such as it is.
It's an interesting story. And you know what? It's so it's in a time in history where it doesn't seem as seedy as anything like that now.
Listen, the women who were in the media in those days were, some of them were very, very elegant. And as I say, they were examined weekly by a doctor. It was completely regulated. Some of the bordellos of that time were among the most famous in the history of the world. These women were like geishas, and they were so royally treated. And as I said, women moved in and out. They needed the money. They were desperate, and so they would do this for a while. Then they would come out of it. People would know that they were in it. There's a very famous, very, very famous French movie star who was in and out of that milieu. I won't say who it was, and that's not my right. But I know she was. And when they came out of it, there was no opprobrium whatsoever. People never even gave it a thought.
Wow.
The French have always been look. We're the United States of America.
We're uptight.
What tradition do we have that the French do not have? The Puritan tradition. There is a Puritan tradition in America,
yes,
which we inherited from
absolutely.
England. But the Catholic countries of Europe, France and Italy and so forth, do not have a Puritan tradition. As a result, they look, and neither does Asia, neither does Japan, for example. And so in those countries, you don't find the same kind of nervousness or obsession with sex. They're much less, much less obsessed.
Less uptight, too. Just less uptight.
One of the problems
in
with the Catholic Church today is that it has become absolutely riveted on the subject of sex.
Right, yeah.
And I'm not criticizing them, that's their right. But it is a fact. And they are more sophisticated perhaps about it, or and certainly more casual about it. They don't see it as a every encounter as a life-changing event.
Sure.
I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but it's different from our own tradition. We are more uptight, and it has to do with our Puritan tradition.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it takes away from some things that could be, art. I think it takes away from art in this country
Look
a lot.
At Japanese art, the greatest Japanese artists, the Rembrandts and the Da Vinci's of Japan, all painted pornography, pure graphic pornography. My wife is half Japanese and half Irish, and she studied art with a great Japanese artist. He was a national treasure. They declare them national treasures in Japan. And he gave her as a gift once it hangs in our house, this painting by a master, one of the 18th century masters of Japanese painting, and it is a pure pornographic.
And it has a place in your home right there prominently displayed?
Pride of place.
You see? Wonderful. I love it.
Why not?
Absolutely. Why not? Absolutely.
Did you study with, did Brando study with Stella Adler too?
Brando studied with Stella Adler. De Niro studied with Stella Adler. Harvey Keitel studied with Stella Adler. I studied with her for 2.5 years. She taught for 2 years, and actually she asked me to stay for another 6 months, which I did and worked with her. She was the greatest single academic influence on my life.
So you knew Brando?
Yes, I knew Brando when I first came to New York. He was already, a star, but I didn't know him quite well. Yeah.
I'm always fascinated with people who got to know him because he seems like one of these guys that was rather difficult to get to know. Like,
at the end of his life, I was always trying to get him to be on the inside the actor's studio. By then, he was reclusive, and he would sit up in his home, and he would make phone calls. He would call me, and we would talk for 45 minutes, but he would never appear on the show. By then, he would not come out of his house, and he was very, very, very bizarre. He'd speak to me in Spanish, and I said, I don't speak Spanish, and then he would stop. But we used to talk for a long time. I said, why don't we say this on the air, for God's sake?
Right.
And nobody wouldn't do it. So he's one that got away. But by then, it wouldn't have been very valuable anyway, because he had spit the bit, and he was no longer interested in acting, and he contemned it, and he hated himself, as we all know. It ended poorly. But when I first saw him, when I first came to New York, I saw him in Streetcar.
Oh, wow.
And he was the greatest actor I ever saw.
Did he really dislike like guys like Rod Steiger? Because there's this famous story about when they were doing that, I Could Have Been a Contender, Charlie, that he wouldn't even do Rod's close-ups with him, that he hated his acting. Is that the truth?
I have no idea. I don't know. I don't answer that. I don't know that he did. But certainly that scene is justly famous. He did everything wrong in it. He did everything unpredictable in it. Instead of being angry at his brother, instead of being frightened of his brother, the two things that you would think that any actor would have chosen, made those choices in the scene. His brother was destroying him at that moment. What was he instead? He was heartbroken.
Mm-hmm.
He was heartbroken that his brother would do this. It was the most amazing choice, and only a Brando could have made it. I think that nothing impresses me in an actor more than risk. If an actor takes chances and is utterly unpredictable, then I know I'm in the presence of a great actor. And there's one more ingredient that's necessary. If the actor, first, you are absolutely startled by his choices or her choices, and in the end you realize they were what? Inevitable. That's what makes a great actor, and that's why Brando, to my taste, is the greatest of his time. And we have some great ones going now.
Who do you think's unpredictable now? Like completely, who shocked
Philip
you?
Seymour Hoffman.
Yeah.
Wow. He is good. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Did Brando ever talk about acting and the actual craft of acting in public in any way?
Yeah, he decided after I started Inside the Actors Studio. I think he was inspired by it because he's a member of the Actors Studio.
Mm-hmm.
He was so aware of it. He decided he was going to teach a class in Los Angeles. Advertisements went out. People flocked. And they rushed to be taught by Marlon Brando. And they arrived at the appointed place, and he was waited for the door to open for him to come in. He walked in a dress, as I recall. It lasted, I think, about 24 hours.
That was it.
By then he was two.
Yeah,
He hated acting.
Isn't that odd?
He thought that acting was not a worthy profession. And you know why? Because he was a genius. Geniuses make one mistake consistently. They think that whatever they do is easy. Why? Because it's easy for them. And they didn't have to learn it because it came from instinctively. And as a result, they think it's easy, and it's easy for them to become contemptuous of it. Because, look, I'm doing this thing. What's so special about what I'm doing? Why should anybody make a fuss? And eventually, people like Brando become contemptuous of it. For example, Ted Williams had to teach himself every moment of swinging a bat. He could teach you how to swing a bat because he had to teach himself. He wasn't a genius. What he was a great student, and he taught himself how to do it. Willie Mays never gave it a minute's thought in his life. He was a genius. It just happened. He would get up there, he'd swing the bat, and he'd hit a home run. There are those two kinds of those two approaches to a craft. And Marlon was absolutely a genius. He just was able to do it. Now, he was well trained by Stella Adler. He had a thorough training from her. When you put together technique with talent, you can't teach talent. Talent's what you bring to the table. And
I wonder what that's like.
Yeah, exactly.
I said, I wonder what that's like.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you know. And, but you put together talent and technique, and then out comes a Brando.
You know, I can't even watch movies like Miracle on 34th Street was on recently. I just can't watch things from that era anymore. Because again, like watching guys like Brando and like Hoffman or whoever, I can't watch the old school acting anymore. It just seems so disconnected to anything I enjoy.
Because it was English acting until the Stanislavski system took hold in America through the group theater, out of which came Stella Adler and Lee Strasberg and all the teachers whom I have studied with. Until then, it was a pale imitation of English theater. They had a kind of false English accent.
Yeah.
Everything had to look good, and they practiced in front of a mirror until they had themselves just the way they wanted. None of it was organic. None of it was felt. None of it was emotional. None of it was real. It was all a system of posing. It was rhetorical. It was It was essentially false.
Very much like old stage acting.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, it was theater acting.
Yeah,
they took it to film. But then when the Moscow Art Theater on Stanislavski came here in the 1920s, there was a revolution, and that was when Strasberg and Stella Adler and Harold Clurman and Cheryl Crawford, they saw what was happening on that stage, and they knew that the door had opened, it would never close again. And then they founded the group theater. Out of that came the plays of Odets. Out of that came all of our greatest actors. And today it is it's transcendent in the world. There is no actor who is not touched by it in one way or another. And in America, we've had some very, very, very great teachers. The greatest of whom I thought was Stella Adler, and she did teach Brando. And once again, there with me, I brought a minimal talent to it, so I was okay. But he brought this great talent, put it together with her technique, and out came a very great actor.
There's footage of... Oh, they say we have to...
Yeah, unfortunately.
I just want to ask one more question. Did they say this footage... I'm not a fan of Shakespeare. I can't enjoy it. But I watched Brando doing, like, Caesar, he was Mark Anthony, I think he was doing it, and I couldn't take my eyes off it because it was like, this is the only guy I've ever seen do it.
Neither could the English actors. I remember once one of the English actors on my show, was it Tony Hopkins or John Hurt? I've forgotten which one it was, or Ian McKellen. They said to me, look at the Julius Caesar. You'll see what Brando was doing was, here we all came with this classical training, with the perfect body, the perfect voice, the perfect behavior, and Brando came on that screen, and we were all of us in the shadow. And he was able to bring to it the kind of deeply felt emotions of American training and acting when applied to Shakespeare, who was a great writer of emotion, a great writer of feeling, a great writer of character. And when you put those two together, then you've got a performance like Brando's. But, I mean, others do it very well. I think Tony Hopkins is a perfect combination. When he was on my show, he told me that while he was studying at the Royal Academy in London, learning the kind of acting that we all associate with Shakespeare and with the English tradition, he was sneaking off and studying Stanislavski with an acting teacher in London, and putting the two of them together. And when you put that exterior technique, which is external, in which certain aspects of a character are acquired externally, together with an internal technique that digs deep into your own soul and makes you recreate whatever it was that Shakespeare wrote and said organically from your own life experience and from your own deepest, the marrow of your bones, and you get the kind of exquisite acting that all of us can react to and never forget.
Yeah. Wow. So rare to see.
They're telling us what they
oh, yeah.
You have other press to do.
You got a lot more press to do.
You're very busy today, apparently.
James is promoting, of course, Inside the Actors Studio. It's an amazing show. You get more out of actors.
You watch Tina Fey, which is tomorrow night on Bravo. And we talked about what? Improvisation. Because she came from Second City.
Sure.
She gives a lesson in improvisation that is incomparable. And guess what? We then improvised, and I was allowed by her to interview Sarah Palin.
Oh, she does.
Watch it. Yep, she does. Sarah Palin. We do about 8 minutes together of Sarah Palin, and it is absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah,
it's improvisation.
Totally improv.
We're both improvising.
Tomorrow night, that's 8 o'clock on Bravo. It's season 19, and you're an amazing interviewer and a great guest, and
Yeah, thanks so much.
What you get out of actors is amazing. No one gets that type of stuff out of them.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Absolutely.
Thanks for coming in.
And I think a great interviewer gets things out of people. Like, some people got James to talk about things that he hasn't talked about.
Right, Jimmy.
Yeah. My wife is, if she hears this, she is going to kill me.
Meanwhile, you should have maybe gotten an acting lesson from him instead of acting.
Yeah, I really should have. I do things that are unpredictable, too. I forget the lines, and when I do remember, I suck.
Jimmy has a problem. He doesn't know what to do with his hands to make them look natural as he's acting.
Yes.
He's either by there or fault.
Hands are the problem. Look at, you watch Humphrey Bogart. Bogart never figured out what to do with his hands. He usually tucks them into the belt of his pants.
Really? Bogart couldn't even figure it out?
Watch him. He was never comfortable with his hands.
I find that, like, what I'll do is I'll just put them over my head out of frame, and people just forget that they exist.
That's why in the Kane Mutiny he was doing that with the Marls, but he just brought those one day. It wasn't even part of the script.
You're right.
He just stared at me. It's absolutely not true.
All right, well,
let's get James Lipton out of here.
Thank you, James, very much.
Thank you all.
All right.
Sirius XM.
Hey, hey, hey!
And now, the Opie and Anthony Show continues. This is After O&A Live. Here's your host, Sam Roberts.
Have a good show, Sam.
Have a wonderful day.
I'm out of here.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, Sam.
I did my magic.
Is that what it was? Magic? It's After Opie and Anthony Live. 866-WOW-1-WOW. Opie got his Sudoku done early today, so we do have a Sudoku to give away. Very exciting. These Opie Sudoku puzzles are becoming quite the commodity. So 866-WOW-1-WOW. And what did you learn? Don't just call up and say, give me a goddamn Sudoku puzzle. Call up and tell me what you learned. E-Rock, how are you doing?
Good. Be right back.
Whose water is that?
Mr. Lipton would like another bottle of water.
Well, Mr. Lipton can have whatever he wants, goddammit. Not only has he talked to every famous person in the world, but he used to be a pimp.
Could you talk to Who Kid? Is that cool?
I don't know if we're going to have time to squeeze Who Kid in.
Oh, I'm just hanging.
I'm just hanging, too. You know.
Well, you got like 10 minutes?
10, I got the whole show today, Who Kid.
Oh, get out of here.
You're here nice and early. Did you see James Lipton?
Yeah,
you know who James Lipton is, right?
I just saw him outside.
Did you get a photo with him?
Nah, he said, fuck you.
He did? He said that to you?
I don't take photos with, homies.
He was just, that's what he says. He's old school.
Yeah, he's super old school,
He was on here talking about the days of living in Paris. He was a pimp.
Yeah, I heard about that.
He just talked about it. He said...
selling that pussy.
That's what he was doing. His girlfriend, I guess, was a woman of the night, and he used to go to, like, tourist areas, and people would be like, oh, you want to see the Eiffel Tower? You want to see the Arc de Triomphe?
Yeah.
And he'd be like, you want to see some girls fuck? And they'd be
What?
like, yes, of course we do, James Lipton.
He's seen his dick, you know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't know if he took his dick out for them at that. That doesn't seem like a convincing sales pitch.
So he was like a pimp in Paris. Like,
yeah.
Wow.
He was one of the original N-words in Paris, I guess.
Get the hell out of here.
You're a good person to ask about. What's going on with Lil Wayne?
He's doing the Harlem Shake in the hospital.
Is that what's going on?
He's like, wait.
Because TMZ went out and said that first on Saturday night they said he was dying, and then the Birdman was like, Lil Wayne's not dying.
Yeah. But what's crazy is we were actually making fun of him on my show Saturday.
You were.
And then Birdman manager called me, and Birdman was driving to the hospital. But they heard it on Sirius XM how we were making fun of. So I had to do a Lil Wayne Shake It Up set. So I played all Lil Wayne bangers, but they were tuning in. But I think they're really going there. But I don't know about all that dying and all that.
Were they like, Hookie, could you chill out a little bit?
Nah,
Lil Wayne's in the hospital.
I told them, I'm joking, right? And they're like, yeah, we know you're joking. Whoa there. And then
What'd they call you?
Whoa there.
What's Whoa Day?
Something in New Orleans. They call other black people Whoa there.
You ever hear that? What's your name again?
Easy dude.
Dave?
Yeah. Fuck is this guy?
Well, Dave's made very little impact, unfortunately.
Is this mic hot?
Yes, it is. It's hot. You ever heard of that expression before, Whoa Day? Has anybody ever called you? Anybody ever called you that?
Mm-mm.
It's a baby. He's so rich. He gets like 50% of Eminem's like intake.
Baby, the Birdman gets 50% of M&M's. How does that work?
No, not Eminem. I'm sorry, Lil Wayne. So if Lil Wayne makes $30 million, he takes $15 million.
Yeah.
So
sick.
Whoa there.
So he can make up slang.
But I don't know if he's dying. I think that's just hype to get him.
Yeah,
props.
I mean, right after that, he's probably in the hospital. Don't you think it's stupid though that like there was a time we were just talking about the anniversary of Biggie's death.
Mm-hmm.
There was a time when rappers were getting shot.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're going to the hospital and getting into seizures for
Pills
drinking
and stuff.
like cough syrup.
Nah, but he did an enema with it.
He did an enema with his purple drink?
Yeah, he put it in his ass.
A codeine enema.
Mm-hmm.
That shit will fuck you up, Who Kid.
That's why he was shaking. Harlem Shake.
What's up, Tyler?
Yo, Sam. I learned today on today's show that Late 800 ruined so many men's neckties.
You're right. You're right.
Are you serious?
Larry.
Hello, Mr. Kid.
What up, son?
Just hanging out, man. You know how it is. It's so nice out. I think I'll leave it out. Sammy, Hollywood Fun, Sammy Sweetheart, the F.N. Roberts professional broadcaster, and I'm telling you, I couldn't believe Friday you were so friendly with Dave LaGreca after your complete and total hosing over the Busted Open show, which, by the way, was total bullshit, because you are a world-renowned professional wrestling expert, as well as originator of the blatantly stolen Lonely Virgil concept, which is also total fucking bullshit.
I appreciate that. You see, when this weekend, when TMZ wasn't posting about Lil Wayne dying in the hospital, $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase made TMZ.
That's crazy.
And he was talking about Virgil.
That's crazy.
Kid? That was me, okay? I'm the one who made Virgil an internet phenomenon.
Haitian Virgil? You know he's Haitian.
Is he Haitian? He looks Haitian. I don't know if he's actually Haitian.
Ugly nigga, too.
LonelyVirgil.net, Who Kid? The thing that started it all. That's my website.
Get the fuck out of here.
It's
they took
mine.
it from your shit.
They took it from my shit, Who Kid?
Fuck.
I feel like one of the rappers you used to rob.
They sampled you?
Yeah.
That's some bullshit.
Without permission.
No clearance.
No clearance.
Get a lawyer.
Go on, Larry.
Yeah, but the downside of your theft, Sammy, is you don't have a bunch of thugs with a van and automatic weapons, which really sucks, by the way.
True. I need to get somebody to do some kidnapping. Can you hook that up?
I got
No. Well, maybe Mr. Kid can hook that up, because I wouldn't even begin to have those connections.
I
I'm
could do
sorry
that.
if you weren't even talking to me for the question. I'm terribly sorry, my ego.
Don't even worry about it, Larry.
Yeah,
What's going on today?
Well, what I learned on today's show is it continues to impress about how Denny can hit the post. He is absolutely phenomenal. And also, I learned, and who knew, that James Lipton could get a job in acting and make a career in acting without ever acting in anything.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He's the man. You want this, Larry, you always call it, you want this Sudoku?
Well, the question I have about the Sudoku is, which one is it? Is it one of the New York Post? Is it the Daily News Sudoku?
It's the Daily News. It's the Daily News, completed, signed, and dated by Greg Obie Hughes.
Well, I got to tell you, could become a very valuable family heirloom.
All right. Well, I'm going to put you on hold. They're going to take your address, and you're going to get it.
Okay, well, great, Sammy, because I wanted to talk to somebody off air about a great elevator show premise.
All right. Give it to whoever screening calls.
I want to get on that show.
All right. You want to get on Obie's elevator show?
I want to be like naked on there.
Why? Nobody asked you to be naked.
I thought everybody has to be naked on there.
No, nobody's been naked on there. Have you watched it?
I saw somebody naked on there one time.
I mean, Troy took his shirt off to get slapped in his chest, but he wasn't naked.
You sure Troy wasn't naked?
I mean, I'm pretty sure he was. I think he had pants on.
Well, my dick out in that elevator.
You got all jealous when you saw Troy's elevator show? Like, I want to get naked in the elevator.
Yeah, he's all cut up and shit. I'm playing this Super Stick Man Golf 2, man. That shit is hard.
Are you serious? Were you listening to the show this morning?
Nah, I just downloaded it yesterday.
Opie just came on the show today and said that he's addicted to Super Stickman Golf.
Are you fucking
on
serious?
his phone? Yeah. That's the new shit, I guess.
My dick is white now, so I've been playing that lately. Look, Super Stick Man Golf 2, yeah.
All right, I don't understand.
Are you serious?
How come you inserted the "my dick is white" part of that sentence? I don't understand
Black
where
people
that.
don't really golf. Unless you're half Asian.
I see. And you love the game?
I love it. I can't stop. Like a white dude.
Yeah, I guess so. Tom in Farmingville.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing?
What up, kid? What up, son?
No, listen, you know what I learned today? I learned that if you don't want to have a hangover, you just got to eat jelly donuts, and you'll be fine.
I heard
Eric was the star again, I would say, of today's show. Just the fact, if not, I don't know. It's either you or James Lipton today. Just the recap. Friday's show was so good that today's show was a classic show just because of all the recapping that we did. Eric, did you black out from Friday?
No, I did not.
You didn't black out?
Nope.
I could have sworn when you were sitting there, because I don't know if you heard about this, Hookin. Friday at Eric's Choice became Donut and Tequila Day.
What?
Eric said, I love tequila. I'm going to bring it in on Friday, and we're going to do Tequila Day. And I'm looking at him when he's telling me this earlier in the week, going like, you're fucking nuts. Like, why would
that healthy?
Why would anybody drink tequila at 7 o'clock in the morning? But of course, we all just looked at him and said, "All right, dude, go for it."
He went for it.
And so he brought in the tequila, and we made it our mission. We went around the halls trying to find people who could. He did 10 shots of Patron on the air.
What?
10 shots of Patron on the air.
Is that something we don't know, Eric?
How did it feel?
After a few, you don't even notice it anymore.
Well, you couldn't have noticed it because, dude, he did 3 shots of water that we told him were tequila. After he had done the 10 shots, he thought it was tequila. He didn't know. Like, when did you find out that you were doing shots of water?
Well, like I said earlier, on the first shot of the other tequila, it didn't have that kick that tequila has.
It seems to. Eric went on the record of doing a shot of water.
Shots of water.
And then he went like this. He went, ooh, smooth.
Fucking guy drinking water?
Yeah.
And then Anthony had taken the bottle at one point and downed the last half of it.
Or probably 3/4.
And I still didn't notice. I still didn't know at that point.
Eric was sitting there in his drunkenness, kid. Anthony, it's a bottle of water, but it's in a tequila bottle. Anthony does 3/4 of it in one shot. And Eric's looking at him like he's the fucking man. And Eric looks at Anthony, and in classic drunk guy moment, he looks right at him, and he goes, I want you to know, I know that you don't like me.
Get the fuck out of here.
And we're all looking around like, what? And then Eric goes, but that was fucking awesome. That was beautiful.
That troop serum right there.
And then when the show was over, the main show, I see Ant with his backpack getting ready to leave and walking down the hallway. And I'm like, how did... Oh, that was not tequila. That's when I realized it wasn't tequila.
But you were still loopy.
Oh, yeah.
How did it wear off? Like, by the afternoon, did you feel it wearing off?
Yeah, it was. I would say I could feel that. No, I still felt shitty, but it wasn't fucking up like my coordination or anything like that.
No headaches, no nothing.
Nothing.
You didn't get a hangover after that.
That's
no,
crazy.
I was expecting it, and I didn't get it.
Wow.
I went to the bathroom a lot, but no headache, no throwing up, nothing.
Did you ever have the tequila shits, kid?
Yeah, when I went to Cancun. That shit is rough.
Eric, talk about the tequila shits a little bit.
Yeah, it was like 4 hours constant.
Yeah, it's like constipation, right? Not the liquid.
No. It was, like I said earlier, if you had a garden hose and the nozzle on it and you don't have it on stream, you just set it to that spray where it just shoots out.
Oh.
I got constipated.
And so you had jelly donuts and tequila just pouring out of your asshole?
Oh, yeah. Oh, and the sandwich I had, too.
Oh, of course, yeah, because...
Spicy right there.
Because in an effort to sober up, he ate a bunch of pizza and then had a giant deli sandwich.
Yeah.
And you didn't constipate?
No.
It all came out. That's just as good as a workout, right? It counts as calories burned. They're not in you anymore.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
It's the same deal, right?
Yeah.
I had a
Body
brick,
feels
a brick
the same
in my
after.
ass.
You had your shit just tarred up inside your intestines?
I tried to eat a lot of, burritos and tacos when I was in Cancun during spring break. And then, because I drank mad tequila and I ate the worm. And then all of a sudden, I was scared. So I ate mad burritos. And then it was like a brick in my ass.
When you're in Cancun, I'm surprised, like, even if the ice in your drinks you can't trust because it'll make you shit all over the place. It was the opposite, though.
I had a brick in my ass.
You were corked like you were in prison.
I had a brick in my ass. It was serious.
What did the wife think of what went down on the show, Eric?
Your wife knew?
I got to find out about this because we knew that his wife was listening. Because at some point during the show, Eric's wife Instagrammed a photo of the pad data that said E-Rock is drunk. It said it right on the radio. And E-Rock was on the air. And I'm telling, like,
He's talking reckless? Like,
completely
I
reckless.
Fuck bitches, yeah.
Well, they didn't say that.
Oh, okay.
But you remember Nicole. You've met Nicole.
Yeah, I met her. She's a very nice person.
She's in here, and she's going on the after show. She's like, oh, my God, Eric is so lovable when he's drunk, blah, blah, blah. And Eric looks at me, and he goes, you know what, Sam? And I go, what? And he goes, right now, I think I could get her. I go, you could fuck Nicole? And he goes, I think I could. And then Nicole is sitting there, and I'm asking her about the hangover and what's Eric going to feel. And Nicole goes, I got to tell you, this kid, he is going to take a nap, and he's going to wake up hung. And Eric goes, wake up hung? And Nicole goes, yeah. And Eric goes, morning BJs from Nicole. Do you remember what your logic was when you were saying that?
No, I think it was that I remember a story she talked about that she liked doing that to her husband.
And so you were thinking, wow, we're all waking up.
When in Rome.
Damn, you probably wake up, you get head by her. Damn, she's a nice person, too.
But I don't know if you can handle it when you're hungover from tequila shots.
She do got a nice mouth, though.
You've noticed that?
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is the ass. Have you noticed that?
I like
Flat.
that, too.
You like her ass?
I like flat asses.
It's totally... you are a white guy, aren't you?
Because I like seeing the butthole clear. I hate when the butthole's hidden.
You don't like the deep crevices?
I don't want to see the butthole and the pussy, so I know it's there.
You want a woman to take her pants down, and you have a direct path to that butthole.
Like, I had a flat Irish chick this weekend.
You like that?
Red lawn.
You don't like it because most black guys, they like the big ass, the cushy cheeks.
Nah, I'm not like most, man.
Something you can hit it from behind and
like
bounce
you,
back.
Man. I'm you.
Yeah. Very strange. So what did the wife think of the whole thing?
She said it was fine.
What does that mean, though?
She wasn't upset or anything. She just was making sure that I was all right.
Was she humiliated?
No, she was laughing at it.
She thought it was funny.
Yeah.
Because I was
drunk. He's drunk.
Right, because I was going to say, like, some women could be humiliated by that, but to me, he came on this show on Friday, and he was the fucking man.
Wow.
He was, like you said, talking reckless, but he was the man. He was making people laugh.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't... Have you listened back?
Just what I heard today.
And
that was the first time I listened to it.
What's your feeling coming off of it? How are you feeling over the weekend?
It's crazy.
How are you feeling today?
Well, overall, okay.
Yeah.
I'm up until today. I'm guessing the performance was good.
There's Nicole walking by. You don't want me to hook up one of those morning BJs for you?
Nah, I can't do that.
No, you could have on Friday. So you're saying the performance was good?
Yeah, everything was good. Everyone, based on all the feedback I got all weekend, everybody seemed to like the show.
Mm-hmm.
And, there was a couple little difficult moments to listen to. But
what was difficult for you?
Actually, just listening to it.
But there
was a little rough.
Was there any specific thing that you said that you were like, oh? Like when you looked you looked at Anthony and you said, I know that you don't like me. Is that one of those things that you're like, why would I say that?
No. I think it was when I was the part where they said I was crying and I didn't realize I was crying.
Yeah.
That was kind of like, oh.
Dude,
he's crying.
But it wasn't like,
come on.
It wasn't that.
Oh.
It just was happening physically, and I'm talking to them.
But it was more. It wasn't a happy cry. It was emotional because it wasn't just watery eyes and then the tears started going down. His lip was quivering.
Damn.
The tears were coming down his cheeks, and we go, E-Rock, why are you crying? And he goes, I didn't realize I was. And then he told me, do you remember telling me on the after show that the second time you knew you were crying, and the reason that you were crying was because you figured out that you were crying?
No, but okay. I'm sure I said that.
That was your logic to me, that you realized
But he wasn't crying like a bitch, though. He was just, like, emotional. Like,
then,
I love this show. I love Anthony. I want to sleep with Opie. Like,
exactly. That's exactly what was going on.
No, not at all. But
okay.
Wait, that wasn't it?
No, not at all.
Oh. But he started getting a quivery lip again and saying, I'm sorry I fucked up the show.
Nah.
I'm sorry I fucked up the
Then he
show.
started crying again?
Right,
You remember that? Was that embarrassing that you did that?
No, it's not embarrassing because I think at the time I did believe that.
Well, it didn't last long. It lasted 30 seconds before you completely flipped.
They convinced me otherwise that I hadn't.
But it was tearing, though.
Then I retracted my apology.
I knew that you were a hit because somebody tweeted me right after my Sunday show. He was like, Sam, that was a terrible show. Actually, I'm going to retract what I just said and go fuck myself. Because that's what he said, Ukid. He
E-Rock
goes,
was the shit.
E-Rock goes like, I'm sorry for fucking up the show. You didn't want a drinking show. And Opie and Anthony are going, and me, we're all going, what are you talking about? E-Rock, like...
It was the best, huh?
You're doing a great job. And he
Wow.
goes, you know what? After being in radio for 19 years, this is what people want to hear. I'm going to retract that apology and go fuck myself.
I wish I heard that shit. I would have been dying.
Where's Troy? Bring Troy in here. It was the one show that Troy missed. Troy was out sick on Friday, unfortunately, and like this was the one.
Oh, bro, I thought he told me he was in the elevator with his shirt off.
No, that wasn't on Friday. That was a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
Dude, you missed the show of the year.
I know. I heard it, though. It was great.
Were you happy, Eric, that Troy didn't get to enjoy that?
No, I knew I couldn't find him at first. I didn't realize he was out, and then I never thought about it for the rest of the show.
Well, you didn't think about much, did you?
No.
You were feeling no pain.
I was feeling good.
You got to listen back to what you said about Sal. You were sitting there, and I was going, E-Rock, Sal is cheering for you. And E-Rock, dude, Troy, did you hear it?
Yeah, that was great.
E-Rock starts pointing to the window that Sal's by, and he goes, nobody cares about him. And just like announcing it for the world.
He was twisted, huh?
Yeah, it was funny, too, man. He really,
Were you
he was on
surprised?
fire.
Were you surprised at how, because did you hear that Eric was trying to organize Tequila Sunday?
Yeah.
Or Tequila Friday?
Yeah, and I was like, what's he doing? You know, and I thought to myself, he's not going to really do it.
Right.
And then I tuned in. I was sick. I wasn't feeling when I woke up a little late, and I tuned in, and it was great. It was really funny.
Did you think he would ever, in your right mind, would you ever think that Eric would sit there and voluntarily just do 10 shots?
No.
There's no way. It's not him.
I don't know how he could do that.
That's crazy.
Like, Eric, do you drink a lot when you're not here?
No, not like how do you say this without sounding like an alcoholic? Not like every day, you know, every night I need to go home to get something.
How often do you drink?
Maybe the weekends.
So like maybe once or twice a week.
If that, yeah.
And how many drinks do you have?
Not a whole lot.
Because you have a crazy tolerance for alcohol.
10 shots?
He did. I was counting.
That's crazy.
He did 10 legit shots. The 3 shots of water made it 13. It was 10 tequila shots.
He's also got a lot of body weight.
Yeah, that's
to absorb that. I'm not trying to be mean.
No,
but
I said that earlier. It's probably
Yeah, but dude, you could be obese and 10 shots is still gonna hit you.
I mean, dude, you have a lot of fat in there.
He's not that fat, is he? Is he 10 shots fat? Between 7 and 10 in the morning.
That's pretty crazy.
And then to wake up with no hangover?
Yeah.
That must have been a big ass sandwich you ate.
Oh, it was.
What kind of sandwich did you get?
Was it roast beef or something?
It was, because we had mentioned it earlier,
Yeah.
I felt in the mood for corned beef and pastrami.
I knew it. It was near us. A little mustard.
Corned beef and pastrami, followed pizza. So this is what your stomach, and you're wondering why you had to spend 4 hours spraying shit all over your bathroom. Eric's stomach had 10 shots of tequila, a giant corned beef and pastrami sandwich, some jelly donuts, and pizza.
Straight commando right there.
Wow.
Uzi ass.
Yeah.
Did you hear him talk about getting head? Like the BJs?
Yeah. He's
great.
He's like a fucking pimp as soon as he gets some alcohol on him.
He was a pimp, wasn't he?
He just had the sound like he had a fucking Coke can dick in his pants. You know what I mean?
Did you feel that way? Did you feel like you had a nice little can of Diet Coke in your pants?
No, I was feeling like, well, this isn't going to get any worse. So let's just keep going with it.
It seemed like you were very confident. Is that what happens when you drink? Do you get confident?
Maybe a little liquid courage, yeah.
A little liquid courage. Why not?
That's why people love alcohol, man. You go out to a bar and you just start kicking bullshit to a bitch.
Yeah.
And you don't give a fuck.
So I tell you, suck my dick, yo.
Yeah, but you won't even be drunk when you're saying that. You're
Yeah,
just
I
being...
say it regular, but he shocked me with that shit. I wish I would have heard it.
He did. Morning, BJ's.
Good. And Dennis was funny on the show, too. I can't believe that he was actually that funny.
Dude, do you know Dennis? He's the weirdo that sits by the door.
Oh, yeah. I know
He's like an older guy, and nobody really knows what he does.
Glasses?
Yeah.
It's a weird guy.
He's been working in radio for since 79, so that's 70, 89, 30 years. More than 30 years. He's like a radio junkie. I don't know how that guy, after we've gotten to know him on the air, like I want to give him my overnight shift on Hits 1. How is he not a real jock here?
Well, look, it translates funny on the air, but when you're just walking around or you're standing, you have your fucking dick in your hand at the urinal, it's not that funny.
He does. You guys got to understand, and Troy's right. That Dennis character that's on the air, that's him 24 hours a day.
Yeah. And it really comes across funny, and O&A are feeding into him and playing it up. It's hysterical. But that dude, you'll stand at the fucking urinal taking a leak, and he'll look over and be like, back when I was on WL, and you're like, dude, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, it gets you upset.
I just get annoyed, man. You know what I mean? Because it's just like he's one of those people that just constantly has to talk and hear himself talk.
Well, he's a DJ. He's a DJ, Troy.
Right. But they just don't know when to shut it off and just be like a regular dude.
No.
While you're pissing, though?
While I'm pissing, while I'm in the fucking kitchen, while I'm doing anything, that dude will just come on and be like, back when Cousin Brucey was blah, 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 I'd have to talk to you about radio. And I'm like, I don't give a shit about radio.
You know what happens when they shut it off? Reality starts to kick in. All right? You heard this guy, all right? This is a guy who's got a family. He's been in the business for over 30 years, and he's still doing DJ work, not like club DJ work, but like what is it called? What did he say?
Like sticky radio,
mobile entertainment.
Yeah, no, but what did he say he's DJing this weekend? The Catholic deal. Christening.
Like that too.
Somebody's christening, right?
No, he's not.
Yeah. He's taking these gigs where he has to
christening.
He's playing musical chairs for kids. At these DJ gigs, and he's been in the business for 30 years. What happens when you shut off the DJ character is that you realize what's going on and you get mad. You get angry.
Yeah.
You get mad at everyone and everything.
Crazy.
So you can't do it.
Imagine being married to that dude where the radio guy doesn't ever get shut off.
He's trying to, or being his kid. Like, imagine if your dad is just every day trying to tell you about the old days of radio.
Yeah, the glory days.
Like, you're driving to school, you're in high school, and you got Z100 on or whatever. And your dad is just in the front seat of the car going, before it was Z100, it was Bubba. And it's just telling you exactly what those...
I would tell my dad, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, but your dad would turn around and be like, shut up, cutie.
Yeah,
You're looking cute
like,
today.
Right, keep talking.
Whatever, sir. Whatever you say.
But
go ahead, sorry. He's just sitting there. Before Elvis Duran, he didn't do a time check. I know Elvis Duran is big, but you should do a double time check. Because what it's going to do is going to confuse the listener. They want to know what time it is.
Okay, now imagine being a program director here, okay, and you're trying to run a channel or something, and then this guy comes in, knows everything, is correcting everything you're doing. Wow. Like, you wonder why,
There he is, walking up the hall. You think that's what he does? He goes in and he's
coming up here now.
He's correcting program directors.
Yeah, I'm sure he's probably has to let people know all of his knowledge in radio.
Well, listen, Radio Wizard, you're doing something wrong here.
Yeah, this is the way it should be done. This is the way we did it back in the day, and blah, 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 blah.
So he's like a Uzi, Uzi mouth.
Do you know who, kid?
Of
Dennis?
course, this is my man.
Is Mike hot?
It is hot. You got your own little catchphrase, huh?
Oh, it's already over.
Sure. It's called mobile DJ work.
Mobile DJ
parties.
Yeah, but that's what happens, right? You turn off that inner DJ, and the anger is going to come out, isn't it?
It's no anger.
That's what I'm saying.
It's fun doing a party.
Is it?
It's fun. I enjoy it. It's not, Woo Kid goes in, does it. It's a different thing. Everybody's different.
I get my dick sucked at the end of the night.
Do you get your dick sucked, Dennis? When you do these parties, you ever get your dick
I
sucked?
just look forward to a tip at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Just the tip. Hashish.
I get it on my tip.
He likes to just put just the
just
tip.
a tip. One of these mothers, like you're throwing a kid's birthday party, and somebody's, you go to a single mom. You're not looking around like, hey, how's this going to turn out tonight?
I just hope the dance floor is packed.
Right.
The dance floor to be
well, what
packed
if
so
she's
people have a
looking
good
down
time?
to make sure the DJ's pants are packed? You know what I'm saying? Who knows?
I'm there in my tuxedo, having a good time.
Who knows?
Shirt and tie. Look at that. Why?
What are you showing? Dennis?
Pictures of his DJ equipment.
The Irish chick that sucked me off this weekend.
Jesus Christ, who kid? Dennis is
Red
a
lawn.
professional.
Red lawn.
He's a professional. It's not about getting blown. It's not about the groupies. It's about making sure everybody has a good time.
Everybody's there for a good time.
Serious?
Yeah.
But then you gotta have your good time at the end of the night, right?
I gotta get my dick sucked, man.
All right, that's not what it's about, who kid. It's about the
You get
profession.
paid, have a good time. You go to the diner afterwards.
Yeah. What do you get at the
next
diner?
gig. Usually grilled cheese, hash browns,
Disco fries,
gravies.
What an ending.
You get disco fries?
What's it? Disco fries?
Hey, you're feeling crazy.
No, I just like to get regular hash browns.
Just hash browns.
Breakfast food.
At least
Because
he
it's
gets
late.
that.
It's almost 11 o'clock at night.
Whoa! Whoa! I didn't know these gigs were going that late.
Oh yeah, some of them.
11? You
And
serious?
sometimes, hopefully, if you get overtime, that's nice. You get an extra hour.
Little OT.
Things get out of hand.
Can he come? Can he come with me this Saturday to Greenhouse? I DJ this Saturday coming up.
Would you go to one of Who Kid's DJ
And
gigs?
I'll show you the bitches and everything.
Maybe you could jump on the ones and twos and say, Who Kid?
No.
White
Everybody's-
bitches, too.
Everybody's got a different style.
Yeah, but you're sitting there going, Who Kid? You're all about getting that dick sucked. Why don't you let Denny jump behind the ones and
Yeah.
twos while you're concentrating on that? I'll make sure these guys have a good time.
I'll just get his dick sucked. You don't even have to DJ.
I don't even have to bring my hard drive of hits, huh?
Just bring your hard drive.
Usually that hard drive of hits is what I'll do it for you. Has there been an influx of business since this Opie and Anthony
things are picking
thing?
up, yeah. Things are picking up.
That's
Because I told you, we're moving into communion season here.
Yeah, that's what it was, communion.
Then we got wedding season.
Right.
And things just out of control. Yeah.
I wish I'd known you were the man on the ones and twos before I got married.
We would have had a good time.
I booked some corny DJ, and I mean, he was good because he did what I told him to.
Okay.
Did he bring the blow-up guitars and everything?
Well, I got to tell you, Denny. And do you mind if I call you Denny? Sal is, by the way, the one who invented the name Denny, but I think it fits. I told that DJ.
Denny Den, the lady's choice.
Denny Den, the lady's
the
choice.
DJ with the smooth voice.
Right. Shit. But you know what? You may
I used to do that when I used to play roller disco back in the day.
What'd you do?
I used to rap on the mic.
You did?
No, that's not my
It's
style.
not that hard to believe, is it?
That's not my style.
No. No, I've told this before, but I went out. I told my DJ, don't bring any of that bullshit. Like, I'm not trying to see. I don't want the chicken dance. I don't want a blow-up guitar. I don't even want a video monitor. Okay. I want you. I told him, I know these people that are coming to my wedding. I have a vision for what it should sound like. I want you to play these songs.
That's an easy gig.
You don't mind doing that. You don't mind when somebody like me is going to tell you, look, this is how I need it done.
No. You're the boss.
And you're there to be like, you know
paying
what?
the bill.
If this is what's going to give this guy a good time.
That's it.
But you wouldn't try to sneak in a little like, I just catch you behind the DJ booth blowing up one little blow-up guitar.
No.
Danny, I told you not to know Macarena.
Those are cheesy. I try to be hip without being hokey.
And I'm sitting there. My aunt is getting on the dance floor and she's doing the Macarena. I told you I didn't want this at my wedding.
But you know what? If she comes over and she wants to hear it, I'll say, that young lady over there asked me to play the Macarena. And you'll say, go ahead. Give her a good time.
I go, she's 70 years old, Denny. Don't call her. Don't call her a young lady.
The Cupid Shuffle.
The Cupid Shuffle. What's the Cupid Shuffle?
Well, that's another dance, along the lines of the cha-cha slide, the Cupid Shuffle, where you go 4 steps to the right, 4 steps to the left, and you walk it down.
You know all these dances.
You got to stay up on this stuff.
I feel like I'm looking.
You don't play Niggas in Paris?
Do you play?
I played that a couple of times at a gig.
N-words in Paris?
I won't announce the title, though.
You won't?
No, because you could offend people. You got kids there. Usually kids are the ones that are asking for these records.
You know
They ask for Niggas in Paris? Wow.
A little white guy, did a little white kid ever come up to you and ask you for that?
Oh, yeah. They do it all the time.
You ever tell them, do you pass judgment on them, or do you let that, you know what? You said you drop that N-bomb all you want, as long as you're having a good time.
As long as you're having a good time.
That's
as long as the dance floor's packed.
Niggas in Paris.
I heard you the first time, kid.
I just want to make sure.
I told Troy, my wedding DJ would not play any songs of profanity. I said,
you can't.
I said, will you play just no radio edits? And he goes, no, dude, I'm playing the radio edits.
Yeah, that's lame. You have a mixed crowd. You have a mixed crowd. If it's an after-hours party, say things are going crazy, like 9 o'clock at night and you're having an after-hours party.
Sure.
Then you could do that.
9 o'clock. It could be 9:30.
Yeah, because I have a 4 to 8 this weekend.
Okay, so that's the party.
That's 4 to 8. I'm hoping I go to 9 o'clock.
Right.
That's OT action,
a little OT, that's time and a half,
There
Denny.
you go.
That's time and a half.
He plays this,
Yeah.
Also, how motherfuckers want to find me.
No, I know the words. I know the words. But you know what? At the end of the day, that DJ was right. Because I'm looking around the room. We got, my wife's bosses are there. My family, who's people of all ages are there. They don't want to hear N-bombs being dropped.
No. That's not the place. There's a time and place for everything.
You're out of here, Who Kid? Yeah, I feel like I'm seeing generations of DJs here, Denny.
This is a hot mic, so I want to take the cans off.
Good. Thank you for taking care of my studio. Do you have any? Troy is a DJ.
I do.
But he's one of these young DJs.
Everybody's got his own style.
Yeah. You're all about that. You're not about people being better than each other. You're about people being themselves.
Got to be yourself.
Community.
Right.
It's a community of DJs.
It's a community of DJs.
Yeah.
What do you think? Would you ever think about maybe morphing more towards Denny's style? It's a little more welcoming, a little more broad.
Yeah, but he does clubs and he does, a lot of underground places and things like that. It's different. I couldn't do that.
You couldn't?
I couldn't succeed at what he does.
But I understand what he's saying. I mean, you get a lot of pleasure out of DJing. When you do something you like and you're in the spot that you want to be in, it is very pleasurable.
And when you're sitting there and you're doing what you do and people are having a good time, that's what you get out of it.
Right.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you see people going off. Basically it's like the whole party revolves around you. Like if you drop that volume, the party's over.
And you're right, Dennis, because if you go to Troy's place and you're playing, cha-cha slide, everybody's looking at you like, who invited this guy?
Well, you have to know, too.
But at the same
you
time.
have to be able to read the crowd.
if Troy shows up at a communion and he's doing all these, techno mixes that these kids are into,
they don't know that.
They're looking at him like, "What are you playing,
No,
dude?"
they won't know that.
Won't work. You got to know your audience, don't you?
You got to go for what I call the scream. Like all of a sudden, if you throw on "Suit and Tie" by Timberlake and Jay-Z, and people love that song, they go, "Woo!" Everybody screams. You hit a nerve right there.
So that's one of those crossovers.
Yep.
You'll play that. You'll play that.
Sure.
You'll play Suit and Tie. How do you keep up, Danny, on what's going on? How do you keep up on what's
to a
hot?
music service.
And they tell you.
And you have to stay involved. You have to read the charts. You have to read the prep sheets. Know what's going on.
Well, yeah. Do you have any more prep for? I was thinking I would like to. Do you think Kid Kelly will let me give you my overnight hits one slot?
No, that's your thing.
Yeah, but I think it's highway robbery that I have that goofy slot, and you're sitting there looking for somebody to get sick or something. You're trying to knock out somebody's kneecaps to get on the air.
No, that's okay. I'm happy doing what I'm doing, waiting to get the call on one of the classic channels, one of the decade channels.
Have you ever seen the movie Beyond the Mat?
I think so. Yeah.
It's a wrestling documentary.
Okay.
And there's a guy who used to wrestle, hasn't wrestled in a long time, and he's sitting there, and he's got a little trampoline in his backyard, and he's a little out of shape, but he's got 2 little dumbbells in his hand, and he's jumping up and down on this mini trampoline, and he says to the camera, "You know what? I haven't been booked in about 12 years, but you got to stay in shape because you never know when your next match is going to be."
I did see that.
Reminded me of you today when you were like, you got to prep every day because you never know.
Never know when you get the call.
You remember that part, Eric?
Yes, very much.
And they're going, "Denny, why aren't you on the air today?" And Denny goes, "I wasn't booked. You didn't book me. You got to book me."
He was out on the trampoline.
Yeah, I'm out on the trampoline. I'm in shape, but you got to book me.
Staying up on the 1s and 2s.
Let's go to Zach in Kentucky. What's up, Zach?
Hey, Sam. How you doing, buddy? I believe we should have, and I don't know what DJs would call their competitions, but a DJ off between Troy, Denny, and DJ Hoop Kid on the after show. Maybe they both could, or all three could play like 2 songs, kind of hear their styles, and have call-in voting or something.
It's not a bad idea. If you could kind of maybe on a Friday show, if we get some equipment up here, and have everybody just give a little taste of what it is that they do. And I don't want you guys kind of, each of you just do what you do, and we'll see the differences.
Yeah.
Is that
different styles? Yeah.
Is that something you do, Denny?
Sure. Why
Would you
not?
come in here and get the party started on the after show one day?
Yeah, we try that. Yeah, why not?
That could be
Definitely.
fun.
We'll go crazy.
That could be fun. Mike in Philly.
Yo, guys, how you doing? I was going to come up with that exact idea. It's all good. I did both styles. I did an after-hours club in Philly for around 7 years. I would do weddings and all during the, on a Saturday. Bring my stuff back from 1 in the morning till 6 or better. I'm all in.
You're all in.
I would love to do it. I've been out of it now for about 2 years.
And you miss it.
I'm in. Once it's in your blood, Denny, you're dead on. Ball's accurate. I dropped an F-bomb one time at a party, and I got it because I did after hours, and I could do whatever I wanted, and it was an accident. And the guy, nobody was dancing, and I said, "Get on the fucking dance floor." And the guy comes up and goes, "You just cursed," and I'm like, "Holy shit! How fast did I do this, Denny?" I said, "No, I didn't." I said, "Get your chucks on the dance floor. You chuck towels. You're on sneakers, right?"
Right, because you know what? We don't point out our mistakes. We go forward.
Good recovery.
This guy's Denny, you deserve. I'm telling you, man, you got to get one of the hits channels. I listen to the 70s. I'm 45. I love the 70s. My dad was a DJ in the 50s. Used to spin without. They didn't have mix board. They had 2.
All right. Is it impolite to hang up on people? Sometimes you got to. Sometimes you just got to, put them out of their misery.
Got like 5 minutes left to show. It's
right.
Going to talk forever.
And take them behind the barn and just shotgun them.
He's a DJ.
He is.
He's in the Brotherhood.
He is. I feel like I got to try. I didn't realize that DJing could bring this much joy because I'm envious of the happiness that is your life. I feel like, I'm searching for the anger.
A lot easier to be a DJ, too, these days.
Why do you say that?
A laptop and download music.
But doesn't that make you upset? No. Aren't you sitting there going like these kids have it too easy?
You can't complain like that.
My God.
What are you going to do? You're going to sit back and complain, "Oh, these guys," and you're going to sit home and
back in the day, there's only a couple of records. Now, I mean, a song comes out on a Tuesday. If you don't have it by Wednesday, people are looking at you like, "Why aren't you playing this?"
Tough.
Right.
So you really have to stay up on everything.
Like I got Spotify. I got everything.
Yeah. You need to have everything at your fingertips.
Right.
Well, I've been in the business, so I'm able to get the music. I know, the connections, and I get things sent to me,
and you know what works.
Too, yeah.
You know what doesn't work.
Yeah.
When you hear a hit, and somebody's pushing this out. Even now, do you know when it's going to work?
You can tell if it's a good song. Sure.
You can.
People on the dance floor.
Do your kids like that? That you stay kind of up to date with the music?
Oh yeah.
Because my dad has no idea what's going on. I mean,
my son calls me up. He said, "Hey, could you get me tickets for Swedish House Mafia?" I said, "What are you crazy?
Really?
Those tickets? Yeah."
See, my dad would think Swedish House Mafia was like a European Goodfellas movie or something. He has no clue that this is a popular group.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a guy. I'm in my 50s, and most guys say, "I don't know how you do that. How do you stay up with the music? Why not? You know, you're going to sound old." Then they said that in 1958. You know, when Chuck Berry and Elvis was around.
Are you still playing Gangnam Style?
Yeah.
You got to stop, kid, don't you? Still works at the parties?
You know why? Because mom's like that. Yeah. Mom's like that.
Right, because it's on the mom tip now.
Mom's like that song.
The moms have become aware of it. You can't play that in the club.
Oh, hell no.
You did for a while.
Well, you when a song comes out and it's like that where it's popular and it's like a YouTube thing, you can drop it for like a week or two, and then you start seeing people turn on you, and you're like, well, I'm going to bail out of this one, and then you're like, that's never getting played again.
Get on it early and get off it early.
Right. Where are we at with Harlem Shake?
It's still good, but that's on the tail end.
Maybe this week.
Another week or two, and that's done.
And then it goes over to Denny's World.
Well, I've been playing it, playing it at Sweet 16s, playing it at, parties. And
right.
People like the song.
Yeah, yeah. And but at Sweet 16s, these songs can last a little longer.
Yeah, probably play it into the summertime.
Yeah.
I kind of wish that song, would happen like in May, and then you'd have it through the summer.
Right.
And I also play snooty clubs where, if it's...
Oh, well, yeah.
It has to be something that nobody knows about, and then when everybody knows about it, it's like, this is shit.
And it's Manhattan, so it's like, if you're not on top of shit, it's, everybody just needs to be the coolest person in the room.
Exactly.
And the DJ, that's your job.
Yeah.
So if you're not cool...
You're not having a party.
Goodbye.
And you have a long night, too. What do you start, like 10 o'clock at night, go to maybe 4 in the morning?
2, sometimes 4, yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus
It's
Christ.
a long night.
You're done at 10.
It's a long night. Well, yeah, but it's a different, it's a different thing. People are coming there for 4 hours.
Right.
They're walking in for cocktail hour.
Right.
Then you open up the buffet, so maybe they have an hour and a half, 2 hours of dancing. He's got to work from, keep him out
moving
there
the
for
whole
5,
time.
6, 7 hours. And not repeat a song.
You like how your niche. You like that.
I like doing it. Sure.
Good.
I love it.
That's the key, the secret to life, isn't it?
Can't stand there and and look with a sourpuss on your face.
Right. You got to like what you do. Yeah. For instance, like E-Rock. Even today, E-Rock is happier at work today from being fucked up on Friday. I think this is going to be a whole new thing because I think he gained a lot of respect from his coworkers.
And he let loose.
He let loose a lot. E-Rock, do you feel more respected today?
I think for today, yes.
You do. I respect you a lot more today than I did on Thursday, for instance.
Because I called you an asshole?
I love that. Okay. Did you hear me cackling?
Yeah, I did.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
When I go, who fucks you the most? And he goes, you. And I go, why am I so bad? And he said, because you're an asshole.
Yeah.
There you go. That's what I've been looking for.
Wouldn't you love to really tap into that anger, though?
Oh, my God. I was trying.
Yeah.
I was working on it. All right. We got to go.
Real
Denny.
quick, can I promote something real quick?
Yeah.
I'm at 675 Bar this Friday DJing, and then I'm at Building 24 in Reading, Pennsylvania this Saturday.
Plus, the nice part about Denny's gigs are he doesn't have to plug them. Like, you know what I mean? It's a built-in
Right. I can't say I'll be at Sal and Gina's 50th wedding anniversary at the so-and-so restaurant.
Right.
Come on down.
I got to get people out so they want me to come back and pay me more.
Denny, usually I just end the show by saying Ron and Fez are up next. Goodbye. Why don't you send us out with a little more style today?
You have any music?
You got to do it over music?
Oh, it's always good to have music under you when you're talking. But
okay.
Hey, it's been a blast. Here on the Opie and Anthony Show. Let's get everybody up on the dance floor because we came here for one reason. That's to have a good time. Ron and Fez up next. Take care now.
Opie and Anthony Show is now over. For real this time. 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 Over. For real.